same thing for me. Like last year, like I was talking about earlier, like my expectations were like trying to take series off of international teams and then not even making those said internationals, like pisses me off.
Yeah.
Just no other way to put it.
For sure.
So like, I'm sure everyone's like, at least from my point of view, just looking at what's ahead of us, which is currently TL, but like the league itself.
Oh yeah. I didn't read out all the matchups.
Oh,
bad hosting. C9 TL first matchup. That's awesome because you're playing TL immediately.
It's a banger first match.
Yeah, that's incredible. Then Sentinels, DSG. I feel like they're both happy about that draw. And then Lyon Dig, which is interesting because I'm really interested about Inspired and how that team works out. But Griffin, what about your expectations, man? Because I'm just backing up a bit. You lived in Korea. When did you move to Korea? Were you 17?
16. So about
that's crazy.
Like 2.5 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and you lived in Korea for how long?
Like two years.
Then you lived in Brazil for your to play in LTA North.
Yeah, or South. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Could have been North if you were in playoffs, but
good one. I like that one.
And now you're in the LCS. That feels like a really crazy journey. Like you just started earlier than so many people do. But like, what are your expectations now that you're in the LCS on FlyQuest, who's an org who's done really, really well, but they've gone with this super, super young roster now where you're 19 and you're like the middle age on the team.
Yeah, like I'm third.
Yeah, because Gatkos and Krajan are both 18, which is crazy. What are your expectations like, and how does it feel to be in the LCS?
No, I mean, for me, in terms of my expectations, is like, I think like I learned a lot the last like few years. I kind of felt like I matured a lot as a player. And like before, I was pretty emotional and like kind of sporadic and like sometimes impulsive.
Okay.
So like moving into next year, obviously everyone's expectation or like everyone wants to win, right? That's like a given. But moving into next year, I just want to have fun, and compete. And obviously my biggest goal is to go to like as many international events possible.
Okay.
I feel like I haven't gone to any internationals. That's going to be great, right? So that's my first goal is just to go as many internationals next year. And the second is just to like have fun and be like a good teammate and work hard, like try to be like have the team environment to be like as best as possible.
Yeah.
Like try harding as much as possible because a difference I noticed actually from like Korea and Brazil is like Korea is like so try hard. The schedule is a lot stricter. Everyone's like feels really brotherhoodly. In Brazil, it was like less like that because like it's basically like you could play scrims and you could technically leave afterwards, which I kind of didn't like too much. But I actually still had like 2 Koreans on the team and like just Koreans like we kind of would stick a lot together.
Just stuck around.
Yeah. So I kind of want to have like that type of environment where everyone is like happy, having fun, and I feel like obviously the expectations for our roster isn't high. I'm not going to be,
I don't think it's like low.
I don't think it's low either, but it's not like last, but not like
monster and quad.
Yeah. There's
not,
like an
not
interesting
like championship winning, but I do think like, honestly, I really had a good impression on our first day of scrims, so
nice.
I kind of have confidence for that.
Yeah,
but I know like the general sentiment is like the expectations aren't the highest, like to go to Worlds or not to go to Worlds, but like to win the league in general.
Yeah.
But my personal goal is just to make sure the team environment is like fun. Another thing too, actually, of learning I kind of take is like Quad is like obviously a foreigner.
Yeah.
And I was like that foreigner when I was in Korea. And I felt like it is hard to be a foreigner. And it felt like last year, maybe like Quad was sad at times. So I just want to make sure Quad is always like in a good state. That's like a personal goal just because
awesome.
like now I feel like I'm like he's in my shoes that I was a few years prior. But yeah, my expectations, I kind of want to just make as many international events, have a good team environment, and like have a like comfortable environment. Everyone's having fun and be a good teammate, I guess. Yeah.
I feel like the expectations for FlyQuest is everyone is like, you're definitely not the bottom. There's actually, I've noticed a lot of excitement about the FlyQuest roster. I feel like the team has done a really good job of giving you goals that you're able to accomplish, if that makes sense. Like with the rebuild of all the young players that are exciting, it's like, I think the fans are currently giving you the right to make a few mistakes. Whereas if FlyQuest had just ran back, if somehow they managed to run back everyone from last year, it's like, okay, they need to win. They won 80% of their games last year. They have to win 85% of their games.
Yeah.
So it's like this impossible goal. Whereas now I feel like you can make some mistakes. So I like the attitude that you have. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's like obviously we're a roster that will take time to build, right?
You're so young. I mean, the only concern I have is I know a lot of times support jungle synergy is really important, and like the structure of the pro game can be like difficult to adapt to, and like the combined age is 37. Like it just feels like that's going to be the hardest thing. But I'm wondering, like, because of your time in Korea and because of your time, like you've already been like chasing pro for 3 years, do you feel much more experienced than a normal 19-year-old jungler would be?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say because I only have a split in tier 1, obviously.
Yeah.
But for me personally, I do think that, again, we only had 1 day of scrims, but I do think like my
We're
level
a lot off this one day.
I do think what well, I haven't worked with the team that much, but I already played a split in tier 1, and I actually felt like I learned like the most. Like I learned a lot.
What did
my
you?
first split.
One thing I'm trying to do this year, and this is more of a personal goal, is I'm trying to quantify more of what we say, or like what I say. So if I say a player's good, I want to say why they're good. So like, what did you learn in split 1?
Okay, so I felt like when I played in Korea, I don't think I learned too much in Korea actually.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah. Maybe because of coaching staff, maybe because of like just general like lower level. But tier 3, I felt like in Korea was more like just mechanics.
Okay.
Not much brain, but like a little bit of brain, but like not too much team play.
Yeah.
I feel like when I first had my first split in Brazil, I learned a lot more about like jungle support, how to play slower. Because like before I was too used to playing like quick rewards, like quick payoff. I feel like now in tier 1, you have to play a lot slower. Like you can recycle pressure. You don't have to like force immediately, and you can like kind of like reap like small wins, and like they'll pile up, right? But I think the biggest things I learned is like setups, like and like how jungle support, like how I view jungle support, and how I want to play with like jungle support with like priority or like vision, or like them covering and me like just clearing and stuff like this. So I feel like my first play in tier 1 in Brazil, I actually learned like significantly more than I did in Korea. I think it also has to do like with a lot of things like there's less of a language barrier, so I can talk more to my teammates. And I'm someone that likes to kind of talk a lot, kind of argue a lot.
Sure.
And being in Loud, I did have like I like my coach personally, and I liked my support, so I felt like I learned a lot from just like seeing how they view the game and how I view differently, and how like my new point of views combat versus like the veterans' point of views. But I feel like I got a general grasp. Like obviously, I'm still really inexperienced, but I feel like I got a decent grasp of how I want to play the map. Yeah. So it's just all about like seeing if it's good enough, or like if I need to like keep working on, you know, how I perceive the game. But yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Fudge, how are you going to take advantage of what he just said? No, I want to talk about you. We just spent a long time, so you've been very patient.
Go ahead, man. I'm listening. I'm excited. I'm excited for Griffin. He seems very excited. You know, it sounds fun.
I'm excited for Griffin too. Actually.
Yeah, it sounds really fun. He's like animated as hell. He's like moving the whole couch, bro. I'm like, it feels like an earthquake in this couch. But like, he's excited. I like it.
You're gonna get seasickness, man, over there.
Yeah. Shopify last year. I told you we were going to talk about last year.
Yes, sir.
You guys annoyed me so much, like as a caster, because you lost all of your games. When I did the stats poll where I just took all of the LTA North versus LTA North games from across the year, so just get like a larger sample size, because we had like 3 splits in weird formats, and you guys had like a 40% win rate.
Yeah.
Another stat that I found. That I shared with DeMonte, and apparently he told you, is like, I don't remember the exact order, but Contracts, Fudge, Palafox, and Seos were 1, 2, 3, 4 in the league in deaths.
Yeah, we make plays together. We die together as a team, you know.
But you guys were, by the end of it, top 3.
Yeah,
like you were top 3 even in split 2, I believe, in playoffs.
Yeah, I think we were top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
you guys beat me.
Yeah,
I remember.
So it's weird because when I was looking at all the numbers, I could like post them later. They're on my phone. They're not too important. Like the silly stats we have, like time with a major lead, time with a major deficit, you know, total kills and deaths, win percentage. You're like 3rd or 2nd worst in like every single stat.
Yeah.
But it probably doesn't. Did it feel like that was the year, or did it feel like it was the year where you finished 3rd? I'm wondering. Like,
no, it definitely feels like the year we finished 3rd. For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't feel like
because you learned and improved throughout the year.
Right. And obviously we won the important games, right?
Yes.
That was like, that's all that really matters, is like you win the important games. At the end of the day, like you'll have the opportunity. You just don't want to like lose every single game so you don't make playoffs, right? Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about expectations, obviously.
Yeah.
Now it feels like, before it was like, oh, Shopify was like the bottom team, right? Before last year. It was, you know, Shopify is just like a 6th to 8th team. So our expectations weren't super high on our team last year. of like, if we make playoffs, we see what we can do in playoffs and stuff.
Right.
Now that we, obviously came top 3, it feels like if we don't win, we're going to be unhappy.
The whole
Yeah. Like we just have to
best
win.
team.
Yeah. That's like, if we don't
Interesting.
win,
Yeah.
it's like we raise the standard now.
Sure.
We came top 3. And it feels like if you don't win now, it's kind of like, it's going to be a huge letdown, right?
Yeah.
So our expectations are to win. And everyone's definitely way more driven to win now, I think, because we got a taste of like how it could feel to win. We got a taste of like possibly being, able to beat the best team, you know? And then now it's like, we can actually do this, and we actually believe we can do this. We actually believe we can be the best team. Everyone's getting more emotional. Everyone's getting more upset when we make mistakes. Everyone's holding themselves to higher standards. So I think we still needed work. We're not the best team right now, I think, but we have a lot of drive now, and I like it. The energy is a lot more intense, I would say, which is fun.
I feel like you guys almost have like a clutch factor too, because that's what I was feeling like in playoffs. Like every time we would face you guys, it was hard to beat you guys because like even if we'd get an insurmountable world lead, you would like cheese in some random bush, get a quadra kill, get Baron, and then with the way bounties works, it's like suddenly you're back in the game. Yeah, and I feel like that happens so often versus you guys, like especially later on into the year.
I think Contracts is a big part of that as well. I think he's like really good at making the funny plays, obviously, that you need as a team. And sometimes he looks like he's in thing, and sometimes he makes the best play. Kind of reminds me of Blabber a little bit when I used to play with him, to be honest, in that way. So yeah, I think we have a good shot this year. We need a lot of work. We're not good enough right now. But we have a lot of drive, so that's what I'm happy about.
Yeah, I need to tell people, because I know this is going to release on like the 15th. We're doing this on Monday the 12th. So for the people that are like, why did FlyQuest start scrims so late? It's like they technically started like 3 or 4 days earlier than people are going to think. I want to hear about Zinni, because I didn't watch LCK Challengers, but several people have told me that he was one of the best, if not the best mid laners there, incredibly hyped, probably would be an LCK if BDD wasn't the guy above him, especially with the way BDD played at Worlds. How good is Zinni? Because you played with him in scrims in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's like the classic, like really good mechanically. I think the worry sometimes when you get like, I mean, he's played for a little bit, but he's like kind of young.
Yeah, a couple years, right?
Yeah, I think he's played like 2 years now. I'm not sure the exact time, but sometimes you expect like young players to not be as smart generally. Like they're mechanically like intense and they make really crazy plays, but then they're not so smart. I actually find that he's really balanced as a player already, which to me is like really impressive, because I was just expecting like, oh, he's like this mechanical genius or something, and we're gonna have to like teach him like advanced concepts about macro, whatever, and like team play and all this stuff. But he seems to be able to tell us what to do in games sometimes, and like tell us where to go, what to play for, how to play around him. We obviously scrimmed with him in Korea. We haven't been scrimming with him yet. We've only been scrimming about 2 days. So I'm excited to see how he is when he's in LA. We have to make sure we take good care of him, obviously, because, as Griffin said, being a foreigner is difficult. But obviously he's really good. The main thing for us right now as a team is to make sure that everyone else is on the same page, so that when he comes in and can actually scrim with us, we're ready,
How's a language barrier? It probably helps.
He's learning a lot of, like, he was taking English lessons every single day, and he was like asking everyone, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? So he's very motivated to learn English, and he's like really trying hard, which was great.
Are you translating much in game? Because like Revin and B-Boy speak Korean?
Yeah, B-Boy speaks Korean, Revin speaks Korean, our head coach. But in game, it's like fine. You just ping, and he already understands most of the words anyway. It's kind of easy.
Yeah.
Can I
have to read my opinion on Zinni keys
as a mid laner?
Yeah, you had to do some language barriers in the past.
No. Sorry.
What do you think about Zinni? Have you played against? Did you play against him when you were in Korea?
They scrimmed,
yeah. Let me know.
Overhyped. Honestly, this is the best way to put it. Like
try to build him up. No. Okay. Why is he overhyped?
I apologize if I I don't even think he's a top half mid laner. Really? I think like mid and LCS. Sorry.
What's your top half?
I think it's like Quad should be up there. Quid should be up there. Me, and then what's the line mid laner? Saint. Is my top half.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
I would say I would agree with him and with everyone except him.
Yeah.
and put Zinni in that,
Okay.
The Koreans, let's stick to the Korean mid laners.
But like, I don't even think the guy's top half, and like, my board.
Sure.
Like even if you don't include me, I wouldn't consider him top 3 in that board that I listed.
So where you rank him? Like we're talking about like 6, 7, 8.
What is he overrated
6,
in? What is he missing?
Well, I think like one thing that actually impressed me about him is his playmaking sense. You know, like you just have like that sense in games where it's like, if you go here, you're gonna make this play. They're gonna come here, blah blah blah, and then you're gonna get a pentakill, and you're gonna look like a Smurf.
Okay.
Like he had like a little bit of that sense. No, like a decent amount of that sense in our scrims, but everything else was like, it was like, I don't know, it just wasn't screaming against a Korean mid. You know, I was screaming against like the Korean mids, like I was screaming at Showmaker, who was completely blasting me in lane, and then I go the next day against Shopify. Oh, nice, like easy lane, like we can get a break. It's like a free day.
Fair enough, man. We'll see. I don't go to talk
Not
for him.
Showmaker yet.
He'll play. He'll play.
Yeah.
We're good, bro.
If I mean, it's Swiss, so you never know. Maybe you'll play in round 2. It could happen.
I just do.
I mean, I was telling Griffin it was the combo of like, because of course I faced TL. It's like one of us is going to lose into facing one of these 2 guys.
So very good chance that either you or your old team plays against one of these guys.
We're gonna smoke him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty
how bad?
confident.
I mean, Griffin, you might start off
80%
0-2.
chance?
It might be a 0-2 start off, bro.
Nah, we're smoking
Yeah.
him.
How you gonna match up against contracts?
That guy's Master Korea. I don't even want to think about that. I think every time he's gone to Korea, he go to Masters, bro. Just say that name, bro.
What was your peak in Korea solo queue? You were there for like 2 years.
Yeah, I got rank 7 and then rank 12, but rank 7 was early season, so I don't really count that. But yeah,
It's pretty high.
I mean,
Not bad.
bro was ranked 4,000, bro. I'm joking. I respect contracts. He's my
We're all
boy,
just
so
taking
that's
turns
why.
and shooting on Shopify members.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're next.
One day,
Just smile and wave.
one by one. I do want to talk about the other teams, but I actually really liked, Griffin, your answer about what you've improved on. And I'm wondering if I could ask APA and Fudge about that. You had a disappointing year on TL. Your off season was probably pretty crazy. But if you want to talk about off season, go for it. But the bigger question is, what have you been working on? Where do you feel like you needed to improve from last year, and what have you done?
Well, I think because I'm still friends with like everyone on TL.
Yeah.
Like I was messaging them like when they got the draw show happened. I was like, haha, I'm facing you guys. And like I know, of course, like the TL apartments, I was telling them I'm gonna ring their doorbell at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
But so I was talking with Core a lot going into the off season. And I think like the biggest thing for me was just finding my own like player identity. Because I feel like last year I missed our like team environment with, in my opinion, like how bad it was. It was hard to maintain like a solid player identity. So to me, like the past 3-4 months, however long it's been since we competed again, it's just been like trying to find that literally just my player identity, like trying to see how I visualize the game, how I want to push the game forward, how I want to slow the game down, like how I visualize lanes, and like just coming into a more role where I'm super confident in my vision of the game, and then translating that to my team. And luckily for me, like I'm not dealing with any language barrier issues like I did in 2023. Like everyone just speaks English naturally other than Thanatos, but Thanatos' English is pretty good by now. So like I've been leaning into more of like, not like full shot caller, but like more of a shot calling role on C9 than I definitely was on TL.
Okay.
And just translating like my strong opinion about the game
Right.
to like imply it upon the game. And like I've been, stepping into that role more and more, like as the weeks go on.
Yeah. You were rank 1 for a brief time in solo queue
Yeah.
before Viper with his ability to play like every role and spam ribbon.
I was rank 1 and then I was going Korea. So I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't bother to maintain it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like when you were at your best on TL, when like the Trist, Jace, like 80 carry meta, you were incredibly good at getting resources. Like you were good in early laning phase, so you'd win your lane, and then you were really good at finding lanes to like pick up a bunch of gold. And then when you had the gold lead, you'd win the team fight. But I feel like when that translated a little bit more internationally, like you were so good at getting gold, but then your use of that gold wasn't nearly at that level. Like I think you probably had some issues in team fighting. How has that been going with C9? And I'm actually really curious when you're saying you're doing more shot calling, like has your vision of the game changed since that time? And then like Thanatos loves gold. Blabber loves farming. I mean, Sven probably is fine playing weak side occasionally.
He's still need to see. Like, he loves gold too.
I know that everybody loves gold. Plus, he gets extra gold now, so maybe that's going to change things. How is that balance going to work on the team?
Well, I don't think naturally, like, I think I'm a greedy player, but I think, like, recently I'm just trying to see the map, like, as clear as possible. And honestly, just go from there. Like, sometimes a champ can get resources, sometimes a champ can't get resources.
Right.
Like,
so you don't need to be the one to carry the game every time.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, like, I think C9's, in my opinion, like a top 2 team right now, and we're all should be like top 2 in our role at the moment. So, like, you know, if I have a bad game, I've won bad games in scrims just because, you know, Thanatos or Sven or Blabber or Vulcan's like smurfing, and like same as them. Like, I have smurf games when they've had bad games. So, like, that's just how it is right now. I think that's like how it is on, like, when teams are meshing well or are doing good individually. Like, you just could win games even when you int. And then,
yeah,
like, I think a big part of, like, a flaw of what I had in myself is like mentally wise, I was staying in the game on TL. Like, maybe not as much last year, but like years prior, like when I was like more rookie, and now I'm like pretty calm when it comes to that. You know, just matured a little bit.
Play more games, get more volume.
Played more games, matured.
Yeah.
And so, like, even when I do fall behind, I'm still talking a lot, like guiding or trying my best to guide the game. Yeah, like, I think everyone can be greedy. Like, honestly, Thanatos especially is really fucking greedy. But, like, I've been like having a lot of discussions with him specifically about sideline stuff.
Right.
And just like, if you're greedy, you want more gold, this is a wave that you can get. Like, you want more gold, sure, that makes sense. But then why are you giving up this side wave? Like, this is your side wave. We have information where the jungler is. You know, the jungler is showing top side for some reason. Why are you scared of their top laner when you're up like 2 levels and you're smurfing the game? And it's like, there's your extra gold on the map. Why can't you get this? And like, you know, same with Blabber. Like, I'm playing top side. We can play top camps. Like, you know, Krug spawn in a minute or whatever. We're going to be top side. Why don't we play for the camps? Like, there's no objectives up. Dragons down, Rift Towers down, et cetera, et cetera. So, like to tie it all back together, because I've rambled on for a long time, it's always just like, I've tried to develop over the past 3-4 months in solo queue and scrims and whatnot, like, just my strong idea of the game.
I like it.
Just translating that to everyone else.
Yeah. I really want to get to Fudge, but it's going to be weird if I ask the Blabber question later. So Fudge is just
ask the Blabber question, man. I'm happy to hear about Blabber.
How's Blabber? Because I feel like, from a fan or narrative perspective, he had the period from probably 2018 to 2022, 2023, where it's like, holy crap, this guy's like the best player in the league. He's an amazing jungler. And then last year was the first year he like didn't make All Pro in Summer Split. So he had this pretty big fall. Who
was All Pro last year?
Jeez, that's a great question.
She was inspired.
River.
Yeah, definitely inspired.
Inspired River and who?
Contract.
It might have been Contracts.
It might have been Contracts.
I think it was Contracts.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely inspired. But just like, how do you feel like it is playing with Blabber? Is he still that player that has just had a few bad games?
He's like, I think he's a pretty good player. Like, I think he's pretty cerebral about the game. I'm sure Fudge knows stories about, he'll would be like, oh, we have to play for this crab, and if I don't get this crab, the game is over. And then he would just talk for like 3 minutes about jungle pathing, and how, like, if they get this crab, he loses his raptors, and then if he loses raptors, he loses Krugs, and then if he loses Krugs, he loses wolf somehow, even though it's on the other side of the map. And then it's only down 2 levels, and like, you're lost in the sauce. So he's like still a pretty cerebral player, and like, I think mechanically he's pretty well. Like, of course, as like his mid lane partner, I guess it's very rare I go into a 2v2 with him, and I'm like, fuck, man, like, if you just landed that, I don't know, Xin Zhao W.
Oh, sure.
We would have won. It's just like, oh, that was a pretty stupid 2v2 to take. We probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Type of thing. So I think, like, the thing with Blabber is he's an attack dog, but like, very good mechanically and like can think clearly about the game. But then if he sees an opportunity, he'll take it. And sometimes
if something catches his aggro,
it's not the best opportunity. He'll just suddenly your dog's like 3 yards over with no leash, and it's like, oh shit, I gotta go catch my dog now.
Oh man, did you track Blabber's Korean LP?
I think he was GN, probably.
I think we're all like gem.
Yeah.
I didn't track it. I
let's
was just
be
wondering,
honest.
since you're paying so much
Yeah,
attention to contracts.
He's just washed. Hey,
Okay.
let's just be honest.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. Okay,
We'll see.
Fudge, what have you been working on? Because last year you had, from a fan perspective, a big glow up. I know your stock was low after C9, but I feel like you've completely replenished your reputation into being like a top tier.
Replenish, bro. I got health
Replenish.
Yeah.
But
But what have you been working on? Because you say you want to be the best this year.
yeah, I mean, obviously, top lane is about a lot more about laning phase now. So that's been the main focus: is matchup understanding. You can take different combat summoner spells, all that stuff. I'm sure we'll talk about the season after this as well, but it's a big part of it. Obviously, is like laning phase is very important in top lane and in general top and bot lane, I believe. That's been my main focus in game. In terms of like in general like team stuff, I think as a player I can get a bit angry at times in game and lose focus on what's the best play or what should I do next. And that's been my main focus in scrims recently, is obviously I go for something in scrims, which is a risky play, and I die level 3 to the enemy top laner. And then obviously it can be hard after you feel like you're in a bad spot to think about what's the best play. That's basically my new skill that I'm trying to develop, is refocusing. And I was already decent at it, because it's obviously I was on a team that we usually had bad early games and then came back, right?
Yeah.
We were already pretty good at that, but I think in terms of the actual quality of the practice, that's the most important thing for us to do as a team, not just me, but as a team, to refocus after a bad play. Because you're going to go for bad plays in scrims, you're going to make mistakes, and then making the rest of the game still useful and trying to get to that team fight in mid game where you're both 2 items and they're 2 items and a half, that kind of stuff is important to make the day useful.
Yeah.
That's been my main focus out of like in terms of like the emotional aspect of the game. In game has obviously been like, how do I play this matchup? That's been my main focus.
Man, I have a total non sequitur question. I'm sorry if you don't want to answer this.
Go ahead.
The start of your career, in NA at least, you had like a bad spring split-ish.
Lock-in tournament in spring.
Bad lock-in tournament.
Yeah. And spring, I started
Even though
spring.
you did, your Relia was really sick that one game when you solo killed Alfari. But and then lost in game 5. But then like by the end of the year and your performance in MSI, you're like one of the best players on the team. And you had like this really quick glow up. Long-winded story, because there's a weird connection between everyone. You used to be on C9, he's on C9. You lived with LS. LS was your coach.
Right.
Did playing mid lane for a year screw up your ability to play top lane? Because I feel like you had this like amazing top lane trajectory. Then you played mid lane and you're like trying to off roll, and you're also trying to do like all the LS things where it's like, I'm going to take all the econ runes, like first strike, free boots. Like you're
like
not even not just
like
when you playing mid lane, you're also playing mid lane a different way.
Right.
And then like that falls apart, and you're like, okay, I guess I'll go back to top lane. And I think once you did that, you ended up being like the glue guy for so many. Like, okay, I won't pick the good matchup. I'll just play what the team needs.
Right.
And I think I've heard you talk in the past about how like over time you lost your killer instinct a bit, and you kind of gotten that back recently. But I'm just wondering, like, have you reflected at all about that time on mid lane? And like, was this a huge mistake to play mid?
I would say it's less about mid lane, but more so about like where I was at in like life in general. Okay. Like, I feel like I lost focus on the game a bit during like 2022, middle of 2022. I started being more like social, doing things that aren't to do with League, and just like, I don't know, talking to girls, whatever, just hanging out with friends. And then obviously, like, you know, you get distracted a little bit. You start focusing on the game. League wasn't my number 1 priority, I would say. Like, or it was still a number 1 priority, but it wasn't like the only thing I had. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean for sure.
And I think that's how it was for pretty much most of the 2022 summer period till last year. And I think last year is when I like was like, all right, it's like really enough, you know, like just play the game. And that's when I started playing the game more, obviously. And I think I improved. I made it the main thing, like the only thing basically in my life. And that's now I'm here. Yeah, it's difficult, obviously. It's sacrifice. You know, you can't have as much fun at night with your friends on Discord or something. You have to play solo queue, but you know, I want to do it. And
awesome.
And I like regained that it's kind of like the natural urge to play solo queue instead, or to think about the game, or to watch VODs. That natural urge, I think, came back after a couple of years.
Yeah, there is a difference when it becomes your only thing. Like, you're dreaming about it. You're like out on a walk, and you're like thinking about how a matchup works.
You're in bed thinking about the matchup that you played in scrims, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah,
that's really cool. Okay, we need to talk about other teams.
Wonderful.
My favorite.
Let's stop talking about us, guys. We've been so narcissistic.
We don't need to talk about all the other teams. But I know Team Liquid and Lyon have a lot of story. I want to start with Lyon, because to me, they are like the biggest banger bust, feast or famine team. When I just think about the way that that combination could work. We gassed up Inspired so much last year of being this like amazing godlike player. It's like, surely if he's that good, then his team should win again, right? Because Berserker and Saint have great mechanics. I heard that you were screaming with Simuno, which makes me not super confident about his visa situation. I know nothing's been announced yet.
Oh no, the Lion announced it.
He's good.
Lion
Like 2 hours ago.
Oh, that's awesome. It's through?
No, his visa's not there. He's cooked. Lion
We saw Dokla on stage doing the.
So who's their top laner?
Dokla.
I missed it.
Yeah, he was doing the draw show. Dokla was doing the draw show.
Oh, then it's announced.
Oh, sick. I haven't seen that either.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's back. Big
Damn,
jokes.
this is
Big
cool.
dogs.
I'm going to totally tangent here, because this is from the stupid stats I was pulling, Fudge, and this is near and dear to your heart.
Go ahead.
And it's a very unfair stat for Dokla, but I have to.
What, you
I
mocked it?
have to find it. No. So, you know how like gold at 15 is a stat we use all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did cumulative gold at 15 for the year. So it's not like an average. It's like, how much gold were you down? Dokla only played in like 20 games. And I think he was like third last.
As in, like, he was like
Negative gold?
almost the worst player in terms of
Correct.
gold at 15,
Yes.
despite playing less games than majority of the players.
In all roles?
Yes.
Oh wow.
To be fair, he was weak side all the time.
Yeah.
River Quid only played together. They were diving FBI's lane, and his team fighting was still good. But it's just, it stood out to me a little bit.
I mean, I think he's good personally. I don't really.
So that's the thing. I think he's good too, but he was really far behind the lane. Like part of his strength, I think, was the fact that he was always useful in team fights and really good at playing weak side.
Did he kill Ben or something?
That makes that team really interesting. He could actually be really good on a team with Berserker and Saint.
Yeah.
Because they're so resource heavy.
Yeah.
I know this is supposed to be pros. I should stop talking about Lyon. What do you guys think about this Lyon team? Saint, Inspired. How's it going to mix?
See, I think like the current narrative is like they're the team that's waiting to Mento boom.
That is the narrative.
I mean, it can be true, but it also can be true for literally every other team in the league.
Yep.
Like, just to be completely honest. So I don't know how much like anyone should be banking on that. Like, personally, I'm not banking on like Saint and Inspired like having a fist fight in playoffs for me to win the split.
Yeah.
So like
It's a bad
It doesn't sound like a great bet. Yeah.
So like I don't think they're going to meant to boom. I think also if it's like a narrative that's this overblown, they've probably heard about it, and like even if they're not like full on addressing it, they're at least like thinking about it in the back of their mind. Like this can't be the downfall of our team. But I think like as a team, like they should have a pretty good base level. Like I think all their players like are pretty good. Like to me, the question mark is Isles, but like I think the other four core is like pretty good in my opinion. So like I think they should be like a top 3 team, and it just depends on how much like their ideas on the game mesh. Because I don't really know much about Berserker or Saint, and like I know like a little bit about Dokla and like a little bit about Isles, but like I have of course never worked with them. Yeah. So it's like it's one of those.
And you probably haven't scrimmed them yet because they've had so many issues.
We scrimmed them once in Korea, and like C9 did well for some, but it's also like I think one of their first scrim sets ever. So who knows? I think they should have like a high base level. It's just where's their ceiling at is the answer. I don't know. And like I think the whole narrative about them momentum booming is like
a little overblown.
It's just definitely overblown. Like for sure, some of their players can have like hot heads, but like half the league is probably a hot head. Like you heard Fudge talking about a little bit earlier. He gets really mad. Like I get really mad. I'm sure like Griffin's gonna get BTFO'd in one game in scrim, like punch his monitor or something.
I never done that.
So like Yeah, I think that narrative is overblown, but I think they should be like
Yeah.
one of the top competitors this year, if not this, or this split, and not if not this year.
Yeah. I need to finish my stat because I brought it up without numbers.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Yeah. So the negative leaderboard, this is across the league, cumulative gold difference at 15. Licorice was the worst. Negative 8,700 gold.
Okay.
And you only played like half the year. Contract, second place. Did play a lot of games. So per game, it's very unfair to him.
Yeah.
Abadage, it's negative 7,400. Dokla, negative 7,200. Only played 22 games. Palafox, 6,400. Tomo, 6,400. Surdy, 6,200. Sniper, 5,600. Then there are more players.
Where am
It's
I,
an
bro?
interesting, I don't know.
I think I'm probably
Not on that
close.
list. You might be.
Yeah, I'm probably close though.
I don't know. Just when I read the names on that, I'm like, a lot of these guys had bad years.
Yeah,
Like, so,
I mean-
so Dokla is like the exception to that, just because, as soon as he joined the team, they went from last place to first. So surely it wasn't like he was doing.
Oh yeah, no, he's
badly.
definitely good. Like team play wise, obviously his laning phase is not his strong suit. Like Thanatos, Morgan will definitely be way better in lane, and of course I believe I will be better in lane. But he's a good team player, and maybe it will actually work better than Zamudo. Who knows?
So,
I do think Zamudo is better than him in the laning phase, but obviously Dokla's. I think Dokla is a little bit smarter about the game in general. So we'll just have to see how their team shapes up. Obviously, I actually think they're probably going to be the hardest team to play against by the end of the year. I do think they have the highest ceiling as a team.
I think they have a really high ceiling
Yeah.
as well. What are your thoughts on Inspired Griffin? Real answer. He can't be washed.
To be honest, I think they were meant to move. But
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
know.
sure.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm
to
not
move.
sure. Like, yeah, I'm not really sure.
Have you interacted with Inspired much? Because I know Inspired
Um,
talked with LS, and you probably still talk with LS.
Yeah, no, actually, last split a decent bit. He would watch my games, and I would actually reach out to him for like personal opinions
Nice.
about jungle. Now, obviously, I can't do that because he's like a competitor.
You could try.
I mean, maybe
can.
he still
Like,
could
they'll
try.
probably
I
still-
talked to
still
all
respond.
a bunch of the emits.
Yeah, but obviously, generally speaking, obviously, Inspired is really smart about the game.
Yeah.
If you just see the way he ever talks about the game,
Yeah.
he's gonna be really fun to compete against for sure. And no, I don't know how they will do. Obviously, I think this split, there's actually a lot of interesting teams where I feel like it's actually kind of hard for me to think what team will be good at each stage of the year, let's say.
Okay.
But no, I'm excited to play against Inspired. I do think Lyon might have a mental move, but just because I think their players tilt easily, but maybe they don't and they go crazy. You never know really. I feel like it's really hard to judge from our let's play perspective how
Yeah, it is.
teams will mesh and how personalities will mesh, without being inside the team directly, right? So yeah, it'll just be interesting to see.
My power rankings for lock-in would be different than my power rankings by the end of the year. Because you were saying you think they're going to scale,
Yeah.
but you maybe not at the start.
Yeah, mainly because they're not really able to scrim right now, from my understanding. But
Yeah, Berserker's not here,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
Yeah.
Won't be here until cutting it close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What if? Can we do power rankings real quick?
sure, man.
Yeah?
Sure. I hate
Sure.
doing power rankings personally, but we can do them.
Just highest chance of just lock-in. We're going to start with
Lock-in?
lock-in. We're just going to do lock-in. C9-1. My logic.
We can stop there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Actually,
Feel free to disagree.
Go ahead, man.
Give your reasons. The point is pros, but I'm just starting the conversation. C9-1 because least roster turnover and Kespa Cup and Bootcamp.
Yeah, we do have a head start, to be fair to everyone else.
Yeah, you have a head start. Number 2 is hard for me because I wanted to put TL
I think Teal also has a head start.
because
too,
of the head
Kesp
start.
up.
It was mainly because of the head start. But I'm unsure how Quid, Jose, Morgan. It's a lot of moving pieces to push together at the same time.
That's fair.
Yeah. Then the next 2 are Lyon and Shopify in that order.
Come on, man. What about my boy?
where's
What
FlyQuest?
about
It
my
depends.
boy over
It
here? He
depends
didn't
how
react. He didn't hear you.
Inspire was MVP, Player of the Year.
Oh, Inspired.
Say he was good.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, but I'm not sure about Inspired. I think he burned out like crazy at the end of last year. And if he's,
But I think that could also be due to mental rather than actual burnout from league.
could be,
Because coming from a rough environment,
yeah,
I also burned out, but I still played a lot of league.
absolutely,
Even after the split ended. So
yeah.
like
Then
it
I'll
can
go.
literally just be mental.
I mean, because you're here, I'll go FlyQuest 5.
Yeah. But I honestly don't mind. Because like I said, I think having lower expectations, you have less pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
And I think as rookies, that's good. Like you
Yeah.
want to be able to improve, and have like the ability to feel like your expectations are low, and then you only can go up. So yeah.
And then the bottom three is always hard to get like super analytical about, but Sentinels, because they actually have a lot of good players.
What is their roster? I actually don't know the roster.
It's
Impact, Hambak,
yeah,
Rahel, Hui.
yeah.
So 4
Pretty good.
Koreans.
Yeah.
They might be better than. They might be better than.
Shopify.
Might
FlyQuest.
be better than that guy over there.
Yeah, interesting little tier list.
He's Korean.
It'll be hard.
careful.
It'll be hard to judge just based off of lock-in too, because like it's Swiss, so the schedule is going to be everything.
Yeah,
we won't really know anything until like the end of.
Also, it's
split
really
2.
short, right? Like it's only.
Yeah, I mean it's like 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks of regular season, 3 weeks of
I
playoffs.
mean, that's
right?
6 weeks. Yeah. The raw number of games is decent. Like it's
Oh.
twice as many games as Split 1 last year.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Split 1 last
best
year was
of threes,
very
right?
short.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's best of threes. But you'll only play like weekend 1. You're only going to play the 1 best of 3, and then
I
weekend
feel
2
like
you're
for
playing
me,
another best
Chad,
of 3. Yeah.
It's like Lion and Fly are like dark horse rosters in the sense of
Lions is dark horse.
yeah, no, I'm serious.
I guess so.
In
Yeah.
the sense of like I don't know if they're going to be insane now, like you guys and Lion, but just feel like they can scale incredibly hard. Like after scrimming Gakkos when he was on FlyQuest last year, I felt like I don't know. You're few
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Fudge, I felt like he was pretty good, like mechanically. Like I never spoke with him about the game, but I'm sure he at least took something from like learning from them last year. And like I still have pretty high opinion of Quad and Masu. Like I think like they were probably undersold for how good they were last year because they had like probably best top, best jungle, best support for most of the year. So like I still have a pretty high opinion on them, and then like high opinion on Gakkos. So like I think you two and Lion would just be dark horses or scout throughout the year, but I'm not sure how good you guys are now. I think like to me the immediate favorites should be C9, TL, and like Shopify, even just because like low roster turnover. Like
Yeah.
of course Zinni's new, but do you know how to play with contracts and B-Boy and
course, of
Seos
course.
and them likewise? And like plugging in one position isn't the most difficult, like as it is seen for C9. Like everyone in C9 knows how to play with each other because they've played with each other for years at this point now.
I have a really dumb Gakko story. When we were into Dallas finals, I was walking across the street to Starbucks. Terrible walk. Like you had to walk across the highway and there was like all these off ramps and you're waiting at lights. He's very confident. I'd say very foolish though. He just like walked straight across when there was a no walk sign. Clearly he was fine. But
Seems
I mean,
like the type.
just let this be like he might not be warding properly or checking the minimap because he wasn't worried about that on the highway.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah, a little bit of tunnel vision in life might apply to game. So I think that's it for the teams. I want to talk a little bit about the gameplay updates. I want to give you guys some time back because I know you've been here for like an hour already. You're all 3 different roles. So I'm going to start with Fudge. Top lane role quests.
So
Yeah.
Or just the meta in general.
So OP. So OP. I play mid lane, by the way.
I mean, mid lane is
I play
something.
jungle, by the way.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, top lane is pretty OP.
Okay.
Obviously, XP is crazy. You're up like a level or 2. If you're going 10 CS per minute, not missing CS, not missing waves, then you're just going to be naturally up like a level and a half on everyone in the game by like mid game.
So
it's
is that
also-
something you go for then because of the bonus experience? Are you like a greedier player because you're getting bonus experience?
I mean, you make value judgments in game. Obviously, there's cases where it's good to go for waves. It's not good to go for waves, right? Obviously, and also with the Phaelites now, it makes it very hard to gank. So counter pick top lane. Also because of the combat spells being able to be taken now, where you have TP in mid game where you can take combat spells.
Are you taking a lot of combat spells?
It depends on the matchup, obviously.
Okay.
If you pick something like, I don't know, you pick Darius now, going Flash Ghost, you'll have TP mid game. You can go Flash Ignite on Renekton now in like versus Gnar, for example. You know, like these kind of matchups where if you had to go TP, which you did in the past, or you didn't have to, but it was much better.
Yeah.
It was a little harder to play. Now it makes it a lot more spicy, obviously, but also it's harder to gank. So it just makes laning more important. It makes counterpick more important.
Yeah, the top lane Phaelite is so broken. You just ward and then you see
You
all
ward,
the crowd.
and you're ungankable, basically, right? So
Like if you die to a gank as a top laner, it's so
I mean,
embarrassing.
they have to play like Evelyn or something to get through. So yeah, top lane is more laning, which is great.
Because you actually, historically, you've been really good at breaking down lane matchups.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the reason why every top laner wanted to play top lane. They just want to 1v1, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what it's like now. If you win 1v1, you're up 2 levels in the enemy top laner. It's really hard for the enemy team to help the enemy top laner. And you just stump the game, it feels like. You have more control for sure.
Jungle, are Phaelites annoying you? Do you have less agency to carry, or is it better?
Honestly, jungle, I feel like, I mean, the quest didn't really add too much. You get like some extra gold and some extra
Smite's a little better.
Smite's a little bit better,
to get objectives.
Camps are actually also tankier. So jungle in general, I think actually now it seems like it's good for me because it seems like it's less, it's just like farming junglers.
Okay.
Which I kind of like farming junglers because I like having agency.
Who doesn't like farming junglers?
Yeah, so I'm having fun right now. I'm feeling good. I'm pretty happy. Even though I think jungle generally is weaker, I think it covered more of my like weaknesses and like amplified my strengths. So I think I personally like the changes. Yeah.
How do you work around Phaelites as just like a, someone who's struggling to work around Phaelites in the jungle?
I mean, you can kind of dodge it. But like most of the time, like I'd say better right now, like for jungle is you kind of have to farm. So it's like harder to gank. And your camps are tankier, so you have to really be kind of efficient. But yeah, I think you just have to be efficient.
Does it change the paths you take to gank? Do you lane gank more? Or are there different
I can't leak.
Yeah.
You're trying to get that.
I
I don't think it's honestly it's kind of just similar. I feel like jungle. Like I don't feel that much changes.
I think jungle's like honestly the same. Like jungle and
it doesn't
support
really
are
feel like it doesn't feel that different.
same shit, different skin.
Yeah, your quest doesn't really do that much. It's just like I'd say generally compared to last year. I mean, last year was kind of farming meta too, but generally speaking, it's like camps are just tankier. Ganking is harder, so you just have to farm more and like kind of just team fight again. Like and if you get a good team fights, you win.
When was the last time jungle wasn't farming meta? 2018?
I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think
like
I was old
13?
enough. But I
Whatever
think
the Camille meta was, like
that
Camille
was-
jungle.
Like IG's Worlds?
Yeah.
2018. It's been like 6 years.
I will say though, I don't know if it's just, like just a feeling. Like I don't really have like too definitive like opinion of this, but I feel like junglers got a lot better at just being efficient.
Yeah.
And teams that got a lot better at playing around junglers. Because I felt like in the past it was more like junglers would try to play for laners, but I feel like people just got better at the game and realized like you kind of have to play around the junglers timers
I agree.
and all that stuff. So I think that's also a reason why it just became more meta to play like this. So yeah.
Yeah. CEO of full clear is also like the correct way to play the game
Yeah.
for the
in a way.
majority of.
As long as you don't overdo it, but yeah.
Yeah. What about mid lane?
Mid lane, the biggest thing is what? Just the boots,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, to be fair, in my opinion, the boots are pretty broken. It's like when you have like the Merc treads, for example, like chain lace crushers, I think is what they're called.
Yeah.
Versus, like a Syndra or an Akali, it feels like you can just never hit either of them. And then, like Ionians, I don't even know what that item is.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of hard to remember them all because people learned what the upgraded boots were last year from feats, but the mid laner boots are like kind of the same, but just a little bit weaker versions of all of those boots.
Yeah.
So
I think the boot upgrade is literally just nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of about it. Like anytime I'm playing for like mid lane quest, I'm just playing for like the boots.
Yeah.
I mean the boots feel strong, but like I'd rather have like the
XP.
top lane EXP.
Yeah.
What's
And-
the strength of the roles now, do you think? I mean, solo queue and pro are probably different, but if
Well, I
last
think
year, like
jungle and support are like kind of the same roles in my opinion.
Okay.
Like a little bit changed, but I think like top, in my opinion, is strongest. Then it's like mid the second, then ADC is like either the worst or the best. You know?
so is that in terms of role quest or in terms of the strength of the role? Because I'm actually more curious in like
both in my opinion. Like I think like both go hand in hand.
So top lane is the strongest role in the game right now.
It's either top lane or like if the ADC plays really well and the team plays around the ADC really well because they get so much gold and like crit does more damage now. Like sometimes you'll see an ADC just one hit everyone, but then sometimes they're still an ADC. They're just gonna die to that random Akali that you have on your team or random Renekton with Ignite. So yeah, but then every game I just see Thanatos like level 15 and like enemy ADC's level 12.
Yeah.
He'll flash in their forehead
And they're gone.
and they're gone.
All right, what do you two think?
To be honest, I think jungle I still feel so OP, But I think every role, like I think they did a good change because I feel like top lane always lacked agency, generally speaking. So now they're making it so you can actually like 1v1 and build yourself a lead if you're gapping the enemy top laner.
Right.
But for me, I think all roles feel like pretty strong.
I think gold is just more available to everyone with like all the plates and such.
Yeah. Faster minion waves, I think, in the
Faster
mid
mini
late
waves, so it's
game.
like easier to have higher CS
Yeah.
and then plates.
Yeah.
So there's just more gold available if you're playing the game well and you're winning your lane. Like especially in solo, you can snowball really hard. You take top lane turret,
Yeah.
TV bot, take bot lane turret, then suddenly you're up 2 levels and up an item, and the game's just over.
So Fudge, are you the most broken role in the game now, or do you think it's the jungler or the mid laner?
I mean, I wouldn't say like the most broken. I would say, like Griffin said, it's more balanced. But obviously, I'm a top laner. I'm biased. I don't want to like give myself too much credit. If you're a better top laner than the enemy top laner, it feels like you can really gap them now. That's like the biggest difference for me. Is like if you're ahead in lane, it feels like they can't play the game. Like obviously because of the vision, and also just feels like junglers just have less timers now generally.
Does this mess with there's new side selection rules this year too?
I don't know the point of this. I'm gonna start off
You
this
don't care at all?
I don't understand why this
Like
is a
we
change.
tried it a little bit in our scrims, but it's like even when we would be blue side with second pick or red side with first pick, I was like, it just feels like I'm playing red side.
So the point of it, I didn't have anything to do with this change. I pitched this change in like 2012. Because
2012.
I pitched this change in 2012 when I joined Rise.
It came out of the
Griffin, what are
womb,
we
bro.
doing?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, bro!
Yeah.
I was doing.
I was a QA analyst. They couldn't do it on the tech side at the time, and then it got punted down the road. But like, even in pro play, blue side has a 55% win rate for like the last 10 years. That's crazy. That's like the most broken champion in the game has like a 54% win rate. Right?
Yeah.
So like clearly something's going on.
Yeah.
Is it the map geometry or is it the draft?
Yeah.
Right? That's the
probably
question
both,
that it's
right?
trying to answer. And now every team needs to do the
we'll be able to
analysis
figure it out. Yeah.
of like, is the camera angle on red side, even for a pro player, just bad? Because like, at least in the past, low elo, for sure it mattered a lot. Like any skill shot champ on red side, if you're not like experienced at the game, it's so much harder than blue side. But I mean, as skill improved, that difference got smaller.
Yeah.
But does that matter? Like the position of Baron Pit, the position of Dragon Pit, right? Like which one, and is that more important than top lane fifth pick, right?
Right.
So
I mean,
that's the
obviously the map parts. I actually think like the neutral objective banana bush position is like it's kind of even based off like what happens in the game. I do think the blue side advantage is bot lane tribush mainly. Obviously top lane doesn't have two paths that you can gank from compared to or like that you can come from or escape from. I do think blue side's slightly favored for that, but it's like kind of doesn't matter in my head. Just my opinion.
Yeah. So right now you're choosing between.
It's
first
just
pick or
really
last pick.
confusing. It's like we're blue side, but we're second pick, and then people are like, what's happening, guys?"
I guess
I'm
it
sure we'll
messes
get
with your
used to
brain
it.
a
It's our
little
first
bit,
2 days. We're just like getting used to it, obviously. But I'm just like, is this really it?
I mean, it probably also is just like a meta dependent thing, especially with it like Fearless.
Yeah. I mean, but traditionally, at least going back last year, like when I was coaching, I just liked blue side because it was easier to prepare, right? Like you can control the draft better as the blue side team.
First pick,
and that's still going to be true unless top lane counter pick just becomes amazing. Or I think you guys probably experienced this last year. Later in Fearless, sometimes red side just got better because you're no longer preparing and controlling the draft in blue side because you have like 5 minutes to prep. But that's going to be really interesting. I think that's a change that could end up being hard useless or could end up being kind of cool.
I think my take right now is like blue side with second pick will probably become pretty broken, but that's like.
But you don't get both choices, right? So
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
if
that's
you
the
can
point,
manage
like-
to get blue side with second pick,
sure.
in my opinion, that should be like the strongest combination. But like
Oh god,
if I
that even
choose-
messed me up just now. Blue side with second pick.
if I choose blue side, then like you guys would probably just choose
Second pick.
second pick.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
As a top laner, because blue side,
Yeah, you get second pick as in your last pick.
Yeah, your last.
Yeah, like
I know,
Yeah.
but blue side has a 55% win rate historically, and we just said it's probably not about the map. So doesn't that make first pick better? I know
Well,
last
as
pick
a top
always,
laner,
it feels like you're going to
as the top laner, give me give me counter pick.
I know.
So obviously, but yeah, there's arguments for the. I do think like the prep is a big thing. Obviously,
Yeah.
first pick does matter, and even in Fearless, usually it comes down to like, oh, there's only a couple champs left, and they have to ban these champs on red
Sure.
side. So blue
Yeah.
side of first pick, we'll no longer call it blue side. We'll call it first
Yeah,
pick from
correct.
now on.
We have
First
to.
pick was quite good in general because of that. I just don't. I mean, I guess it's an experiment. Who knows? Maybe the map actually does make a big difference, and
Yeah.
in my head, it just doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's just because I'm a top lane. I do know that our bot lane seems to think that blue side is broken because of the map
Oh,
and like the way jungle pots around it.
Okay.
I remember them saying that a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's just cope.
it could be
Who
cool.
knows?
Yeah. I think calling it first pick and last pick is better than first pick and second pick.
Yeah.
In my
That's
head-
what we came to in scrims today. Actually, is
Okay.
Yeah, coach said last pick, not second pick.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's last pick.
I'm sorry for the theory, but like, I've thought a lot about this, and I just want to get your take real quick. Like, the first pick is really good, but I feel like the 1-2 almost like exposes you. Like, it's tough because you have to do the blind pick on
Right.
right side so often.
Mhm.
So if this still doesn't work, like if let's just say first pick is still really broken, I think the next step would be like a 1-1, 2-2. Then last pick gets way more powerful, I think. Unless you're just stacking
Yeah,
power picks now on first pick side.
It also just depends on meta, no?
Yeah, it does.
Like, what did the blind pick
I think
champs
also
want to?
like, isn't it just most teams like choose blue side?
Yes.
Like if I have side selection,
and also the
like
better
most-
teams get
yeah,
choice.
that's what I mean. Like
a
the
lot of
better
time.
team got side selection, and traditionally they always just choose blue side.
Yeah, but even in regular season when it's balanced, like in all the regular seasons when it's like half your games are blue side, half your games are red side, or half your games are choice, half your games aren't your choice, blue side would still almost always be around 55%, which is interesting. Anyway, I think that's it for this episode of Pros
What about Griffin's? Wait. We need to get
yeah.
Griffin's opinion on this.
on draft.
Blue side, red side,
How
first
cerebral,
pick, last pick.
how much do you think about draft?
I don't care.
Okay.
I just want to
Okay.
jungle.
We're done.
I mean, jungler's often blind pick.
Or just says lock me in
That's
Bessa.
true.
And
The jungle is just locking in useless
Yeah.
champ and moving on.
Bessa
Just
starts
let me
scrolling
play.
Twitter again.
Yeah, give
Let
me
me play,
Ribbon.
bro.
Pick Ribbon.
Okay, that's it for Pros. LCS lock-in is going to be up not this coming weekend, but the weekend after.
24th, right?
Yep.
24th?
Wait, do we know who plays
24th.
what days?
Do we know who
Yes,
plays what days?
We should know by tonight.
Okay.
It will be announced by the time this comes out.
Okay, bet.
So we definitely do. And you'll have to check out LOLesports.com.
It's on the card.
On the card,
Oh my God, my host.
Okay.
we know
quick
right
schedule.
now. Saturday, January 24th, C9TL, Sentinels, DSG. First game,
Wow.
APA versus former team. That's
That's
super
good for
hype.
me. Nice.
Then, Battle of
Sunday.
the Pros
Sunday.
Middle Couch. FlyQuest, Shopify.
went first?
I'm going to find a better name for that. Yeah, your first matchup on Sunday.
I prefer to be
And then
first, right?
Lion Dig second.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, because then you can catch the EU audience too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The EU audience? Oh,
Because it gets too late
They
for them
stay
by
up.
the second
yeah.
game.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, we're done.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the LC.
Why'd they get so quiet?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, drones are diving. Just wait. One bye. Yeah. I'm okay. Bye, hit bye. Killing bye. No flash. Go on, Sentinels. We're killing bye.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Yeah, time no flash. I'm going, guys.
Yeah.
Nice, guys.
Oh my god.
It's a juicer! It's a juicer.
Oh,
Kill
bro,
the H.
guys.
Mr. H.
Let's go C9.
Okay.
Let's go C9. Let's go C9.
Let's go.
C9 win a clutch fight. 3 for 1. Their jungler might be dead, but they'll be happy with the outcome of the battle.
What a way to start out the LCS.
I think.
Keep fighting him.
I'm fighting for it. I'm very
Yeah, go.
Look here. By the back. Hit the front. Yeah.
Just get the front, guys.
J4. Look J4. Nice.
Victor will play.
Take Dragon Baron. Take Dragon Baron.
Nice.
Akali can push waves.
A triple kill, the kids know. What did they feed these rookies for breakfast? They stepped up here.
Be the bird. Be the bird.
Okay,
Be the bird.
that's you?
Are you? I'm a bird.
You're a bird? What kind of bird, Ralph? Are you like...
I'm a crow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Kind of smart.
Kind of smart. Hanging around dumpsters.
That's an ominous bird, I feel like.
Yeah. Good luck in your life, buddy. Good luck in your life.
Well,
There's a
welcome
tailgate
back
happening out
to
there.
opening week presented by MasterCard. Raz bringing you in.
I got a question for you, chat. If you were a bird, what kind of bird would you be?
Okay,
I picked one while
how
Raz.
many
I got a
bird
crow.
champs are there in League of Legends? I tried to have this conversation with
Anivia
Candace.
is the most bird.
Yeah.
Quinn is like half bird. You get half credit.
Azir is also part bird.
That's like a quarter. You get like 25%.
What?
He's got like a
Azir's
bird. He's
Birdman.
got bird armor.
He's got
That's
a bird
it.
head.
Are you trying to say he's a cosplayer?
Yeah.
Azir?
Yeah.
All right.
You get 25% bird for Azir.
Damn.
50% for Quinn. 100% for Anivia.
There's more birds.
Is a dragon
What
a
are
bird?
they, Jack?
I don't know. I couldn't figure it out yesterday.
Is
That's why I
a
was asking
dragon
you.
a bird, Shavana? Thinking about
No.
it.
A dragon is a dragon.
Think about it.
It's a good question.
Exactly.
I'm picking up what Raz is putting down here.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
I got a
When do
good answer
dragons
for it.
evolve
I got a
from?
good answer for it, and the answer is no.
It's just a not realistic bird.
I'm gonna look at chat real quick. No. Yeah.
You did not look at chat.
You're on my side.
All right, buddy.
So more happened than birds yesterday. APA beat his former team.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
That feels so good.
It
You get
feels so good,
replaced,
man.
and then he was also the reason that they won in multiple critical team fights.
That's true.
Yeah.
He got player of the game for both games.
He was playing Azir for one of them, 25%
a
bird.
part bird champ. Do you not think that the Echoes of Helia Nidalee was crucial in their game 1 victory?
Yeah, in that it healed up APA.
True. And gave him attack speed on top of that.
I couldn't believe they won that game 1 after the Nidalee fell so far behind.
After Blabber died for the first crab fight,
And
where
then died again.
they used the crab as bait
Yeah.
to get Blabber close enough.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, though, there were so many good flash, shockwave engages from Jose and Quid together. I thought that was a really positive thing, even though Team Liquid ended up losing.
Yeah.
The synergy from them already on this team, that was
Speaking
definitely
like
very
a man
positive.
who's trying to justify that Team Liquid was better than C9 based on his preseason.
You, by the way, predicted both of the teams to win?
Yeah, so did you, I imagine.
No.
Okay, you predicted C9 to win?
No, I predicted TL. I was wrong.
Okay, and then the next series, who did you predict to win?
I was happily wrong. Meanwhile, you predicted both at the same time.
Hold on, who do you think? What are you talking about?
What's up with that?
What did you know? I predicted Team Liquid to win. I was wrong.
You also predicted Cloud9.
No, that was like a week ago.
You got caught. What do you mean?
That was a week ago. You can change your mind over time?
The fans out there are the jury on this one.
I'm sorry.
But you did hit the next series.
Yes. So
next series.
yesterday was the day of rejects getting their revenge. So I think the
Rejects
lesson
is a
here,
very harsh way to...
Well, that's what they would be called if they had lost, but now they're winning. So it's like, I think the lesson here is never make changes. Is that like, APA should have stayed on Team Liquid, TSG should...
Never
I'm
make
learning.
changes unless it's to your prediction for the TL Cloud9 game.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, actually, if I wouldn't have made changes, I would have been correct because I originally predicted C9.
So that is the lesson.
The lesson is don't change.
Oh my God.
Everyone's having different takes. Mr. Consistent that never flips. Never flips. I'm interested in the Swiss bracket. I kind of want to see it personally because I love Swiss Stage.
This is a rough start. But, I mean, rougher for the teams that lost, I would say. Team Liquid. The roughest start, I think, is for Sentinels because DSG was considered to be the worst team. They were playing with a substitute. They were playing against 3 players that decided to leave that team. And they still won. So I think DSG probably feels the best out of everyone.
Yes, because like everyone pretty much came out with their power rankings. I'm sure, like, I know we're gonna get into it. That's not the point for what I'm saying. But the fact that most people had DSG 7th or 8th, and they took out Sentinels, a team that I think a lot of people were pretty curious about. Like, I had them 6th, but generally a lot of people were like, I think this team is really exciting to watch. Like, a lot of the DSG players that moved on to Sentinels, like, those are like the positive players within that roster. And then you have like Impact that's still playing. Maybe he can be that 2024 Impact. Anything can go for that team. And then yesterday happens, you're like, oop, reset expectations.
Well, let's look at what we did with our power rankings. So this is before yesterday. This is the preseason power rankings. And I'm also going to say, just because day 1 was different doesn't mean that you're necessarily wrong.
Yeah, anything could still happen.
It's true. This is for the end of the split. You never know what is going to happen later, but this is what we have.
A lot of blue at the top.
Except for one person that cannot speak, but I will speak for them. Kangas, you're crazy.
Yeah, he also did that with 100 Thieves last year.
That is true.
Yeah.
He's moved on to a new team.
Interesting. He didn't stay with red teams though.
Yeah.
He kept Sentinels way far down there.
Which currently looks smart.
It currently does, yes.
Because that was a close series between his 6 and 7, so it's actually looking pretty good so far.
100% of us had Dignitas and DSG at the bottom, though.
Yeah, I mean, what I found interesting about these power rankings is, generally speaking, if we ignore Kangas, everyone else had
Things turn out better.
It looks cleaner if we ignore Kangas. TLC9 were 1 and 2, and Dig DSG were 7, 8, and then 3 through 6 is where we see the most variance, right? We have almost every combination of 3 to 6, with the only team not being somewhere in there is Sentinels only being 4 to 6, but pretty crazy spread of differing opinions between the 3rd and the 6th place teams in power rankings, which when DSG then also has a competitive game means that I think we could be in for a lot of really close best of 3s here in Lock-In.
Absolutely.
I'm liking what I'm seeing already. Lock-In started out so fun in the first day. I mean, the first series was a banger because it was exciting and back and forth and stuff. The second series, the games were going so long.
Banger.
They were so tense. I wouldn't say bigger, but
it was a longer banger.
There you go.
How do you decide what's a bigger bang?
I think
your games were shorter, less kills. You're saying they're a bigger bang?
I will see.
That's ridiculous.
The one team I will say, just like as a topic changer, that surprises me from this power rankings, and Cameron, you could just come along with me, because like I am surprised with Lyon, because everyone thought going in this is a team that like is fighting for a championship, right? What's going on here? Wow, Azale has them pretty low. Jat, whoa,
2 slots lower.
That is still crazy. So like I think there's a lot of variance with like Lyon as a team when a lot of people thought, like for instance, my first take, and I shifted it because I thought that the visa changes and everything would be a little tough for them, but they have Berserker in week 1, that they would be like a championship contender for split 1. So I think that is a team that is of course playing today that a lot of people are curious about.
Yeah, what happened with a lot of people is, and this happened with all the other players on different teams too. We heard them talk about it during the draw show.
Yeah.
They're looking at Lyon and like, wow, good individual player, good individual player, good individual player. But a lot of people have the opinion that the personalities of those players probably won't mesh.
Yeah.
That's speculation, though.
It is.
So I think that's why there's a lot of variance, because in League of Legends, you know this very well, being a coach also, Raz, is like you can have some good players, and they're just not good together, or they don't get along behind the scenes. And so could be some ups and downs. I just like that Lyon came in, and they dropped a bunch of cash on the league, and like, we're buying Inspired. MVP, that's our MVP.
Berserker, MVP, you come with me.
Bring him back. We'll get another one, you know. And so I just think it is. I think it's so cool what they've been able to do.
How many teams have 2 former MVPs on their roster?
Yeah, and then also have Dokla. How many?
That was a real question. You're not going to answer. You don't know?
I have no idea.
Is that a Jet stat? Did you look it up?
I haven't looked it up either. That's what I was hoping you had. So Fantasy LCS is back. Head over to lcsofficial.gg to learn more. And earlier, Raz, you spoke to some fans outside at the tailgate. So let's take a listen to that.
All right, who am I speaking with today?
My name is Kyrie. I'm from Jersey.
Did you just fly in?
We're actually here for work right now, both last week and this week, and just decided couldn't really miss this, right? Wanted to be here while we're here, right? So.
Absolutely. What's your hot take for the LCS?
After their performance yesterday, I think Disguise is a top 4 team.
Oh, okay, I like that. That's a good one. I appreciate that one. Thank you. Top 4! Top 4!
That is a hot take.
That is a hot take.
That's hot.
That's a hot
I
take.
don't want to touch that scalding hot take.
I did like what I saw though. We talked about on the dive, but even though they had to do this like emergency replacement, Keysno,
He's actually good.
I had seen good stuff from him in solo queue. So it's mostly from just watching challenger players streaming and then like getting him on their team and be like, whoa, who is this guy? But he definitely was impressive. And as a replacement, I think that was one of the best.
Let's see if this is realistic.
Okay.
Okay, top 4. So that means they need to be better than 4.
So is anyone agreeing with that take?
I'm not agreeing with that take. So
hold on.
But I like it.
Better than Sentinels, better than Dig. We'll give them that for now. We haven't seen Dig. They now need to be better than 2 more teams.
That's a gimme though. You didn't.
Well, just like if we're doing a theoretical, like who else are they over top of?
Yeah.
You got to pick. Are they better than Shopify?
They could be, but I'm obviously that's why I'm not agreeing with. But they could be. You add that to the list.
I think that you would have to put like Shopify and Lyon down. Sentinels.
Lyon. Well, Sentinels already because they've beaten them, so it's already 2. You need 2 more other than those 2 teams.
I guess you have to say Lyon, and you have to say they're going to mental boom or something.
Yeah, you have to.
And then FlyQuest rookies would have to not work or something.
So like I don't agree with it, but a lot of it is based off the. Of course, you talked about Keysno, but Sajed looked insane. Call Me had like an insane series. So like those are what you're basing it off of, obviously.
What other hot takes you got?
Another one, Raz.
Let's go for it. Who am I speaking with?
AJ Blast.
All right, AJ Blast, what's your hot take in the LCS, be it players, teams, or games?
Top lane Quest is overrated because a level 20 Cassante or a level 20 Ornn is still just as killable as a level 18 one.
I love that take, actually. That's a good one. I appreciate that one. Thank you for the take.
So,
I saw Kobe's reaction immediately, by the way.
AJ's here all the time. I'm glad we got him.
He is good. There's 2 parts of this. Because I agree with part of it in that it's overrated, but not for the reason that he said. Because level 20 does make a big difference between level 20 and level 18. But I do agree that it is overrated because a lot of people's experience, including mine, majority is from solo queue.
Yeah.
And solo queue, you really can just get out of control and win the game. But from all the pro region with LCK and LEC games with a lot more, it looks very, very similar as far as how games are playing out. And it's not top laners like massively, 1v9ing and stuff. So I do think it's overrated from solo queue perspective
None of these
when
pro
you transfer
teams,
it to pro.
None of these pro teams are going top. Like you can literally just
you go bottom.
The tanks go farm, stacking dragons. That's all it's about.
Dragons are still bottom.
Yeah.
Exactly. And honestly, the min laners in pro play have had a very, very big impact. I think underrated quest, maybe to go with the overrated quest, mid lane quest. The boot upgrades, a lot of people weren't very impressed by them, but it's kind of good, especially if you can like time your empowered recall. It's like if you get it at a good time, then that can have a big impact.
Another underrated one, because at first it was overrated, because we were talking about at first when people discussed the overall quest was 80 carry. Everyone's like 80 carries like ridiculous, it's broken now because of the changes, and then they overcorrected, being like, actually, I still have no agency in the game. It's one of the worst like quests or roles still. But then we just see in LCK or like an LEC, some of the games will go really long, and the 80 carries just look like demons.
I blame cashback.
Yeah,
cashback is broken.
Because you're getting your like 6-7 items still really early in the game, like 30-something minutes. So that one, I think I'm going straight back to it being busted.
Kind of a roller coaster on that one?
Yeah, a little bit of a roller coaster. We looped right back around being broken.
All right, what else? What else you got?
What's up? Who am I speaking with today?
Church, mid-jungle synergy.
Perfect. And what's your takes for the LCS?
I think Sentinels roster booms before Lyon.
Oh, I like that one. Thank you. I appreciate that one.
She said Sentinel roster booms before Lyon.
Boom! See, that's a crazy take.
She's right.
Love that.
It happened already.
That did not mental boom. Okay.
Game
in defense of Golden Glue, all right, we made a big deal about DSG not having their full roster, but Sentinels didn't have that much time to practice. They barely got their team in here in time. So, like, it's one game. Church.
What was that one game too?
Well, actually, it's 3 games. They won the first.
That's true. They won.
And then they lost the next 2.
I like how you're like, we made a big deal of them not having the full roster, but then these other guys didn't have as much time to practice.
It's about the quality
I'm
of
just
the
saying,
boom.
like, the difference is not as big as, like, you would think.
The quality of the boom. If your first series you're losing to DSG, that's a big boom.
That's
I think
bad.
Jat made a presentation promoting Sentinels on day number 1.
Yeah, well, like, they gave me a jersey.
Yeah. Interesting here.
Darkman's
Little
jersey.
Sentinels defense going on. Huh?
Raz was part of the team, if you watched his segment. He was using,
hold on.
He was using, like, re-language.
A little bit. But hey, relax on that one. I'm
Okay.
interested in the next take.
Yeah, do we have another question?
Yes. What's up, brother? Who am I speaking with?
Sal.
All right, Sal, what's your take for the LCS?
Cloud9's going to win an international title this year because of I Will Dominate.
Oh my, we got a believer. We have a believer. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
There it is!
I'm on board. We're number 1, baby. We're number 1.
Let's go!
We're number 1.
Yes.
It's not even a hot take. That's just
That's a real
correct.
take.
Yeah.
That's a real take.
Let's
I don't
go.
think
All
I
right,
Will Dominate ever made it to international as a player.
Your World Season 2.
Undefeated.
World
Oh, he
Season 2
did.
Worlds. Yeah.
World Season 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that count? I wanted to say he's undefeated.
I'm gonna say it did count because I count like our qualifications way back in the day.
That's crazy.
I won an international.
Yeah. Speaking of which, a team that struggled at international last year was FlyQuest. And Captain Flowers.
All right, now we're talking about takes. We're talking about. I know. I'm sorry. I don't. This is not normally an area where I show up on the show, but I felt like I had to get this off my chest. Before we get any further into 2026, we got to talk about an elephant in the room from 2025 because y'all were here, sitting in these same chairs, these same couches, watching the same League of Legends that I was last year. And as a North American fan, throughout 2025, I was excited for FlyQuest. I was excited for a team that went to Game 5 against Gen G at Worlds 24, and they gave us the hope that they could do it. Then at MSI in 25, they do the same damn thing against BLG, and they're giving us the hope. They're so close. They're within striking distance. They can do this. It gave so many North American fans so much hope.
Preach!
And then we get to Worlds, and I don't know what I saw at Worlds. But it wasn't the team that gave me that hope, that gave me that excitement, that gave me that reason to say, hell yes, I'm cheering for North America on the international stage.
No.
And I don't want this to come across as me kicking FlyQuest when they're down, and I don't want FlyQuest to kick themselves when they're down. I want them to be the team that I had that faith in, that I had that true deep down excitement for as a North American fan. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
And I want FlyQuest to see that, to feel that. I know they feel that own disappointment already, and I want them to use it as a catalyst and be better. This team showed us that they were on the cusp of excellence, only to fall short at the finish line. FlyQuest, y'all are rebuilding now, and I want to see a house that was built with straw and twigs be reforged in stone. Plant your flag and do it well.
Hell yeah! I feel inspired.
Wow.
Well, Inspired left the team.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, a lot of them left. Busio actually went across the ocean.
I mean, I'm
he's
glad
outta
Flowers
here.
did that because, like, another thing that he talked about before he did this as well is that they didn't just try and run it back, and then they didn't just try and rebuild with a bunch of big name imports. Like, they're trying to start from scratch and build from there. So this is what they were, right? This was Inspired, Bwipo. They're both off the team. Busio went over to Europe, and they've kept Masu and Quad and rebuilt it. We do want also to do a poll about who do the fans think were the biggest reasons FlyQuest succeeded in 2025. So type the player names. We're going to come back to that because we can do a bit of a check-in on like where they've gone. Busio over in K-Corp actually probably just finished his game.
Yeah, probably.
Right now, actually, might have beaten G2. Common for him to do as well.
Of course.
Yeah, I was able to do it a lot of times.
Yep.
And then Inspired, we're going to see later today. But I'm interested in tracking what these players do throughout the year because I do feel like the fan perception was definitely, okay, Inspired totally ran the show. Busio, we were saying might have been the best player on the team in Split 3. I think Whipple ended up being a little bit underrated for some reasons.
Yeah.
But then also was a huge reason they lost some of their games. And then Quad and Masu, I think for a lot of people, were just there. So what's going to happen now that they are actually the focal points of the team? I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, as you say, like the overwhelming sentiment was that Masu and Quad were not the biggest contributors at the end.
Yeah.
I think Masu's hype was really in the first year that FlyQuest team was doing a lot of stuff. And so for this year, I want to see him really be able to reprove and regain that stardom. What are we looking at here? 45% inspired. That's not crazy. This is exactly what I expected. Why are you guys freaking out?
I'm crazy. I'm
Lucio and Inspired. We were telling the stories the whole year. Those are the two best players. Why?
That's 1.7. Bring that 1.7 up.
I just feel like this is uncalled for Quad and Masu, man. They do the most damage. They're the carries.
Yes.
I think this checks out.
Okay, thank you, guys.
But still, I'm glad we're doing this poll because this gives a good proof of the snapshot of a lot of people think Quad and Masu was just there.
Yeah. And so this year, if this year is like you said on day number 1 was time for the revenge for a lot of, you said rejects, but nah, maybe we'll use a lighter term.
Yeah.
we'll workshop
the underappreciated ones.
Exactly, there we go. Revenge for the underappreciated ones. If that theme continues, it's perfect here for Masu and Quad to really come into their own and prove that they can be the big carries because the rest of the new team here are so young. Griffin and Crouchen especially. Yes. Gakkos also still really, really insanely young. Now he doesn't have to be behind Whippo. He's got starting space. So I think this is a really cool look for FlyQuest. And I do like, as you said, the rebuild going for, all right, it's going to be a lot of young players. Yeah, we're going to need some time. But they do have very high hopes eventually.
Yeah, Raz cooked the books a bit, got Masu up to 7%.
Thank God.
Good job there.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But let's talk about the new players on this team, because you already mentioned the young players. They are actually so young. They're the youngest LCS team ever, which is crazy with the average age of the league actually increasing basically every single year. But Gakkos 18, Griffin 19. I think Cryogen 19 is listed as well, but Griffin is actually, as a 19-year-old, middle of the pack in age on this team, which is insane to think. They're very young, and the question a lot of people have is how long will this team take to build? They brought in ThinkCard, who's worked with a lot of young players before. I think has a really good understanding of the game and is good at teaching macro, which I think is a great coaching choice for such a young team. But how long until they reach their potential?
Yeah, it's great because talking about the two players that's remained between Quad and Masu, like these are going to be new roles for them. Because a lot of people, when you think about veteran rosters or veteran players, you think about like, well, you're carrying on lessons from previous teams or previous experience, and they're going to have to come in with the previous experience of last year. A lot of concepts were taught to them, a lot of like ideas of how you should play the game is there, and now Masu's going to be playing alongside Cryogen that didn't have that. So like a lot of that is going to be needing to be happening from Masu and Quad in game. So like, these are new roles and responsibilities, and talking about like the younger players and bringing on ThinkCard, even hearing that like, oh, when they come into initial meeting before scrims, like the players have to come in with like a concept or like a VOD from just to keep them bought in on concepts and learning. So completely new direction for the team, and I love it.
Yeah, and to answer the question of how long, Griffin did an interview with Mahir, and he said they're going to qualify for Worlds this year. He said he liked that they don't have high expectations this split, but by split number 3, they're going to be top 3.
Griffin is confident. We spent a lot of time on FlyQuest. They're playing against Shopify today. We need to do predictions. Raz, I know you have thoughts.
I do have thoughts. I think this team, for a lot of people, there's going to be a little bit of doubt when it comes to Shopify because they got top 3 last year, and people are like, well, Team Liquid and like C9 just blew up
Team
internally.
Liquid choked.
Yes, and then like of course like
C9.
the drama within.
And they couldn't even beat Brazil.
Exactly. There's a lot of question marks there, but this team, not only do you have in my mind, a top 2 top laner in Fudge, like
top 2.
Top 2. And he's number 2. Thanatos, of course, he's number 2. I just think that with the top lane pool being is what it is right now, and Whippo being as strong as he is, but not being in the league at the moment, like Fudge showed the level of consistency last year, and he's now you're carrying on the same coaching staff, same team, with an upgrade in Zinni. And Zinni is a player that if you watch him play, his mechanics are incredibly strong, and the pool that he plays is massive. Like willing to pick stuff like Vel'Koz, and you can see what he was able to accomplish in LCKCL. well. 3-time champion, 2-time MVP. Like, in general, he is someone that deserves the hype that he has.
Okay.
And so I wonder how he's going to be able to perform, because I know that Contracts is someone that loves to play around his lanes, and specifically the mid lane, and you have someone as talented as him.
I also am predicting Shopify, but I'm very, very tempered in my expectations for this team. I think especially at the beginning here, because I talked to a lot of the players.
Okay.
And I was trying to go off this Zinni hype too. Chronicler told me Zinni is going to run our whole league. He's going to smurf on our league. And I was like, well, calm down there, buddy. Our league's not that easy to smurf.
We've got world champions come over, not smurf our league.
I talked to some of the players, and Contracts was like, yeah, all right, calm down. Zinni is good, but he's still young. And so to me, I got the vibes of like maybe they're gonna need some extra time, and maybe some of the practice early on was a little bit bumpy for this team. But I do think that this team should have very lofty expectations because they did deserve third place. I think they earned that rightfully. And as you say, Bwipo's no longer in the league, but Morgan has joined. So some people think, all right, that's going to make this top lane, tier list here with Fudge. Maybe Morgan should be better. But honestly, I think Shopify have a really strong chance. Fudge, if he can continue with his improvements, I'm going to go Shopify.
Sure. You're kind of on the fence, though.
So
maybe I can change your mind with some stats. I need everybody up here.
Okay.
This is the quiz. It's quiz time. How much attention were you paying last year?
Is it a game?
These are the 4 teams to play today. You need to match their 2025 records with logo to team. So draw
all the entire year?
These 4. It's not that hard.
Okay.
Which
The lowest
team had
one.
what
Dig has got to be the weakest.
Yeah, the lowest one. So I'm going
what
for
is it?
10 and 29.
Well, so draw the lines. So you're.
Okay. Oh my God, I can do
this?
this. All right. Yes. I think.
Okay, you don't need to draw it again. Draw the other 3 lines.
Just wanted to do it with the stick. Just wanted to do it with the stick.
FlyQuest is definitely this one. FlyQuest won all their games.
They did.
Shopify did not actually win that many. Maybe this is Shopify. I think it might be a bait. It's a jab bait. Maybe it's like this. I think.
Okay, let's see. Is that correct?
Okay, no, it's not. You were right, except Shopify was this and Lyon was this. So Shopify was 26 and 37, and you're telling me that was the 3rd best team in the league.
Yeah.
Interesting take.
Because they're clutch.
Let's get to the next one.
It matters who the opponent is.
They had easy opponents too. Okay,
clutch.
2025 All-Pros. Players can go to more than one line.
Oh my God.
You need to tell me who was first team All-Pro and who was third team All-Pro. These are all Shopify and FlyQuest
first
players.
team All-Pro goes to Inspired easily.
So remember, we gave it away in split 2 and 3. So, for instance, Inspired could be twice.
I'm just going twice, brother.
Okay, that's correct. Keep going.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Me? Well, can't get that over here.
There's 5 first-team All-Pros here. We got to give out some.
Oh, true.
Who else was first? Was Quad?
Quad has to be first-team All-Pro.
It was Masu.
I think Quad.
Okay.
Okay, that line is correct.
Okay. You know what? Let's give it to Masu too.
That line is also correct.
Nice. Okay.
All right, keep going. We got a second team and a first team.
Second team, Jung. Oh, that's maybe not.
That's incorrect.
I didn't finish it.
Contracts, I think, got 1 second.
That's incorrect.
What? Okay, we gotta keep going.
Yeah,
Contracts gets third.
That is correct.
Nice.
All right, we got it.
B-Boy gets third.
That is correct.
Nice.
Is Fudge the second then?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay, Fudge is third.
That is correct.
Nice. And second goes Masu.
Quad, but you're close. And then Masu got the second All-Pro first team.
Okay.
So the point I'm trying to make here that you geniusly illustrated for me is that FlyQuest with Masu and Quad got first team, second team. The players on Shopify got third team, no second team or first teams. Yet you're saying Shopify is better. Very interesting take. Let's get to the next. Just based on All-Pro, who's got more?
That FlyQuest team changed a little bit.
Name these 2 players. These are their 2025 Tier 1 stats. Hint,
I've seen this
today.
One. That looks like Zinni's pose.
Interesting. Who's this player on the other side that it was 53 wins and 13 losses last year?
That looks like Quad's pose.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So in this, we can reveal, I feel like in today's Jat stats,
It's the mid lane matchup for sure.
You've proven to me that last year FlyQuest was better, they had more All-Pros, and they had amazing stats on their first team mid laner.
Their team changed a lot, Jack.
I would like to think that FlyQuest will probably win.
Yeah, what's Quad's?
Zinni's not exactly a sure thing.
What's Quad's LCKCL stats, huh? Put that up there.
Probably pretty good.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay.
Probably.
Thank you for that. So anyway, I'm a FlyQuest supporter. I'm a FlyQuest believer. I have them third in my power rankings. I know that's a little early, but when I look at the team, I just feel like my big point here is that Quad and Masu are slept on, man. I think they're super underrated, and then I trust their ability to develop rookies quickly.
You believe in FlyQuest more
Right now.
than the FlyQuest players believe in themselves right now.
Disagree.
No,
Griffin told me they're good.
Everyone else said not.
Masu said on the Draw Show, we don't think we're better than Shopify.
He's keeping expectations low. Griffin told me the opposite thing.
When they drew this matchup, he said, I don't think we're better.
You know what? I'm going to keep the expectations high for the LCS. Woohoo! Whoa! Start the show!
For the FlyQuest, I was really happy to be able to win the first title for them.
Team Liquid with all 5 members alive.
It was a bit crazy.
He's got to try to end it. The Team Liquid Nexus is going to be killed by Super Minions. He's done.
Winning every title is a big step, and my career still has a lot to come. Since the beginning, I knew that eventually I can become the GOAT of the league.
Here comes your janitor, baby. Double lift turns around the fight.
I first started out watching LCS when I was really young, and my favorite players were Bjergsen and Doublelift. Playing in the LCS always didn't feel like real because it's like kind of like dreaming up to be like an astronaut. But when I went to the Chicago finals when I was 15, it was definitely an inspiring moment.
Cloud9, the most dominant team in the LCS.
I remember when finals ended, Blabber won the Player of the Series and the crowd started chanting for him. And I remember he was like just super emotional. And it just gives you motivation to see yourselves in those shoes one day.
For the majority of the LCS, it was Dynasty dominated. TSM, C9, CLG won twice, and then TL. I would say there's been 3 great C9 eras. The OG C9 roster, the rosters with Jensen, Sneaky, third with me and Sven in the 4 years that we won. Sure, that old Dynasty has passed, but I don't think that means we can't start a new Dynasty. And yeah, I'm looking forward to proving it.
Coming to LCS from Korea, I was inspired by Korean Impact. They set standards really high for Korean import.
Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS.
I was hoping that I can be like them. I'm following their steps.
This upcoming split, any of the teams can win. There's a lot of good players spread across different teams. And new players, it injects a lot of uncertainty.
Playing in the LCS, this is like my childhood dream. But naturally as humans, we always want more. Once we reach a new peak, we want to go even higher. I think I am in that next generation of players because, hey, y'all know these old folks about to retire.
Welcome back to the opening weekend of LCS 2026, presented by MasterCard. Today, we see our remaining 4 teams take to the stage for the first time in the new season. Later on in the afternoon, Lyon's new roster debuts with some familiar faces, including last year's MVP, as Dignitas are challenged to rise to the occasion with a new roster of their own. But first, last year's #1 team FlyQuest has rebuilt for 2026, while Shopify has made only a single change. Both teams are ready, so let's waste no more time. First up, please welcome the youngest roster in the LCS. It's FlyQuest, with Gakos in the top lane, Griffin in the jungle, Quad at mid, bot lane Masu, and support Cryogen.
And debuting their new mid laner today on the opposite side of the rift, it's Shopify Rebellion. With Fudge in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, Zini at mid, B-Boy AD carry, and support Seos. One more time for Shopify Rebellion and their opponents FlyQuest as we get ready to hop into our first best of 3 here today. The players will take their seats, adjust their settings for the final touches. And before we get into Champ Select, we've got to do our introductions here. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Emily Rand and Azael here for today's TriCast. Yesterday, I think we got a pretty good day one. I'm excited to see what we get here on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, these are some of the most exciting rosters for me coming into 2026. So many new players, so many young players as well, that I just can't wait to find out how they're gonna perform at the Tier 1 level.
Yeah.
And before we get into Champion Select, we're going to quickly hear from some of those players on stage right now.
Thanks, Flowers. I'm here with Griffin, LCS debut. How's the adrenaline feeling before this first game?
Oh, yeah. Wait, can I hold the thingy? Sure. Okay. Yeah, so I'm feeling good. I think everyone's pretty excited. Appreciate everyone for watching. I think this is going to be like a pretty big moment for everyone on the team. Obviously, this is my first time playing on stage in the LCS, even though I played on TV LOL before. But we obviously have people like Cryojin that's playing for the first time. So I appreciate everyone watching. It's a big moment for all of us. Thank you.
Hell yeah, let's leave it at that. Good luck in the game today, Griffin. We're going to send it to the other side with Kobe and Fudge.
Yo, you want the mic too? Griffin is high throw here.
For me, I'm just going to play my own game. We're staying calm and we're ready to win.
All right. We're focused. At the end of last year, I did an interview with Dignitas, and he said, you were the top 3 top laner, only behind him and Bwipo, and Bwipo has left the league. So are you going for the number 1 spot, or are you going to be number 2 top?
I'm definitely going to be number 1 this year, that's for sure.
I like that. You also have Zini on your team now. How's it been playing with him? Super hype prospect coming in.
I mean, Zini is obviously going to be the best mid lane in the league, without a doubt. So he's definitely hyped to play, and I think he's very, he's the best, really.
So you have the best mid laner and the best top laner here.
Jungle and the best bot lane.
Okay, let's go. Let's get these games started then.
All right, both teams are sounding confident.
Sounds like an easy win.
Yeah.
You got the best top laner, best mid laner, best jungler, best bot lane.
I do want to ask, like, what person would say, like, no, I'm not going to try to be the best?
No, I'm comfortable with number 2.
Like,
I was thinking I was shooting for number 7, like
yeah.
just good enough to get my spot back next year, you know.
If I'm not 8, I'm great. Like, that's probably not the championship mentality, but clearly Fudge has confidence in Shopify. Obviously, the roster only having that one change there in the mid lane compared to 2025.
I do too, actually. I do miss the throws out of con.
Yeah,
It was a fun time.
It was. Fudge, though, definitely, I think, deserving of that confidence. I think he was great last year for Shopify. But I got to love the vibes from Griffin, man. This guy is so fun to hear talk. If you haven't watched Pro's episode with him, it was fantastic. And him and Fudge were actually bantering nonstop when I was in the makeup room earlier. They were just talking back and forth, and Griffin's just saying, oh, you guys have to ban 3 jungle champs against me to even stand a chance, bro. and Fudge is like, well, what about your Skarner? He's like, yeah, well, I invented the grass Skarner too. Like, it's just so funny hearing him banter back and forth. So we'll see if any jungle champs do get banned against him.
Well, he's also really fun to listen talk, but he popped off in CBLOL, right? Like, he was the main carry for his team. And this is interesting. FlyQuest have selected 2nd pick while Shopify have selected red side.
Oh.
That's the first time we've seen this happen in the LCS. Usually it's 1st pick, other team selects blue side.
Yep.
Okay, well, let's see how it shakes out then as Rumble, Ambessa, and Cassiopeia banned out by Shopify Rebellion. FlyQuest removing the Poppy and the Jace with 1 ban left to go.
Yeah, so Ambessa jungle is something that Griffin does actually play, so maybe he got 1 ban, you know, could be a ban against him. Of course, Quad always known for the Cassio, and Cassio is actually quite strong now in this season, so I do think that's going to be a mainstay on the bans against FlyQuest.
You mentioned the Ambessa jungle. Jace jungle was also super popular on ladder here for the first week of the new season. Pretty much every jungler playing those. Jarvan, a more traditional pick that has been very, very popular in the jungle as well. As Varus is locked in for Shopify, it is a flex between AD
AD carry in top lane, and Wukong will be the first pick here for Fly.
Yeah, and it's no surprise to see the Varus locked in immediately. Been a really high priority pick, really dramatic win rate outside of, I believe, the LCK right now in terms of just winning globally across the world. We have the Malphite locked in.
Malphite jungle or Malphite top? I'm assuming it's jungle.
I think it's going to be Malphite jungle. Contracts was one of
Silas
these junglers.
is up.
Yeah.
Silas is up. I feel like I don't even care if you don't know how to play Silas. You just press Silas.
Slam it. Also, I feel like Griffin is the type of jungler to have practiced jungle Silas.
Well, and then you have to put Wukong top or something, though, right? So we would have to see some more like atypical lanes. So I guess they're saying like you won't just slam Silas because you don't want to like blind Silas top, and we're not willing to play Wukong top and Silas jungle. But I am a little bit surprised because that is always seen as like if you're gonna play Malphite, you have to pay the tax of the Silas. Statistically, I remember I was talking to Freak, and that's supposed to be like the sharpest counter, so to speak, in the entire game of any combination of champions. So they are not going to go for it, though. Instead, it is going to be the Jhin, who is the other side of that, who's generally considered to be countered by the Malphite. So we'll see how that works out for Masu.
Yep, and the Azir kind of standard, fits into any composition, super high prio mid. Also something that Ginny has had insane highlights on during his KT Challengers career. I personally, as someone who watched him in Challengers, I'm super excited for his debut here in the LCS, and he is incredibly comfortable on this pick, like most LCK mid laners.
I mean, he is just such a talented player. This is a guy who I think we would have seen in the LCK probably a while ago if he wasn't behind BDD, one of the very best, most experienced mid laners in the entire world. But this is a guy who had LCK offers, and I know, talking to DeMonte, he was saying he was surprised that he wasn't just going to join an LCK team because he got multiple LCK offers and decided to come, join Shopify, was really excited for the prospect of playing with this team. And he is really, I think, a player with incredibly high expectations. This is someone who was looked at as a potential top LCK mid laner prospect-wise. So for him to be coming here, starting his career in tier 1 in the LCS, I think is really, really exciting. This guy could be something special.
All right, we've got the second half of the bans completed now with Nautilus and Scion banned by FlyQuest. Shopify Rebellion removing Rakan and Gwen from the pool of available choices as FlyQuest's fourth pick now. They're thinking about a couple of different things, but it will be Karma to pair with the Jhin.
Yeah, we have a nice Enchanter support to be supporting that Jhin. We'll see what Shopify want to respond to here.
I feel like we need some sort of hard engage though from FlyQuest side. Like, yes, you have the Wukong who can go in, but it doesn't feel like it is, the first thing you want. Generally, Wukong functions better as follow-up, and if you're going to go in Enchanter support, that is something that you are paying. Of course, we are expecting to be Malphite jungle. It's going to be Malphite jungle because we have that Renekton coming through, and Seo's just going to slam down the Bard.
Okay.
So Bard, Malphite, those are kind of like the primary engages. Obviously, you have the Varus as a follow-up. You have potential Azir shuffles, lots of ways to engage. It is going to be Cassante for Gakko. So the go button really just is kind of the Wukong Orianna combo, and that is just about it. Whereas on the other side, there's so many ways to start up the fights, and there's really vulnerable carries in both the Jhin and the Orianna. So I kind of like what Shopify has drafted out here in this first game.
Yeah, when I'm looking at how these compositions each kind of play out, the space and setup that's required of FlyQuest, in my opinion, is a little bit more difficult. They obviously do have champions with pick potential, like the Cassante, like the Wukong kind of jumping on top of you. But I really love what Shopify have brought to the table here. I'm especially excited to see contracts on this jungle Malphite.
Yeah, jungle Malphite's exciting. Having Zinni on like the staple mid laner for, as you mentioned earlier, Emily, pretty much any type of comp or situation in League of Legends is a great way to get a gauge on, how he's going to look here for his debut. Pretty much every aspect of the mid laner skill set can be applicable to Azir.
Absolutely. And Contrax is a guy who's been around for a long time competitive, 2017 coming in, Cloud9. This is his first ever Malphite jungle game of his career. And he is going to be playing PTA Malphite, so going to be exciting to see how he performs on it. Contract's always one of the players that is very quick to pick up new picks in the meta, which is something I've always enjoyed about him. Regardless of the style, if it's a tank, if it's a carry, if he thinks it's OP, he's going to play it, and he's going to play it well.
Yeah, as soon as I heard about some of these new jungle picks coming through and saw them in the LCK and LPL, I was like, Contracts is going to be all over this. He is exactly the type of jungler who wants to play out something like this.
It's interesting, too, because mostly we have been seeing Electrocute for the Malphite jungle, but he's going to go PTA. I am expecting it to just be, like Zeke's tank, that kind of more standard style. I'm not going to see, like, full AP or anything crazy. But the clear for Malphite is actually quite good now. You really can power through the jungle pretty quickly. Of course, your ganks are not really anything until you're 6. This is like kind of the Nocturne territory.
You can throw
or
a shard at them.
Maybe even worse than Nocturne.
You can just kind of waddle into lane,
You can waddle aggressively, yes.
I do want to bring up Zinni again, as you see on the side of your screen. He is one of the most hyped mid lane prospects coming out of the LCK. Everyone was kind of wondering where he would end up after KT Challengers, and I did really quickly pull what I think is one of his most famous play on this Azir that he's playing currently, but this was a huge turnaround fight against Damwon Kia Challengers, I believe they were called at that point, in 2024. And it's one of his most famous kind of Azir shuffle plays that completely turned the game around. I think he actually got the MVP for
Finals
this
MVP.
game as well.
Yep. I mean, this guy has been around for a while in Challengers and really looking incredibly strong. As B-Boy going to take a 4th shot to the face and is getting pretty low here. We've seen a lot of pretty dominant 2v2s. I will say it feels like more skewed than normal because last year, if you had a really bad 2v2 matchup in bot lane, you just
swap out
swapped.
of it.
Now you can't do that with RollQuest. You are very much locked in your position.
Justice.
Unless you are willing to get crazy and swap in champ select. Like, you can actually swap your role. People have been seeing experiment with that more, so I think that might end up coming to competitive later, where it's like, your Varus can just play as the top laner and you can swap things around, but that is a big commitment and you can't swap back and forth.
We did see a little bit of that too last year as well, especially with the Corki being sent top occasionally to farm up there. But yeah, this Jhin Karma bot lane really taking control of the wave in this 2v2, forcing out the back from B-Boy.
As TP at least, so we'll be able to come back, but is at least going to lose a couple of those minions. And not the best buy. It's just a tier with no pots or anything, so not ideal start here for B-Boy and Seos.
But this is kind of what I want to see from a team that drafts Karma support is lane dominance. If you're going to take this pick, I need to see the bottom lane in this type of shape, so that's going well for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I think something that's kind of really going to be interesting to see is how Masu and Quad kind of evolve into their new roles on the team, right? Because they were kind of known as more quiet players on this FlyQuest team last year. You had a team, with Inspired, with Whippo, with really opinionated players who were loud, who were going to be shot calling, who were going to be talking a lot about it. And, you'll talk to people, and they basically said that Masu and Busio didn't even talk when they played in-game because they were so on the same page that they could really just play with pings. When you're playing with someone who is brand new to the Tier 1 scene, like Cryogen. Cryogen just turned 18 recently. You have got to talk. You have got to tell him what you want from him, what you need from him. And it's going to be more of that leadership role now for Masu and Quad.
That is kind of crazy that he is half my age. That's
oh, no.
That is wild. But yeah, you got somebody new to the league. He's got to find his own identity in the way that he works with the team, the way that he can be his best support. And right now, in that bottom lane, there is the wave and change advantage for Masu over B-Boy in terms of the farm. Little tiny advantage there for Quad in mid lane as well. As you can see, supports making their way over. Zinni not going to be hit by that empowered inner flame as Cryogen just wards Seos away now.
I mean, it's just such a different year and such different expectations for FlyQuest now coming into this year. Last year, at the end of the Worlds, they were the longest standing Tier 1 roster in the world. 513 days together. The expectations was, you're going to dominate LCS. You're going to try to challenge the top teams internationally. That's what people were expecting from FlyQuest. Now it's like a total rebuild, right? You lost 3 of your players. You lost arguably the 2 best players in the West, period, with Inspired and Busio. And now you have 3 super young players. You have new coaches coming in. You have a complete overhaul, and everything is kind of now a restart. They firmly believe that they have the future of League of Legends here in North America on this team. They think they have some really talented young players, but you have got to develop those players and see how quickly they can do that.
Exactly. It's a long-term investment versus looking to just immediately be right back in contention for, we're going to guarantee that we're top 2. We're just going to get the most expensive guys, the most experienced guys we can.
And I think that's kind of what's exciting to me about this roster is that, yes, it is a long-term thing, but you can see the potential with these players. So if there is that that high roll and everyone kind of just works from the word go, they could be really good really fast.
Yeah, they're a really exciting young team. By contrast, I think it's really interesting to look at Shopify, right, who kept almost their entire roster. I was wondering if Fudge was going to go for it. He did not. But they kept their entire roster, right, except for mid lane. They did that mid lane swap, as we see.
Yep, Flash coming out immediately. The follow unstoppable force from Contracts, and it appears Griffin is caught in a place he cannot escape. It's first blood over to Shopify.
Contracts just had the earlier level 6 there. Griffin was not quite 6, and Contracts just flashes in on him to slow him. Griffin flashes out, but you still have the ult to follow after that. So well played there by Contracts. Gets that early kill, and it goes to Zinni.
Yeah, that's huge for Shopify, and also just, like you said, getting that level 6, really well done when you're looking at this Malphite kind of coming online exactly at level 6, immediately gets the return on that ult and level investment, and should give them a little bit more control down on this bot side as we might be preparing for Drake Peak.
One thing that I always look at whenever it's Azir versus one of these immobile standard type of mages like an Orianna or a Syndra is as soon as he hits level 6, I kind of just like seeing Azir go for the shuffle, blow the flash, especially if you have something like Malphite who's already used his ult. Blow the Orianna flash now. As soon as Malphite has his ult ready again, wham bam, it's a kill. I'll see if that's what Shopify want to go for here, as Zinni does still have that ultimate available, has his own flash. Quad still with the flash as well, as Contracts is back out on the map. Nice little deadly flourish there from Masu. Seos wants to get over to the magical journey, and indeed he and B-Boy can both take that one to get to safety. Only the 1 kill after 7 minutes. Really the goal difference is just the kill plus the assist money, so not a super active early game from either side just yet.
Yeah, and it makes sense given both of these compositions, especially given where their junglers want to be, right? Hitting level 6 and then kind of taking control of some of these early skirmishes. I do have to point out, Flowers, you know, lane swaps did have a little bit more action than the extended laning phase we're seeing now.
You know, my evenings are also much more eventful if I eat poisoned, rotten food, but I don't particularly think that makes them better.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you get in a car crash on the way home, it's pretty action-packed.
Yeah, but it's not exactly the best way to spend the
It's not my preferred method of driving.
I'm sorry, Emily,
for yourself, no.
I'm never crossing the line to your side on this issue. But Shopify Rebellion, happy with their nice little early lead here. Teleports, you can see, are ready to go for everybody on the map except for the top laners. Quad has his. You've got them ready and available, not just for Zinni and B-Boy, but also for Seos, who does have the Summoner Spellbook on the Bard. So I want to see if Shopify can really catch FlyQuest off guard with all these TPs. Griffin goes in for the Cyclone. Contracts tanks the front of it. There's your curtain call. 3 shots of Contracts. Zinni goes in for the shuffle, but he only finds the target there on a Griffin as the Wukong is about to die again. B-Boy takes the kill. Zinni staying alive. Quad at least finds it, but no, the kill credit goes over to Cryogen. It's a 2-for-1 favoring Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's good for Shopify at the end of the day here. Zinni tried to go for the big play with that flash shuffle, but couldn't catch him.
Yeah, B-Boy in danger now, down to 300 HP. You're going to see Seos down to 200 as well, but FlyQuest don't have the firepower to finish off those kills.
Yeah, but they will be able to get mid-prio off of this, which actually does work out well for them, as we see Gakkos and Fudge continuing to go at it. And now Contracts is... We don't have a Drake take yet, but he is going up and going to get at least one of these grubs.
Yep, is able to grab 1 grub. B-Boy walking away with 2 kills. It is always terrifying to see an accelerated poke Varus. The amount of damage this guy starts to do is just ridiculous. So are going to have to be pretty careful about that now.
Okay, let's see here. We do have the 1 grub taken by Contracts for the Shopify side. Now Griffin is up there dealing with the remaining 2 grubs. Azael, you, Kobe, and I had a conversation about this yesterday, about how grubs, the efficacy of that objective feels significantly less in 2026 than it did in 2025. So not going to be as happy about being able to take the majority of the grubs as you would have been in the previous year there for FlyQuest, but hey, 2-to-1 is still a thing. We've still got that first Drake on the board. Ocean Drake as the first one oftentimes gets prioritized a little bit earlier, but this time around, 10 minutes on the clock, still nobody there.
Yeah, and as we see Shopify kind of trying to move in after that skirmish, reestablish vision on this bot side and take advantage of the push that Varus did establish down there. Also, as you already pointed out, Azael, those long-range arrows are starting to hurt.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit difficult, but Masu and Cryogen have done a great job in the 2v2. So even with those 2 kills going over and the plate going over to B-Boy, the gold is pretty much dead even. Masu has his Ghost Blade done. They did create a pretty massive CS advantage, you know.
Almost 4 waves.
Yeah, exactly. A good 20 CS down there in the bot lane is quite nice. Top lane, even though, you know, we've seen some pretty heavy trading, it's basically dead even, and now Shopify, they have first move here. This is going to be completely uncontested. You can see Masu and Cryogen are just walking out of base. Griffin is still just farming. He does not have that completed item because with the Zeke's Rush, it's a lot faster completion than something like the Triforce on the other side, and he's got CDR boots as well.
And it looks like Shopify wants to make a move after Quad here. The exhaust is down into the Emperor's Divide. And when Contracts shows up, they've got more than enough damage. Contracts will take his first kill of the game as Shopify go up 4-1.
And I mean, it's fantastic for Contracts. Doesn't even have to spend the ulti as Fudge going to have to flash out of there.
Oh, okay. Zenny overstays his welcome, gets a little greedy there, and Griffin cashes in.
Triforce done.
Yeah. That's a really nice pickup for Griffin, kind of taking advantage of the fact that Zinni was overstaying. As we pointed out, though, yeah, Contracts looking completely comfortable on this Malphite. It is the exact type of champion that we already covered, that he loves to play, and we see him already being just really, really confident going for so many of these engages with his team.
And this item is just so good for Malphite jungle now in this new season. The ulti haste is so nice. You have an AoE burn and slow after you cast your ulti. So, you know, with this relatively cheap build here early on, it is just ready to go, and we'll see how Zinni died. Looks like he's just going to get caught by a flash ER, and that is just about that.
Yep, you're dead before the last tick of damage comes out from the Cyclone, so not really that great. Meanwhile, all out here on the top side, Fudge in some danger, and Griffin is going to pick up his second kill of the game. FlyQuest striking back. It was a rough start for Griffin, but he has made up for it a little bit now as B-Boy fires off another piercing arrow. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, it's Contracts. The torpedo finds the robot, and kaboom, another kill towards that jungle Malphite.
This is exactly what I want to see from both of these junglers, right? Really getting involved with their lanes as we see Griffin kind of showing up to try to stop this mid lane push.
This is getting spicy.
Yeah, Curtain Call has opened up. Third shot misses, fourth shot also just a little bit off the mark there. So B-Boy zinni some serious damage as Seos continues retreating back out of the Pixel Brush. Cryogen does throw the ward down, activates the Phalite.
Yeah, and Zinni is going to start becoming a huge problem on this Azir. We can see why they've poured so many resources. Contracts has kind of always been there, or Seos has been rotating up on the Bard. And he is in a really, really good spot heading into the mid game.
I kind of want to see that mid lane kill again, just to see, you know, was it a flash over the wall? Like, did he have no vision? Because I believe Quad had flash, so there was always that possibility of being able to react. But of course, if they come, you know, with a flash all out of fog, it is pretty tough to react to that. But that is something that is just so important against playing against Malphite, right? If you can flash that ulti, he doesn't necessarily have a way out, you know. And yes, this is a really powerful build, but it's not like you're some full pure tank where you're just invincible if you do avoid that engage.
So one thing that I'm noticing that's really demonstrating just the focus that Shopify have had on the mid lane, Contracts with multiple visits there. The one man on the map right now whose quest is not completed is Quad on the Orianna, and they're looking to keep him away from it for a little bit longer now too. Shopify setting up for what could be a dive, but FlyQuest knows Quad is the one with a target on his back so far in this first 14 minutes.
There he goes.
The plates are falling. That's the checkpoint. This is a regular thing in the game now. I've got to keep checking in at this point on the clock. And so far, it's been a good 14 minutes for Shopify.
Yeah, and you see kind of how they're really trying to take control of this bot side of the map. Both teams sending their ADs mid, try to get mid prio, the most important thing ever in the history of League of Legends. As we see Shopify maybe setting up for a dive again.
Okay, Cryo and Quad gonna look to see if they can try to stop this, but as soon as Contracts gets the chance, he's immediately full sending it here with the ultimate, gets shuffled back towards the team, and Zinni's taking his third kill of the game. The Azir gets fed, Orianna's dead. Shopify know the playbook.
Yeah, that was a great re-dive and setup. They had the wave, more money in the pocket of Zinni, and we'll see if Griffin wants to try to respond with a potential dive onto Fudge up here.
Okay, immediately Gatghost goes in, goes all out over the wall, brings Fudge away from the safety of the turret. Dominus or not, that
Nicely done.
is done for. The burst from FlyQuest is clean to get a 4th kill.
I mean, they made that dive look so easy. Gatghost sets it up perfectly, just pulls him fully away from that tower. They knock him down. Got to be a bit critical of Quad, though, on that bot side. That ult was a max-range Malphite ult, as Cryogen has a great sidestep on that Varus one. But Quad needed to flash that Malphite ult in bot lane. That was literally max range with flash up. You're a pro player on land. You have no ping. You got to flash that.
Maybe he thought they wouldn't have been able to kill him, but obviously was proved wrong after as a TP arrives for Shopify Rebellion. The Herald's going to lose some patience. Cryogen does get slowed down by the binding there, and Shopify are going to clear out the vision, maintain control of the Herald pit, and this objective is going their way, no contest.
Yeah, Shopify were just able to kind of muscle their way in as we see this that you called for.
Okay, so he had no vision. This was the earlier one, not the last kill. This was that previous one. So it's the observer showing us he was fully out of vision here, and it's basically just going to come as a total surprise. He's going to flash out ult. Pretty tough to react from when you don't have any idea that he is approaching. The bot lane one, I'm not going to give him the credit.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
The bottom one, he should have flashed for sure. I mean, he knew the Malphite was there, and it was a max range ult, so that's when you got to flash. If you don't, it's just so hard. He flashes then after being ulted and just gets swept in by the Azir, so then it's kind of insult to injury because you can't even avoid the next one. And with how much CDR the Malphite has, like, the ult is up a lot.
Yeah, it's like if you're not flashing the ulti, you shouldn't be flashing, right? Because at that point, the spell is just going to be wasted. But sometimes those are some of the small errors that can end up costing more as the game goes forward. Griffin stunned to the wall here as FlyQuest want to go after the Drake. Seo's caught out by the Deadly Flourish. He does open up a magical journey, takes that to safety over the wall. Contract's ready to contest here for the smite. Gets knocked up by the first cast of the Cyclone, and that's enough to force Shopify back. Now Fudge is looking for his opportunity to get some kind of a punish. Tempered Fate finds Griffin. Piercing arrow charged up over the wall, not going to find a target. Now Cryogen is that target as Contracts wants some more damage. Gets away with the magical journey. FlyQuest coming in here with the teleport. The Shockwave not finding the mark means Shopify is still alive for now. Seo's down to half HP. Curtain Call not hitting the targets on this one as the Herald is summoned up down here in the bottom lane, maybe for combat purposes. Gatghost coming in, root onto Fudge yet again, and FlyQuest gets the kill underneath the tower. Now the Herald is going to be an Uber back home to safety, but it looks like they're going to drive it through the ditch instead. It's all right. They're not in trouble. The tier 1 turret should just fall down here, though, and it's a very good sequence for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest managed to get that tier 1. I do want to point out, though, while that was happening, Zinni could not join because of TP, right? So he was able to push this in, get this turret up here in top, and mid tier 1 also went down during that entire sequence because it just took so long. Initially, I thought Shopify were just going to go for a soft contest and completely back off once they pulled FlyQuest away from that Drake pit, but
gotta say, Protoplasm Harness also pretty strong on the Malphite here. That was the second item completion, so did purchase that up. These cheap kind of supportive style items for the Malphite is one of the reasons that it is so strong right now. You have 2 support items essentially here, really fast completion times. He was on 2 full items there where it's like just Triforce in pieces for the other jungler.
Jungle Malphite shops the same brands that Jungle Ivern does, right? they don't care about names, they don't care about brands or clout. Zinni does not care about anything right now because he is dead for the next 40 seconds. Nice plays coming out there from FlyQuest, but now the attempted punish for Shopify. Piercing arrow gets the first kill. B-Boy's on a killing spree. Griffin in a little bit of danger as the Chains of Corruption over the wall don't find the target, but Fudge is in hot pursuit. The Croc gets fed, and Quad is out of mana, out of options, out of time as he runs towards the enemy turrets. A flash seismic shard from Contracts to guarantee there's no execution, and Shopify get the better of the trade. They're up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, FlyQuest thought they'd have an angle onto Zinni, get him out of the game, kill the raid boss's ear. Really, really nice collapse from Shopify coming in, and it's just going to give them so much more map control on this top side.
It's been a tough game for Quad, I'm not going to lie. 0-5 now at this point.
He has been targeted a lot.
Well, uh-oh, looks like the target is right now on the Malphite. Contracts.
That's a Jin,
getting
brother.
jumped on.
Don't get too excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not like this target is particularly threatening. Since he is 2-0 and 6, he's got his ult up in 3 seconds.
Look at how fast he's walking away.
He didn't even proc the safety belt.
He's chilling. He's fine. 2 minutes until our next dragon spawns, but with both teams only at a single Drake so far, I'm not feeling like the Drake win con is really the story of this game.
No.
We do still have that good gold lead for Shopify Rebellion. Over 2,500 now, as FlyQuest will be tasked with defending their own red side jungle. Shopify thinks they have enough of a lead to just force their way in here and try to steal away these minor objectives in the buffs.
Well, and they know that Gakkos can't join for a little bit because his TP is down, so we'll see how much pressure they actually want to give this turret.
He's going to lose his whole bot side jungle, and Griffin isn't even, cross-mapping to try to steal away camps or anything. They were kind of soft contesting this, but they didn't end up being able to walk in, so they kind of just watched them take both the Krugs and the red buff and push bot all at the same time. And FlyQuest really starting to fall behind more and more. It's nearly 3K now.
Okay, knock up there on Seos. He tries to get away, but the curtain call has opened. First 2 shots, find the support. Third hits Zinni. Fourth one saved for Seos, and the shutdown over to Masu. Fourth shot gets it done. Now Contracts on the run. Deadly Flourish will not hit him for that extra CC. Shopify continues their retreat. Defensive Malphite ulti to make sure he doesn't die there.
Yep, it's going to proc the harness as well. The biggest problem there for Shopify, honestly, was that Zinni was completely right? So, if you have that threat of the turn with the Malphite ult, you could have actually maybe looked for something, but Zinni whiffed on the ult, then was completely out of mana when he E'd back over the wall. So they couldn't really turn and fight at that point, which meant Contracts just has to run for the hills. This TP not going to find much of anything as Seos just spellbook TP down towards that bottom side. Well, seeing if there was an angle there, but Quad, of course, had the empowered recall available with the tier 3 boots.
And I feel like if you're FlyQuest, you want a fight that Gakkos is involved in. If you think there's a fight you need to take at all, he is the 1 point of strength for them on the map right now, up 600 gold individually. Does have his first 2 major items completed with Iceborne and Thornmail, so it's a ton of armor. Obviously, the MR is a bit of a vulnerability right now. You can see the cloak in inventory working towards a big MR item to be able to deal with the Azir DPS.
Got some shoes?
Yeah, all right, he's got some shoes, but, it's not like they're not name brand, right?
No.
We're all shopping at the Malphite store today. Shopify Rebellion, our first to the bottom side river, looking at this third Drake of the game. FlyQuest thinking about contesting for it, but remember, nobody's super stacked. FlyQuest still wants the challenge, and it's going to be stolen away by Griffin. The Wukong goes in to take the objective. Contracts bursted low, but he's not bursted down. Masu's in danger as Fudge slices and dices into the middle of the fight. Zinni wants to go in, and he finds the shuffle onto Cryogen. Everybody else barely manages to escape, but Quad gets the single auto attack to get Zinni back. He tries to flash to get away. A little bit more damage is not there from Shopify as Bevo fires a rain of arrows over the wall, but it cannot hit Quad. Masu's still on the run. It's 1 dead on the side of Shopify, 2 dead for Fly.
But they were able to steal away the dragon. That is so big. Griffin stealing the dragon makes that super worthwhile. A second dragon grab for them. Zinni goes in for the big play, but it was really fast flashes from FlyQuest to avoid that. Everyone was able to flash away except for Cryogen, and then as a result, Quad just turns and actually knocks down Zinni, able to get that kill, barely survives. As the Cassante comes in for the shield, he has that command protect as well. It's critical that he's able to live there. We didn't get a full view on this steal. Let's see, 1800, just Q smite, nicely done.
Yeah, and he pays for it with his life here. But like you said, I actually think FlyQuest, this is completely worth for them, especially since Quad is able to get this kill onto Zinni on the back half of this fight.
They got those young hands, the quick flashes coming out on the FlyQuest side.
That's true. The average age of this team is what, like 20 years old and change? Yep. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's
They're
like
so
2005. Yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very young team. They were already a young team. They were, one of the youngest teams international when we would go. But they got even younger. This was last year.
But it looks like Quad might not be getting much older on the Rift. Contracts are going to take him out before old age can strike, as Griffin's in the middle of everybody with a 3-man front. Contract's going to get hit there by the R2 as Zinni retreats. FlyQuest trying to find these kills, but they don't have the burst to get anybody here just yet. Gat goes into the back lines, and he's going to be taken low, taken down. Gat goes, gets the kill. Fudge is trying to create the same kind of space into the FlyQuest back lines. He stuns up Quad.
Oh,
wow. Attack, but he can't find it. The shield is real, and Quad stays alive.
That is massive for FlyQuest. They win out this fight 3-0. We'll see if they can try to push for a Baron. They really want to go for it here.
Yeah, piercing arrow coming out from B-Boy. Contracts has to be the one keeping anybody from FlyQuest away from this Varus. FlyQuest now still all 5 players alive, going after the Baron. It's 15 seconds until Zinni is back alive. 5 seconds on Seos. B-Boy and Contract stepping up. Cryogen going to be your target here at the start. Baron half HP. Now
3 seconds on Malphite ult.
Gat goes, he's low, Griffin low, in goes Contracts, tries to take him out, flashes into the back of the pit, wants to be able to fight for the smite. Oh! It's Griffin to guarantee it for FlyQuest, but now the rest of the fight has to be fought. Zinni going in for Quad, needs the damage, finds it, but he dies himself. Seos and B-Boy are chasing him down, they want to get as many of these kills as they can. Griffin's still waiting in the tri-brush, seeing if there's an opportunity to try to turn. Cryogen with a Montre Inner Flame, Masu down to 100 HP. He stays alive. B-Boy gets 1 kill. He's on a rampage. He gets a second there on Masu. Seos knows Griffin and Gatgos are the only 2 left alive here with the Baron. He tries to go in. Fudge pops Dominus. He wants to try to slice him and dice him with a call to Meek. He goes back in. Gatgos is kiting him. Fudge is chasing. Griffin and Gatgos juggling this Renekton around. But Fudge finally gets the kill. Now what about the last one? If they can get the kill on Griffin here, it's massive because that's the last Baron. But no, Griffin survives.
What a fight! Over by the Baron. That was insanity. Contracts, the split second his ulti came up, it was a couple seconds as he was going for that contest. The ulti comes up, he tries to kill off Griffin, but Griffin barely survives. We got to go back. So this is right as he ultied back in, right on cooldown. Can't finish Griffin. He flashes into the back of the pit, looks to finish this off. I saw about 70 health on the Baron from the smite from Contract. 78 when the smite comes in. He tried to time his smite with his W, but the W from the Malphite wasn't perfectly synced up. So it went off. The W was literally mid-clap when the smite came through from the Wukong, so not perfect timing there from Contracts, and Griffin back-to-back objectives are secured, and then this was just insane, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, look at all of the healing coming out of the heals and shields. How many times I thought that Shopify would be able to take advantage of these blinking health bars. Basil dying a little bit there.
I like how the completely different reactions from the coaching staff of the same team. Apollo looks devastated. Thinkard just looks happy.
Yeah, Apollo looks like one of those anime ghosts has like left his body. The fight before that, I do want to point out.
Wait, hold on. We don't have time for that right now. Immediately Griffin's going in and B-Boy's going down. Perfect engage there from FlyQuest, and they're looking to make it a 2-for-1 deal. Griffin on a killing spree as Contracts Malphite falls, and now with the Dragon begun, because of the fact that Griffin stole the last one, this is FlyQuest moving to Soul Point.
Yeah, this is huge. This is Soul Point for FlyQuest. I love what we've been seeing from Griffin in this game, even when it was Contracts really trying. Fudge is in trouble.
Yeah, hold on. What's going on here with the Crocodile?
He was in position for what he thought was going to be the Dragon fight.
Yeah.
But then his team got caught moving to the Dragon, and he was trying to recall. Gets, I think, found out on that recall, so gets spotted, ends up going down, and that is really costly. Now Zinni's in the wrong spot, too.
Yeah, Zinni got to be careful here. Has the Sun Disc to fall back to, but Quad is still looking to keep the play going because Griffin's also about to arrive. Defensive Emperor's Divide from Zinni keeps him alive. But honestly, this game at its peak was almost 3,000 gold advantage for Shopify. Now 2,000 advantage for FlyQuest. It's a 4.5K swing.
I mean, what a massive difference these couple objective secures have made for Griffin. Griffin is super fed now. Getting that last Dragon, securing the Baron over Contracts as well is huge for FlyQuest. They're in control.
Yeah, Masu just used the curtain call to poke Shopify down so the rest of the team could move up, take down this tier 1 turret, and guarantee more money in their pockets. Now nearly a 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. Less than 4 minutes on the clock until their Dragon Soul will spawn. Shopify went from driving the car to being stuffed into the trunk.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, we've talked about Griffin's objective control, right? The Drake steal, the Baron. However, look at this. He's participated in almost all of FlyQuest's kills, right? So he has just been absolutely involved with everything this team has been doing. I do want everyone to cast their mind way back to that topside fight before Baron that kind of set up the Baron take. because Gakkos was actually the hero of that fight, coming in with the teleport ward above where the fight was happening. So when Shopify were able to engage, he was able to come in completely onto the back line.
I mean, look at his journey. You know, hit Challenger at 13, hit rank 1 at 16. He was on T1 Challengers, which was very cool. Played in the CB LOL on Loud for a little bit, and now he is here in NA. This is a guy who, you know, some people have been hyping for quite a long time. I know LS has been a big fan of him and talking about him for many years. And so it is really cool to get to see him come out. And it was fun talking to ThinkHard about this team because I talked to every coach and I asked the coaches, you know, how would you like us to judge your team? Like, by what metric would you want us to judge success? And he was saying, we have to win team fights. If this team cannot win team fights, something is wrong. He's like, I got a bunch of teenagers on my team. If we can't win with our hands, we're not going to win. He's like, I can teach them everything else, but they have to have good hands. If I'm going to sign a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, you got to have good hands.
I think we've seen that today from a lot of these team fights, right? As we see the dance in mid lane begin.
Okay, so important to look at those side lanes. Quad does not have a teleport, so FlyQuest do not want this 4v4 to break out because Fudge will be the one that can then immediately skew the odds for Shopify. So FlyQuest are going to disengage from this. They have vision control here in the top side river because it's 30 seconds until the Baron shows up. Quad does have his Rabadon's Death Cap on top of the Ludens and the Shadow Flame. We talked about how the game was starting so rough for this Orianna. He was set so far behind. He is the only one without an individual gold lead right now, but 3 full item power spike is plenty.
And especially, this is not the defensive items. This is not like a Rowan, a Banshees, and a Zonias. This is the one-shot you with a combo.
Okay, Gakkos is going in. Pathmaker to lead the way, but he won't find anybody immediately. Now Fudge has also arrived here with a TP. FlyQuest moving up, looking to reassert themselves as dominant in this river area with the Baron on the map. Contracts and Zenny waiting. Contract with a 3-man knockup, but nobody else is there. Nobody else is in the same town. Nobody else is in the same damn zip code. Masu just shoots him down, and Shopify are not coordinated enough. Griffin spins in with the R1, and he knocks B-Boy up into the air. Masu shoots him back down into the ground. Cryogen kills Seos. It's 3 dead for free, favoring FlyQuest.
And that's going to be Baron as well. And Contracts just sees 3-man ulti and his eyes get big, but your Varus is not there, your Azir is not there. No one can follow up on the play. He goes in, and insult to injury flashes out as he dies as well. So they get the kills. They're going to get the Baron uncontested, and FlyQuest are just running away with it in this first game.
Yeah, and I love the way that they have approached setting up these fights. We talked about how this composition with the Jhin, with so many divers, kind of wants to create that space, right? And so they've been setting this up so well with their positioning from Gakkos, who did this earlier. This is where Contracts just, I understand why he sees the
Here's
angle.
Varus.
But yeah, your Azir is nowhere near you as well. The rest of the team was definitely not ready to follow up on this fight, which sets up beautifully for Jhin and Wukong to take over here.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough one.
Hold on, we're already back to live, my friends. Gakkos in the front line. Fudge wrapping around for the flank here with the Dominus. Tempered Fate lands onto Quad, but Contracts is already killed at the start of the fight. Yet again, Fudge only arrives in time to be isolated from the rest of his team. Griffin goes into the back line of Shopify. Immediately forced away by the Emperor's Divide. FlyQuest has low health bars, but Shopify have already lost a man. Dragon still live. Remember, it's Cloud Soul if FlyQuest claim it. B-Boy still have plenty of HP to work with. They need a lot of value here out of the piercing arrows. Curtain Call opens up. B-Boy tagged with 2 shots. Make it 3 and he's already dead. Who brings a bow to a gunfight? It's not a winning play. FlyQuest are gonna take the kills and the objective.
And Seos just bailed on B-Boy. The Secret Service just dove out of the way. The president got taken out as Masu takes down B-Boy with that final shot. And Ludwig and Moist Critical tuning in at an inopportune moment, I think.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from FlyQuest in this game. Even when Shopify got ahead, they kept fighting the entire time through the mid game, got Quad back into it, right? Griffin and Gakkos setting up so many of these picks. And I mean, this is a young team with hands, like you said. The hands are working.
The hands are definitely working. And Shopify, you know, started out really well, but has not been necessarily on the same page with a lot of these engages. And some of them have been very costly. It feels like Fly is making these individual good plays. They're kiting out. It feels like we're having so many fights where it's really close margins, very low health, but they're able to stay alive, to stay involved in these fights. And I feel like they're on the precipice of closing out this game. Cloud Soul with these kind of champions and these long extended fights with that much move speed, so tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Cloud Soul Wukong is just wild stuff. Every time he gets this buff, it feels like the champion has unlimited target access. As FlyQuest are looking to force their way into the enemy base now. It's bottom lane, the first target here at the tier 3 turret line. Masu finds a quick shot there into B-Boy. Takes off about a third of his HP. As this tier 3 turret really isn't looking particularly sturdy. Shopify continuing to scramble to try to defend as FlyQuest move up slowly but surely towards their first inhibitor. That one should die in no time at all. Deadly Flourish locks up Zenny back near his own Nexus turrets as the mid lane tier 3 is the next target for FlyQuest. Griffin and Quad working together on that one. They've got it down to only the final plate as they'll force their way into a second lane now, and that inhibitor will also have no serious defense. The top lane wave is in no condition for a full 3 inhib play, but I think FlyQuest are pretty happy with the state of things.
Yeah, I mean, no kidding. Masu is almost to a true 7 items now at this point. You talked about Wukong, but Jin with that much move speed too. When Masu is getting a crit, he's at 600 move speed.
Yeah, he's pretty fast.
And that's without popping the Ghost Blade. So it is kind of hard to find the engage. I mean, at that point, you have got 100 to 0 because if he gets one auto off, he's going to pop his Ghost Blade, just zoom away. You are not getting back to this guy.
Yeah, and we'll see what, if anything, Shopify can do here. As Griffin's still looking. And it's just kind of so terrifying, right? This Wukong flying towards you. You don't necessarily know where the rest of the team is as we push up through.
He's got Stormrazor now as well for the bonus move speed. He's about to hit Home Guard Rammus levels after a crit.
He's 100% crit super move speed Jin. He's going to be really fast.
Oh my God, man. Look at that guy. It's Usain Bolt on the Rift.
Yeah, just look at him move. He's got the anime shadow trail behind him.
All right, Renekton's just go catch that guy.
All right. Yeah, surely Slice and Dice is going to make sure that you're on top of this dude every time. And now you can see FlyQuest walking up the last remaining wave of non-supered minions as this tier 2 turret is dying. Okay, Jin just shot 40% of its HP off in one hit. Okay, FlyQuest are really hungry for this last inhibitor.
730 move speed without the Ghost Blade active when he rocks the Stormrazor.
Contracts goes in. He only finds the knockup onto Griffin, and that's not going to be a valuable enough target. Tempered Fate onto 2. Contracts, though, still isolated here on the front line. Finally dies. Quad taking a kill as Zinni goes next. Gakos will claim that kill himself as Fudge is juggled around. At least there's the 1 kill back onto Gakos for Shopify. They'll lose 2 for 1, but they do hold the tier 3 turret for now.
Yeah, they are alive for now. B-Boy surviving alongside Fudge. They do still have some power, and Fudge got a 1K shutdown there off of Gakos. If B-Boy can hit these arrows, it's great, but there's just so much move speed, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, look at Monster. He goes through. That's 2 auto attacks. 2 auto attacks onto B-Boy, takes that much HP. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit Seos. FlyQuest don't need anything more. They already got what they came for here. It's 2.5 minutes of double super minions in every single lane.
It must feel so good to be Mossy right now. Like,
these are the dream games.
Yeah, you're an AD carry player, right, Emily? This is just what dreams are made of.
Just like, this must feel amazing.
Oh, he sold his Stormrazor. No more zoom in.
Mercurial Scimitar instead.
Less
Who
fast.
needs that?
It's all right. He'll survive,
This one doesn't
sure.
make you go faster, though, so I'm not really approving of the purchase.
Well, he does have his escape mechanism now if he gets caught by a Chains of Corruption or a Ruthless Predator. But let's see. FlyQuest going after the Baron. This is kind of, I feel like, the last chance for Shopify to do anything here. It would have to be fully crazy with the steal. We'll see what Contracts has ready to go. Everybody on Shopify is in the area, but the Baron's already down to 3,000 HP. It's going to be claimed by Griffin before anything else even happens. Cryogen down to 20%, but it will not matter. They cannot kill him. Another kill on the Contracts. Fudge gets one back. Griffin knocks everybody up into the air, and Shopify has to scatter. Zinni wants the Emperor's Divide, but the only thing cut in half is Shopify's roster. Nobody's still standing. It's a 5 for 2, and FlyQuest will march it down mid.
What a fantastic opening match for this FlyQuest roster.
Nicely done from FlyQuest. A shaky start. They recovered it in the mid-game, and they sent it home late. They'll go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Nicely done. We'll see how Shopify can bounce back, as FlyQuest got to be feeling so confident after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really loved the way that they were able to coordinate, unlike what Shopify did. So now we will toss it to the Analyst Lounge to see what they have to say about it.
Banger game, Kobe.
Absolutely banger game. Also, pretty happy as a couple of junglers here watching this game with some jungle-focused action going on.
I mean, FlyQuest looking pretty calm. Masu ended this game super fed, but to me, Griffin is the player who kept them in it. But at the start, it was Contracts making all the plays. So we're going to do a little dueling jungle here.
We got some dueling jungles. My champion for this duel is going to be Contracts.
Yep.
You're going to take Griffin.
I'm Griffin.
Yeah, we know Griffin's going to win. But
show us battle number 1.
In the beginning, Contracts made a really smart jungle play. So all junglers on this current patch know second crab is everything. This is the biggest objective in the game, Jat. So Contracts, he does the correct thing. You call your support to get there for the second crab spawn. Second crab is so big because it gets you to level 6. And so Contracts, he flips this crab versus Griffin. He wins the smite fight, gets his level 6.
It's a disaster.
And this is just going to be huge. Everything goes great for them. Then they flash in. He follows the flash of Griffin. He immediately ults him. They win this fight, and they give the kill to the Azir Jat, the Zinni, and they start to win the game over the early crab that they fought. As we know, things change.
Let's go to my PC right now. The next crab that they decided to fight. Griffin, he's jumping the gun on Contracts here. Kind of uses everything to secure the crab. They end up narrowly losing this fight, trading 1-for-1 afterwards, but he's still trying to accelerate the action, Kobe, as you're going to get us to the next play.
All right, continuing with the early game. Jump over to my computer. We'll take a look at this dragon fight. This is where, once again, they focus on the objective. First, Shopify, they grab the dragon. Let me speed it up for you a little bit here. Bard play from Seos gets the swap over onto Quad. They sweep him back. Again, playing around this mid lane where they got their early kill. Contracts picks up that kill. Jat, take it away.
Yeah, back to me. Griffin was always there with the answer because Zinni sticks around for a little bit of plate gold. Griffin punishes it. So now, after a bad start, he's back on the board in terms of the gold in this game.
Okay, I'm going to answer your answer with another Malphite ultimate, Chat. Bring it back to me, my computer. We'll take a look at Contracts here. Malphite flash ultimate onto the Orianna, and he was ensuring that Quad was going to have a bad day, and the Azir was going to get more and more money.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little disoriented at this point because there's one more. I missed a play, so I'm going to cover one of your plays. If you come to my PC, Contracts then made a play on the bottom side, but Griffin was always there to answer with yet another play. So anytime Contracts would make a play, Griffin would be there to answer on the other side. Uses the time for Malphite being bought, gets another kill onto Fudge, and by the end of the game, he had almost like 90% kill participation, which I just loved the push and pull between these two junglers the entire time.
Yeah, the Malphite was looking really good early on in this game, but the Wukong looked way better as they went deeper, as they went further into it.
What do you think?
Even with the case being made and with Shopify losing, I think you win the Contracts debate. I'm going with Contracts. All I saw was Malphite ulting and killing Quad. I'll take it.
We didn't the game. We've tallied the votes. It is Griffin.
It is Griffin.
It is Griffin.
It is
Giving it to Griffin. It would have been either jungler that won because they were really driving the game in the early game. 90% kill participation and 800 DPM.
Ridiculous.
On the Wukong. I want to quickly look at the damage for the game, though, because I want to see how it ended up.
Oh, my God.
Here. This Masu little mosquito, that's a deadly mosquito by the end of the game.
Yeah, not so little.
That one has malaria.
Damage. That's insane. As good as Malphite was early, Kobe, he couldn't keep it up in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do damage. You could see towards the late game fights, Contracts is ulting people, and the team, if the team was not following up on this ult, there was actually 0 damage there. It had to be from the Azir, it had to be from the Varus, and I have to say, Griffin getting some critical objectives might win. So he lost the crab objective, but he got the Baron. He was getting all these dragons, and Masu made Jin look incredible.
On one side, you're right. You have to follow up on the Malphite damage. On the ulti, they definitely had issues following up with that one. That fight around the behind the Baron pit was really disastrous. On the other hand, FlyQuest is a vicious and team fight heavy roster. They are a scrappy team.
They're fearless. I actually feel like they flipped the game on like the first Cloud Drake that was up.
Yes.
Where if they lose that fight badly, like he won the smite, they lost 2 people running away. Like they were fearless in this first game.
Also, most teams, if they're like, okay, we should start Baron, we're like all basically half HP, low HP. There's a Malphite with ulti and a poke Varus. Do we do it?
By the way, that play at the Baron, why don't they combo the Malphite ultimate and a Varus arrow over the top and try and kill them?
Because they couldn't see. They didn't have vision.
The Wukong
You gotta try.
HP left.
You gotta try.
They didn't know. They didn't know. It's the young confidence. Game 2's up next. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay. Can't wait to hear this one. Connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
In turn. Kill him.
Oh, that's
I
perfect.
have shield. Nice. Kill.
Well, I mean, they
I
started
have mantra.
Azir, no flash.
Look at Azir. I'm playing out probably.
Yeah. Maybe in 5.
I have mantra in 2. I have a position here. Bar, there's no flash, okay? I flash in.
No flash.
Look, Varus one.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
We can fight this. Just front line. Do you have all? Or! Look out, Azir after. I have my kills. Azir, just hit front. Malphite no flash, okay?
Azir no Zanya, no E, okay? He's out of the fight. Slow down, hit front.
Malphite no flash.
Azir.
We're just hitting front line. We're just killing front. Bar no flash, okay? Bar no flash. Help Redacted no flash.
Yeah,
Redacted wants to kill you.
You're fine. Just keep running.
Can we play Baron? Play Baron. Let's play Baron.
Who brings a bow to a gunfight? It's not a winning play. FlyQuest are gonna take the kills and the objective.
We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. We put our lives on the front line. Battle to be king like a giant, like a titan. Ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Right eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah.
Yeah, the new players are very energetic, to put it bluntly. They speak very loudly, they speak a lot, and they just they're very they move quite a bit. So it's a nice refresher. They're very energetic, and it kind of is contagious. You just get more energy being around people like that. So it wasn't really hard to kind of integrate them into the team. It felt more like they were integrating us actually into like their world. So it's been fun so far.
It is hilarious to think of old man Masu being like, oh my god, these teenagers, they move around too much. How old is he? Isn't he like 22 or 23 or something?
Let's see. I don't know, man. 6'7". Anyway, welcome back to the LCS, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Emily and Azael for the second game here in this best of 3 between FlyQuest and
Brother
Shopify.
is 21, and he's the old man.
He's not even as old as I thought he was.
All right, well, game number 1, it was a little rough early on for Masu, Quad, and the youngsters, but they brought it back in the mid-game. Shopify had a strong start. They were up to almost a 3,000 gold lead, but then it just completely fell apart in the mid-game.
Yeah, and I mean, with this composition, you really need to be on the same page. We kind of identified how it is a little bit easier still, in my opinion, to execute as a whole. But it really seemed like when it got to some of these mid and late game team fights, they really just were not on the same page at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, one that sticks out like a sore thumb is that engage that Contracts had, that 3-man engage over by the Baron pit, where he ended up dying, where Varus is not there, Renekton is not there, you know, even Azir is kind of far away. In the last fight, you know, Contracts was Malphite ulting onto a Bard ulted target, you know, so the communication was definitely kind of lacking, I think, from Shopify. And I know, speaking to their coaches, that was a real focus for them coming into this year, is really making sure. They talked to me about wanting Contracts to always have a good idea of like how the fight was going to go before he took it, and trying to be less instinctual and more kind of like cerebral about it. So really kind of planning out how the fight should be fought, you know, where you're going to do it, that sort of thing. And you can see they are still working on that, because it definitely, I think, was a little bit rough in game 1.
Yeah, I think you could see some early shades of that. Like, I did think their early game was really good. I thought that was really well coordinated. When it got to the point in the game where sometimes you don't get the time to practice it in scrims, as it gets later, as you're looking at these mid-game and late-game objective contests, that's where it really seemed like communication started to break down on Shopify. By contrast, FlyQuest looked like they were on the same page completely going into those
They just had to integrate into their world.
Exactly.
Right. Once they all found themselves on the same plane of existence, they were ready to go and they were locked in. But now we're into a brand new game, into a brand new draft, and bans are done for the first half. It's Poppy, Jarvan, and Gangplank banned out by FlyQuest. Shopify removing Ambessa, Jace, and Rumble, as Fly will first pick Talia for the second game.
Yep, and it is going to be a selection of second pick again. So we haven't really been seeing that at all. So it is cool that they are prioritizing that counter pick, and really want to see what they are going to do with it. It is Ryze, Talia, 2 very popular champions these days. Mid lane, I think, is more important than ever in competitive play, and these are 2 champions that can move around the map really, really well and affect those side lanes.
Yeah, you and I were kind of talking about this, where it's like, oh, an extended laning phase, guess what position just got even more important, because early mid prio is so crucial for the reasons that you stated, right? Because junglers might be doing kind of this power farm to 6, these mid laners can hit 6 or even earlier roam to their side lanes. As we see, Corki, another really popular staple bot lane pick coming in for Shopify.
Might just be Yunara or Aphelios, that's what I would guess. You know, those are kind of the general answers we're seeing these days. But yeah, to continue on the mid lane point, it's like you have an extended laning phase. Your role quest gives you empowered recall and additional move speed with your free tier 3 boots. You know, it really does work super well and competitive. And you have, you know, the mid lane working well with the support, with the jungler, and then kind of trying to take their lead and push to the side lanes. That kind of seems to be the recipe for how League of Legends is played right now. And we'll see if anyone is going to buck the trend. I do feel like there should be a lot of room for, you know, second pick, I guess we'll call it like counter pick, whatever, you know, because that's obviously decoupled from blue side, red side now, so I have to kind of change my vernacular.
I like counter pick, that's good.
Counter pick, but in top lane, I think you should be able to play with combat sums sometimes. When people are blinding some of these champions that are able to be punished, I would like to see people try that more and try to play more of a split push style.
Well, we got Thresh here in this one, so some defensive capabilities for our Aphelios. Cryogen's going to be on protection duty for that immobile carry, while also looking to make some picks here with the death senses. We'll see if he can hit any mad Mad Life Classics. It might be 2026, but we still got to appreciate where we came from, right? As the Xin Zhao locked in for contracts here on Shopify, and I feel like we got a tale of two contracts last time, because in that first game, he had an amazing start, but then the coordination with the team as things went on, not where they would have liked to see it. So I want to see contracts have that first 15-minute performance the whole game through here in the second one.
Yeah, and I'm especially looking for coordination with Seos and whatever he decides to lock in. And then also with Zinni, right? Because Zinni, they did so heavily prioritize getting his Azir ahead into a good spot. And then were really unable to take advantage of that, even when they were doing a good job sending him to side lanes to collect gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually the first Thresh in NA since 2022 spring when Ayla was playing it. If you remember when he was subbing for Core JJ, and he was just spamming Thresh, and that was kind of that era where Core was really hyping him up and saying, you know, he's the second best support, only worse than me, right? And he was playing the Thresh, so cool to see the return of that. Thresh Aphelios becoming popular once again. Anytime Aphelios is there a lot, you start to think about Thresh a little bit. That was such a classic pairing, especially when he was first introduced.
Yeah, and we even saw it peeking out a little bit already at Worlds before this kind of extended laning phase kind of came in with all of the early season changes, checking in.
Wrong league. I'm sorry, they're not playing today.
FlyQuest also taking out the Nami and Gwen on their side, where Shopify kind of prioritizing taking some of these other jungle picks out of Griffin's hands.
Yeah, especially just really good pairings with Talia, right? You know, it's point and click CC, they're banning away. They've already taken the Xin, now you're taking out the Vi as well as the Pantheon. Both easy setups for that seismic shove. That's generally what you think about. You can also, you know, generally look toward things like Jarvan, but that's banned out. You know, we've seen Wukong banned out. So a lot of these common pairings are already gone. So it'll be interesting to see where Griffin goes. He's a very flexible player. This guy plays all kinds of stuff. You know, he was giving an interview talking about how he's like the only jungler who can play Riven jungle because these other junglers haven't played enough Riven, and he plays all kinds of stuff. He likes Volibear, and he likes Skarner, and he likes all kinds of different styles of champions. So it'll be cool to see where he goes. As Seo's going to be going for Nico, so this time they are going more for the lane dominance here. Last time they were on the receiving end of that karma. This time they should have the push, and we'll see as long as they can play that well, avoid some hooks, which is also very easy to do with Nico because you can just throw your clone into the hook every time they're going for it. So it should be a good 2v2 for them.
Yeah, it's Nico is still a menace, and I really like the pick here. Sion coming in for Gakkos in the top lane. And here might be that Volibear.
Dusk and Dawn volley?
Get Kobe on the phone. Somebody call Kobe. He's always going to be a fan of the Volibear lock.
I mean, also has point and click CC, right? You know, it is really strong right now. It is a lot more magic damage, especially if he is going for the Dusk and Dawn style that people kind of are expecting. Mostly people are going for that more AP style, but it's point and click CC for the seismic shove. It is a really strong duelist, and it's someone that, you know, especially if you are going more for those solo queue style builds, you can kind of just duel against people later on. It becomes really strong even in 1v1s, can take down soul laners, great on dives, obviously can turn off those towers. It is a really powerful pick right now, even though it's not as popular and competitive as it is in solo queue. It can be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, it's already something that Griffin is comfortable bringing out, right? And fits within this composition well, which also has really nice front line for this Aphelios to set up, right? Like, we see a lot of potential for the rest of his team to kind of be setting up Masu in a more traditional, like, front-to-back 5v5. Meanwhile, we have Fudge locking in the Gnar.
This is the first competitive Volibear jungle that I can see this season so far.
Oh, nice.
I've only seen it, I'm only seeing games in top, so it's popular in solo queue, definitely. Expecting the Dusk and Dawn rush.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gonna be excited to see how he actually gets it done.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it as the game goes on. The Sion being locked in there for Gakkos also makes the Gwen ban in phase 2 make a lot of sense. Generally, if you want to play a big meatball tank, banning away something like Gwen is always a good choice. But Fudge with the Gnar counterpick on that. Again, this goes back to what we were talking about at the start of the draft. Choosing to have the counterpick side of the draft means I better not see something lame that you could have picked as your first pick as pick number 5. They picked the Gnar into the Sion, so now it's up to Fudge to guarantee that that choice in the draft, that strategic decision, has value.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see if it actually does work out. Gnar, I feel like you have to really be so good at this champion to create big advantages, you know, really utilizing the passive and the transform to get your health back and just trading aggressively under tower, really punishing for every single CS. Because if you just kind of farm even against the Sion for a while, He's going to build some armor,
Yeah.
and then nothing you do matters. And that's kind of just true of every Scion matchup. But yeah, we'll see if Griffin is going to go for the full kind of like solo queue style build, which would be Dusk of Dawn. People really like Navori, sometimes even as early as second, because once you have Dusk and Dawn plus Navori, you just straight up kind of beat everyone 1v1. Like the cooldown reduction on that is ridiculous. You're just spamming out W nonstop. You know, your E cooldowns and stuff are so low, so it is super, super powerful.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see how this bot lane ends up going, especially with this Thresh pick and with Cryogen and Masu looking really well coordinated with each other in that first game.
Okay, Seos and B-Voy losing a little bit of HP here. Cryogen and Masu want to play this so aggressively, but as the minions are just now really colliding for the first time here in the lanes, we are waiting for Kangas, who's standing by for an interview with Griffin's brother. Hold on 1 second. That interview's coming up right after first blood, because FlyQuest gets paid. Masu's got the first kill. Kangas, what does Griffin's brother have to say about that?
Well, I'm here with Jordan, Griffin's brother. It sounded like Game 2 is going well for FlyQuest, and you flew all the way out to cheer him on. So tell me about what this experience has been like at the Riot Games Arena watching Griffin play.
It's been amazing, man. Seeing Johnson play on stage has been such a pleasure. Yesterday, we were at the FlyQuest facilities. They were very welcoming. Watching him play and communicate with the team, it's been really, really fun.
Now, I know that you're an older brother, 10+ years on Griffin, and you started playing League together, correct?
Well, so I started playing League Season 1, and I went off to college, left him my laptop, and he started playing ranked. I came back, and I think I was 22, he was 11, and we started playing ranked together. We were climbing, you know, I hit gold, he hits gold. He hits plat, I hit plat. At some point, I could not catch up. He just went diamond and masters, and I stopped there, but it's been a pleasure watching him climb.
Well, I know it means the world to him to have you here, but I know there's a lot of people back home cheering him on. Any shout-outs for them?
Yeah, shout out to Chicago, man. Everyone watching, supporting Johnson, supporting Griffin. Thank you guys all for watching. FlyQuest 2-0.
That's it from us. Back to the casters.
Some confidence there. The 2-0 getting called as Fudge wants to go for the wall up there. On to Gakkos, but misses the CC. Back in the bottom lane, it's Griffin showing up for only a moment here, but B-Boy and Seos are safe for now.
That wallop was actually so close to hitting, it looked like it just almost tagged him. And if it had, that would have been close to a kill, because you're going to cancel the Q, you're going to get the auto after it, and maybe be able to go for a flash follow and a finish there. So big deal that it did not hit, but Masu and Cryogen, back-to-back games, crushing it in the 2v2. I thought this was going to be super favored towards Shopify based on the matchup. When you pick Nico, you're playing for the lane dominance, and it did not go that way.
Yeah, and I really loved seeing that early aggression out of them, right? With this Aphelios Thresh, recognizing the windows they have to capitalize on any sort of hooks and pullbacks. I mean, we expected kind of B-Boy and Seos as the bot lane coming in to be a little bit more of the stable one. They played together for a while. This is their second year together. But Masu and Cryogen are looking really in step.
Yeah, they've been looking really, really good. And I think Cryogen is the one who kind of had the least attention, least hype around him coming in. People know Gakkos from last year being the sub for Bwipo. People know Griffin because of all the hype around him. But Cryogen, you know, I guess he just turned 19, excuse me. I thought he just turned 18. But he has been around for a while, but hasn't played a tremendous amount of competitive, only has those 8 games of NACL experience. But talking to ThinkGuard, he thinks he has a lot of promise. You know, mechanically thinks he's really, really good, and really has to focus on kind of learning that more like shot calling style that you expect from supports. You know, really often it is about support jungle in the early game, dictating where you're going on the map, how you're going to play around vision, and that's such a difficult thing to pick up really quickly, so it's going to be about how quickly he can do that.
Well, I think his Karma did a perfectly fine job in game number 1. They were bullying the lane. They got that early tempo they wanted. Now here in game number 2, it's all about the skill shots. Can we keep Masu protected, and can we lock up those high-value targets on Shopify Rebellion? It's a 500 gold lead here, or just thereabouts, for FlyQuest with no kills on the board. As Zinni is moving into the bottom side river, keep your eyes on the Realm Warp. Fudge down to 300 HP here on the top side, trying to trade aggressively like you were talking about earlier, Isaac, using the tower shots with the bonus health from Mega Gnar, trying to keep the pressure on.
Yep, you got to do that. You got to keep that pressure rolling here. And Gakkos is going to go back to base, so Fudge is going to be able to crash this wave. We'll see if Gakkos even uses the ult to get back to wave, or if he's just going to accept that he'll lose a couple minions here.
Attempted death sentence from Cryogen, but no target. Griffin hanging around once more, but he's only going to find a ward to clear out, and it does seem that we'll get the Scion ulti back to the lane there from Gakos, not planning on needing that one to join any sort of a fight here soon. About halfway through the teleport timer for him, as well as Griffin is going to be in some danger. Immediately jumped on by Shopify Rebellion, but they don't have the burst. Seismic shove back the other way as Contracts is low. Griffin flashes away. B-Boy over the wall here with the Falcons. Zinni is down to 40% HP. FlyQuest looking for more. They want the enemy ride, but they can't quite find him. Masu tags B-Boy with the Gravitum, and they lock up the Corki. Flash over the wall keeps him alive. Seos in some danger. Flayed right back into the unraveled earth, and Quad picks up another one. FlyQuest have a 3-1 game.
Nicely done there by FlyQuest. Shopify really committed to trying to burst down Griffin, but the E came down. He got that shield before they could actually get the kill off. Contracts and Seos both flashed on him to try to one-shot him there, but they couldn't get the kill. It meant they had to commit so much more to killing off this Volibear, and while you're chasing after this no HP Volibear in the back of the pit, you are getting roasted by the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, that gave Talia kind of a perfect window to get in here and do damage. As you see those flashes going down, Quad is just going to lay down this wall, hit the knockback right there, which really just sets up the rest of this fight. I also really liked Cryogen in this fight, really trying to set things up on the Thresh. And yeah, I mean, there we go.
The play onto the Unraveled Earth is
really good. And knockback is really good from the Talia Thresh combo.
But definitely have to make sure that he is on the same page with Quad with, who's doing what in what order, right? Because, the first Seismic Shove pushed the hook out of the way. The Flay can do the same thing. But really nice combo. Great skirmishing early on here. And Gakos definitely taking a bit of a beating. Fudge is going to continue trying to trade aggressively here. And this is what you want to do. You want to be in their face nonstop. Every time you're transforming into Mega, you're getting health back. He has the fleet.
Okay, Griffin's in trouble again, though. Has to use the ulti defensively over the wall as Shopify invade for the second spawn of the red buff here in the FlyQuest jungle. Contracts is going to get away with claiming that one, as now Griffin missing the ulti. Significantly less threat for his plays.
Yeah, and this should be able to set up Dragon for Shopify. I was wondering, okay, when we see these mid laners roam right, Quad joining that river fight previously, Zinni using the Realm Warp to get onto Griffin, keep him down, and then be able to rotate up for Shopify to take this first Drake. So I like that we're already seeing the mid laners using both of their semi-globals to join up with the rest of their team.
Yeah, I really like it. And I also just like the fact that Contracts is playing around a better buy. The Sheen has been purchased now for Griffin. But one of the awkward things about Dusk and Dawn is the build path is a little bit weird. So, you're sitting on a Kindle Gem when they have Tunneler on the other side, or a Kindle Gem and a Dagger. It's just not that same amount of power that you are going to be having over on the side of the Xin Zhao. So Contracts, knowing he has that better buy, using that mid lane movement from Zinni and just kind of getting in the face of the opponents here.
But once that item's complete, man, you are feeling pretty strong. Dusk and Dawn is definitely one of the winners, it feels like, from all of the new season changes, as Void Grubs are claimed, all three, here for the side of FlyQuest. You can see Griffin activating the Scryer plant next to the Wraith camp there. The chicken camp. I still sometimes call it the Wraith camp from all those years ago.
I still call it
I accept both.
Because, bird camp covers all birds.
Are Wraiths birds?
I don't know. They're bird-like.
Thought they were like ghosts.
Yeah, isn't a Wraith a I don't think a ghost is a bird.
They could be bird ghosts.
Oh, yeah. What if it's the ghosts of all the birds that got killed in the camp before?
That's kind of grim.
Especially
I
since
just
it's
always
backwards.
call them, when I do jungle pathing spreadsheets, I just call them birds.
I mean, to be fair, that fits in the little, what do you call them, columns or boxes or nodes or whatever on a spreadsheet better than chickens does, right?
Yeah.
You're the expert on this.
There you go.
I only asked one syllable, too. Birds.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, we've also only got one kill on the side of Shopify Rebellion. It's been a pretty quiet early game from them, and FlyQuest are enjoying more than a 1,000 gold lead because of it. The single Drake claims so far.
He saw the E in the early smote and lost it.
Unlucky.
Oh, well.
We'll look the other way. We didn't see it.
Quad knows he's behind him, though. That's dangerous stuff.
Yeah, Quad throwing out the Unraveled Earth there prevents Contracts from being able to charge audaciously towards the FlyQuest mid laner, and Quad is just fine. Does pop his ghost there, though.
Yep, is going to have to use that Ghost. Has the phase rush as well, so obviously a lot of movement speed here when that does get going. And as much as every time we pan up to top lane, Fudge, it feels like is just smacking Gakkos around. It is 101 CS to 101 CS, and now your selection of counter pick here instead of first pick starts to feel like, all right, what did we really get done?
All right, Griffin's going in, immediately stuns up Zinni. There is your seismic shove into the unravel.
Whoa.
It's a textbook play in the mid lane, and bottom side, the 2v2 is a dub for FlyQuest as well. 5-1 game now as Shopify falls flat in 2 separate lanes at the same time. And Cryogen threads the needle there with a death sentence. Masu is going to need a little bit more damage to finish off the kill, and the single auto attack will do it. FlyQuest styling on him in the 2v2.
This FlyQuest bot lane is so fun to watch. Really making the most of this Aphelios Thresh. They just seem so well coordinated and are taking every opportunity to try to make B-Boy and Seos' life absolutely miserable.
I mean, that was just so well done. They get the initial kill. We missed most of that, but then the sniper Q threads through onto B-Boy to be able to allow him to get the Gravitum root. So he roots him up, sets up for that hook that Cryogen then nails. They get another kill. That is beautiful stuff. Lane dominance coming through back-to-back games from the FlyQuest bot lane. Last time they had to come back. This time they are just slamming them. So both of them, again, same thing, setting it up. I guess he had no clone, or maybe you can't use the clone while you're rooted. That's something I'm not actually sure about. You know, I don't know how that interaction works, but I'm assuming he just didn't have it. Masu just back-to-back sniper Qs, setting up Gravitum roots and perfect hooks there to follow from Cryogen. And then he realizes the minions are still tanking. I can just walk through with the Ghost. Tower shot not enough to knock him down.
Good shit, Masu. We're fine.
I agree. That's probably about how I would summarize
Bro
it
is
as
too,
well.
too locked in.
True.
Masu didn't even, it's like, I know.
That's clean comms right there. All right, 3 words is all you need.
I feel like that's such an ADC thing, though,
Brother, there's minions to kill. I can't be talking.
when we panned
More click, less talk.
When we panned to Sajid yesterday, and they were like, Lions was hyping him up. Sajid's just like stony-faced, farming.
So the observers did confirm. So his Nico clone was just on cooldown. So he must have used it, in a trade earlier, or maybe trying to block a hook or something earlier. But didn't have it, and does get punished.
Okay, so critically, we've got the second Drake of the game about to spawn here in 15 seconds. Mid lane and bottom lane quests are completed for FlyQuest. They are not for Shopify Rebellion. Pretty big difference in power there, as FlyQuest have to be a little bit mindful of Quad's position. Seos does hit him up there with that ulti, but no, it's Seos' Nico in trouble as Griffin goes forward and he finds the kill. Jumps back over the wall there with the lantern, staying alive for now. Shopify trying to escape. Fudge knocked back with the seismic shove. Zinni's your next target. He goes with the blast cone, clears the wall. Nice placement on that one, but still, it's only a consolation prize. They've already lost their support, and the control over the bot side river belongs to Fly. Quad still looking for a little bit more. Wants seismic shove, won't find it. Decimating smash prevents the counterattack from Shopify, and FlyQuest continues looking for any more opportunities. They're already 3,500 gold ahead, and they just claimed the Drake.
I love this aggression coming out of FlyQuest, right? Because on the back half of that, where they're still trying to chase after Zinni in this mid lane, they're also getting the Drake at the same time. Really great use of all this bot side pressure they've been able to establish previously. And as soon as they see the ability to go in, Seos has to use this defensively. The rest of his team is not there yet, so he dies immediately on the back half of this fight.
Yep, pops the clone, does try to get out, but Griffin guesses right and bites him in half. Had the Dusk and Dawn for this fight. And you can see when Gakkos comes in, they have this kind of continued fight in mid lane that I guess we're not going to watch, but yes, there is some AP damage on the other side. Like, Zinni is a rise, but for that fight, he had Merc Treads, a Tier, and a Catalyst. So you are not doing anything at that point.
And I like the choice Griffin made with the clones, because the other clone, if that was the right one, it's flung into the waiting arms of your teammates. Even if he hits the blast cone, he's dead anyway. Yep. The bottom right clone is the only one that had a chance of maybe escaping. So I think that Griffin made the right choice there 10 times out of 10. FlyQuest up 3,000 gold still, just about 15 minutes on the clock. 7-1 scoreline early on here in this second game. And Shopify has quickly got to find a way to stop this bleeding, my friends, because if it gets much worse, they're going to be praying for FlyQuest mistakes, and that's it.
Yeah, and what a different tale of the mid lane in this game, right? Because Quad, we talked about him getting involved early with his team, with that Talia wall, as they're going to look to get on Fudge.
Yeah, Fudge has got to be careful here. Does manage to clear a little bit further. Death Sentence does not hit the Gnar. Masu has Graviton, but he's got to be a bit careful as Contract shows up and the wind becomes lightning, doesn't find the right target. Griffin is going to be left for dead. Pop Blossom from Seos hits Cryogen, but there's no additional damage. Griffin the only casualty so far. The minion wave has crashed into the tier 1 turret. FlyQuest wants to try to get away. Masu surely knows he's dead here, but a beautiful Death Sentence means he doesn't die alone. Cryogen will fall, and honestly, big punish coming out of Shopify there in a 3-for-1.
Yeah, and just as we were praising FlyQuest for being kind of aggressive within reason, they really overextend on that topside play where the rest of Shopify were able to get in. As we see, Geckos is going to be able to push in this bot wave. But yeah, this is a nice little counter punch from Shopify.
The Dusk and Dawn really goes to your head, you know? he was
on full build, guys.
He was feeling himself. I mean, it's a pretty big overchase. The Q is going to expire. He ults in, but the Q stun expires before he even gets there. Then the Flay comes out. Great sidestep by Fudge. And now you are between two towers with everyone from Shopify coming in. Masu needs to kite away from them, but if he kites too far back, he's getting hit by the tower. So it's kind of just an impossible to play fight. They almost burst down Contracts. He flashes away from Masu's ulti, but we're back fighting again.
Yeah, we're already back to live. It was flash from Griffin, flash from Zinni, and there's enough damage left on the Volley Bear to finish the kill on the rise. 30-second death timer, but what else can they get from it? There is still turrets standing at the tier 1 level, top lane and mid lane. You can see Quad pushing out that top lane right now. No neutrals to fight over, but a little bit of plate money on your already fed Talia could help FlyQuest to accelerate this lead even more.
And we're talking about all the move speed from Masu last game. He's got a lot this game too. Stormrazor Rush, he's playing Fleet, and he went Swifties, right? So he has a tremendous amount of move speed, especially on those procs for the Fleet, as well as that Stormrazor, which is going to make it a lot more difficult to stick to him. It's super valuable against champions like the Xin, like the Gnar, who, you know, are going to have trouble actually getting through the Thresh, right? You're trying to get in onto this guy through Box, through Flay, through Lantern, and that is going to make things really, really tough.
Biggest individual lead this game is nearly 1,500 gold here in the mid lane. 4 quads Talia, Rylai's, Seraphs, Enchanted Mercury Treads. This Talia is feeling so strong, and with 60 seconds on the clock until the 3rd Drake of the game, I have to feel like FlyQuest as a whole is feeling confident in their ability to just say, if it's a fight on even terms, we win.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's so tough for all of these kind of shorter range champions to be able to find those entrants into fights.
Okay, immediate ulti coming out from Griffin here, and the seismic shove on Contracts knocks him back into the team. You want to take a free dragon, kill the enemy jungler. Contracts is going to respawn just in time for that timer, but he'll be trapped in the base. Zinni's dead here too, and things just aren't getting any better for Shopify Rebellion. A TP also coming in now from FlyQuest to reinforce the top lane so Fudge doesn't get anything on the other side of the map.
Yep, and see if they want to go after Seos.
Yeah, Seos, the flash into the stun immediately locks him up. Seos with a flash away from the lightning crash means that he will not die there. But man, FlyQuest are not giving him room to breathe.
This is just such a fun team to watch, right? Like, they're saying, we're stronger, we're just going to fight you. They're not giving him any room to breathe, as you said. Just constantly in their face, non-stop forcing fights here. You know, Fudge wants to play like a slow game through side lanes and whittle down towers. You are not getting a chance. And if they catch you, your Rylai's slowed and you are not getting away either.
All right, Dragon is the target here for Shopify, trying to get anything they can in a game that is getting further and further away from their grasp. But FlyQuest have brought the whole party here too. Fudge running low on the Gnar bar as Cryogen's the target for B-Boy, but he's not low enough health to try to burst him down. Mountain Drake claimed by Shopify. Big move there from Contracts, hitting the smite. But can FlyQuest find anything afterwards? It doesn't quite look like it. They're going to walk away. So chalk that one up as a win for the Rebellion.
Yeah, I feel like Cryogen was really out of position there. You know, you're not playing Alistar. You're not a flanking champion, right? You need to kind of be with the team to step forward and have that threat of the hook to create space for your team. So being on the wrong side, I think B-Boy plays that well. He realizes, who cares? You can hook me. You're by yourself. I'll kill you. So just pushes him out, makes it be that just that flip for the Dragon. And this time Contracts gets the better of Griffin, able to take that away, which is really nice after what happened last game.
Yeah, and B-Boy was previously down over 1K, right? He's completely back in the game, I believe, after that topside fight. So if he does get isolated with someone like Cryogen, it's going to hurt. Like, he will easily be able to kill him off. And that was kind of the, this FlyQuest team is super fun to watch. I do think we will see some more tiny moments like that, right, where someone's on the slightly wrong side of the fight. But I am really loving just how they're establishing pressure on the map, kind of moving together in 2s and 3s and just trying to pick off Shopify where they can.
And I just think it's such an exciting start to the year for LCS, where we have these teams that were kind of, not expected to have big performances, like DSG yesterday, FlyQuest today, teams that were, having subs or young players, and you're kind of thinking, all right, well, if you're going to get there, it's going to take some time, right? Even talking to the teams, they thought it was going to take some time. I did the draw show. Mossy, when they got drafted in, literally was like, yeah, I don't think we're as good as Shopify right now. But, he thought they could be later on. But see, this kind of a start, this kind of confidence is just really, really nice. It's what you want from a young team. Impressive individual mechanics, a lot of confidence, just take fights and try to outplay your opponents, and you can kind of learn the rest of the nuances of the game over time.
I feel like if there's any time to play fast and loose and see how far your hands are going to take you, it's lock-in tournament. It's the start of the year. Figure out what your current limitations and your goals to break those should look like. And right now, FlyQuest is putting on a solid early showing. We have less than 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Baron obviously on the Rift with a little bit of vision from both teams around that topside area, but it is more favoring FlyQuest. Fudge wants to go for the Mega Gnar into the wall there. Does force the flash out of quad in response. We'll see if Shopify can turn that into an opportunity to target that Talia in a future team fight.
Yeah, and so Griffin is just going to go more of a competitive style build. Dusk and Dawn into tank, has that unending despair. So not doing anything too crazy. No quick blades like you see in solo queue a lot of the time. And sometimes, you're going to see even that and then more AP. But obviously like Cosmic Drive and things like that. But this is more standard and is still going to give him some dueling power.
Okay, quad again, going to be targeted by Fudge, who flashes away from the seismic shove, wants to guarantee the kill on the FlyQuest mid laner here, nearly gets it, but close isn't good enough. Quad survives 100 HP.
Phase Rush, Ghost, Rylai's. It is a big move speed difference. He just kind of popped Ghost and ran right past him, even without being able to hit that seismic shove. So Fudge forces a flash, but then loses his flash on the next play.
Yeah, and while we have seen Fudge be trying to go for these kills as early as just the super early 1v1 top lane, right? It always seems like his opponent has been able to escape
just barely.
Somehow. Yeah, and you and I were talking about this off camera yesterday, Isaac, about Sion and how difficult, just what a valuable champion he is for so many compositions, how strong he is coming out of this top lane, and then also how difficult it is to keep him down, because the only answer is to just kind of repeatedly dive him or really, really shove him into the ground early.
Yeah. Which is so hard to do because you have a champion, a tank that has 3 AoE abilities and an ult that does AoE damage and can get back to you lane faster, and a passive that also lets you get experience and clear up the wave even if you die. So Fudge now maybe gonna get chased down.
Yeah, the decimating smash knocks him up into the air, even though Griffin got knocked away there by the Mega Gnar ulti. The Volibear is right back in business with a point and click stun. Decimating smash on top of it makes it all too easy to land every other skill shot. Griffin's gonna take his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, it always just feels like in Sion matchups, you get to a point you're like, all right, you have 5 CS lead. He has 1,000 free health.
Yeah, doesn't feel great, but FlyQuest are loving the way things are right now. 3,500 gold lead. Wave crashing into the tier 2 turret mid. 25 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. Gakko's going to collect more plate money from the tier 2 in the bottom lane as well. And with mid and bot lane both shoved up, the map is in the state you would want it to be for a dragon spawn.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked with, they had that slightly over-aggressive play on the top side, right? But even with how they've been willing to hit the go button so frequently, they've actually been playing out this mid game pretty patiently, really trying to set up their side lanes, getting picks when they can in them, and that's set up for this completely uncontested Drake, and now they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, and I'm just really concerned for Shopify because even though Ryze does scale well, can be really powerful, later on into the game, you're so short range and there's so much CC over on the other team that it is really hard to think about a fight where he can actually get into the back line, be hitting these carries without just getting like flayed into Unraveled Earth and stunned, and then Volibear stun, and then Sion stun, and then, like all of this CC is really, really tough. So it feels like you are depending now on Seos and Fudge. Like you need flanking engages, you need that big pop blossom on the back line, you need the multi-man Mega Gnar to kind of create that chaos in that space where Zinni and B-Boy and Contracts can thrive, because otherwise, like, you try to walk at them, there's just no chance it's ever going to work. And you're looking at luxury items coming through, things like the Mikhails to try to keep them safe, the Lantern, all those kind of extra tools are there that are going to make it so tough to knock down someone like Masu, who's on this super high DPS build. LDR is completed, already had his IE second. So it's going to be really, really tough for Shopify. It requires them to have deep vision, great teleports, I think, to really have a chance.
All right, well, in terms of teleports, they do have it available for Fudge. Over on the other side, you can see also available for Gakko. Since both mid laners are running Ghost this game with no Summoner Spellbook, it means that's really the only big macro summoners we're looking at this game. And both the Gnar and the Scion are now set up in the bottom lane. Still 3.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns, means that nobody else really needs to hang out around here. FlyQuest do have control over the topside river and the Baron pit here at the same time. There is that one ward from Shopify that's immediately seen now by the control ward from FlyQuest, so that's going to get cleared out too. And now the pressure also starts to mount for Shopify Rebellion. Could they be sneaking Baron? We've got to make sure that we've got vision on this. Don't let them get away with it, as it feels like the map and their influence of it continues to shrink.
Yeah, and it makes it super dangerous for Shopify to kind of go in, as you see Cryogen still tracking Seos, fighting over vision in this Baron pit, with how pick heavy and just how much this FlyQuest composition can lock you down. It just makes it even scarier for Shopify to kind of go in and check these darker parts of the map.
And they're just going to be hitting the Baron. Seos is going to get eyes on it, so they're aware of it. But the question is, can they do anything? Fudge is moving up. We'll see how quickly he can get there.
Yeah, FlyQuest wants to just get some kind of resources out of Shopify, some kind of movement. Contracts just loses a massive chunk of HP there, about a quarter of his health. The single auto attack from Masu. Griffin's doing a lot of damage here to the Baron. Cryogen finds a death sentence onto Zinni. Chunks him down, but Cryogen's also low now. Gakko's in the middle of everybody. Griffin coming around from the side and locks up Zinni again. Seos on the approach, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. Quad has arrived into the fight as Shopify scatter and try to escape. Lock up onto only the clone there, and everyone from Shopify gets out. Zinni and Fudge, both Shopify Rebellion solo laners, very low on HP.
But look at the flashes. 4 missing flashes from Shopify, so they had to spend so many of those tools, and 4 are still available on the other side. They're just going to go right back to the Baron, give them no time at all.
And this is something I was talking about earlier with the lack of teleports in this game. It's much harder for Zinni to get in here. He has Realm Warp to try to close the distance if he can. Seo's still on the flank. Fudge and B-Boy looking for the opportunity, but Fudge has no Gnar bar. He has to fight as many Gnar if they want to go in. Contracts being chased back away by Griffin as the Baron will partially reset. Griffin's over the wall, nearly kills Contracts, instantly goes on a killing spree, right back over to grab his Eve off. And Griffin is beast mode on the volley bear. A double kill as he knocks down B-Boy. The bear is there and he just don't care. Griffin will finally fall, but it's a good death.
Oh my God, Griffin just straight up like 1v2'd them there, man. They pull off the Baron, he just goes for the fight, knocks down Contracts, and then takes even more. The team won't stop.
They are not done yet. A rampage for Quad as Seos cannot escape the fallout of the fight. Zinni continues pushing up the mid lane here, but he's greeted by Masu, who does have purple gun. Nobody else around on the FlyQuest side means Zinni is just fine.
Yeah, as we see this again, they do Realm Warp in immediately, and Griffin is just like, I need to take Contracts out of this, right? The curious thing to me is how long he survives to be able to get that kill onto Contracts, goes right back in onto B-Boy.
Well, the biggest thing there for me is the fact that as he was going in, he ults in, and then he flashes back into his Sky Splitter. That's why he instant flashed back over the wall, because the E was coming down. So he flashes back into the Sky Splitter, gets the shield, is able to keep that fully stacked lethal tempo up, and just knocks down another one. That was sick from Griffin. And that is the power of the Dusk and Dawn. This item is ridiculously powerful in the right hands. And that is clone after clone.
Good catch there from Cryogen, finds Seos, and that is the real Nico. Trying to get away, not gonna happen. Quad is unstoppable, and that Sky Splitter that you're talking about, Azale, that is the difference between getting the second kill and not. It was such a small amount of HP, Sky Splitter more than accounts for that. As now with the enemy support dead, one of those huge, big engage mechanisms, there's no way for Shopify to approach the Baron, and that's Baron going the way of FlyQuest, as Shopify are gonna try to take the consolation prize of the Drake. This will set them to Soul Point, but now they've got to weather the Baron storm for the next 3 minutes.
And I just love how
we're doing it.
After that duel that he had, he's like, you know what? I will build Navori.
Will he even get to it before they close out this game?
He is looking fearsome, though. What a great debut so far for Griffin. Had a slower start in game 1, but ended up being huge for them throughout the later stages. And in this second game, he has been massive. You know, Zinni is trying to split push, trying to get something going, but I just feel like they don't care at all.
Yeah, we've got everybody from FlyQuest minus Gakgos pushing up this mid lane. That inhibitor gets claimed. Gakgos is over in mid, getting the second lane primed and ready to go for the push to rotate over right after. Fudge is going to try to stop this one as FlyQuest decide they are not going to continue full pressing on this. They're going to reset. They're going to purchase, spend some of that money. Still deathless on quads to Leah here in the mid lane. Deathless on Gakgos' Scion up there in the top side.
This FlyQuest team is so fun. I know we've said this so many times, but like it is amazing to just watch a team that just believes in their own mechanics so much. The shocking thing for me is I just didn't think they'd be this well coordinated.
Yeah.
Especially with how
day one.
Yeah, with how they've actually like played out the map. Like team fights, yes, but just how they've played out their lead has been so impressive for a team that's been together for such a short amount of time.
It really is. I feel like they're kind of just playing, you know, in this one way where they're feeling like, okay, we are stronger. We are going to force fights. That is what we are going to do. Quick plays are now done. So Griffin wants to fight anyone on the map. You pretty much don't lose 1v1s as long as you can hit. Actualizer is done for Zinni, so that is a pretty big spike if you can find that perfect combo with that item active.
Yeah, Actualizer is pretty nutty on Rise. You can get over 6,000 mana with this ridiculous thing. You have 2 tier items alongside it, but it's still a very, very uphill battle for the Shopify side. Down over 5,000 gold. At least they do have Soul Point. I feel like if maybe they can hold out and somehow secure the Mountain Soul, that's pretty much the only chance they've got here. But FlyQuest have just been playing much more of a coordinated game. Masu staying safe there. Pulled back to safety. Shopify Rebellion will defend the mid lane inhibitor, but not the turret that protects it.
They did get the Mikhails there off of Cryogen, so they did force that out onto Masu, but Masu's just kind of healing right back up. The Actualizer right now, when popped, it's 33% more damage as well as 30% off of his basic cooldowns. So if Rise can find the angle, there's always a chance with this item. Are they going to go?
They want the angle right now. They're putting Seos on the flank to try to go in for the Pop Blossom, but FlyQuest sniffs it out as Seos has to try to run away from Griffin. Sky Splitter tags him for a little chunk of damage, but he does escape the CC. And that's Realm Warp. That's your chance of catching somebody off guard, and it just completely floundered.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because they clearly weren't confident to like fully send it in the middle of FlyQuest. They were kind of trying to do it almost as like a pseudo flank, but that's always going to be marked and found out by one of these strong FlyQuest members. So it just didn't feel like they were willing to fully commit to it, and if you're not, you don't have a chance.
And Griffin will make sure that he auto attacks down this mid lane inhibitor. Nearly gets it, but it actually survives at 5 HP as Griffin has to defensively ult away to stay alive. Zinni does not get hooked by the death sentence. Wave crashing into the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane here at the same time, but that one's still got plenty of plates left. FlyQuest splitting attention between this mid lane inhibitor that only needs a quick tap to knock it over and the bottom lane inhibitor turret where Masu's trying to keep the waves crashing in. Honestly, a little bit of a tragedy here for FlyQuest as that mid lane inhib stays standing and Shopify will take everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, it could matter here in a minute because you talked about the potential win condition for Shopify is still probably getting Mountain Soul. You're praying that you get that Mountain Soul somehow, that you can stabilize the game, and meaning that they have that extra inhib up. But yeah, they still lost the top one, but at least it won't be those 2 inhibs down for when you're having to deal with that on the other side of the map.
Okay, could be a catch here. Quad knocked up into the air by the 3 Talon strike. Flash over the seismic shove from Contracts. A stasis from Quad to buy an extra moment, but he is shut down. That's 1,000 gold in the Xin Zhao's pocket. Wind becomes lightning, and Griffin is the next target. Fudge with the Mega Gnar into the wall, and now they're going to take Griffin out as well, but Zinni dies in trade. FlyQuest brings in the reinforcements, but Shopify still get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and Seos and Beaver are here. If they overchase, they can actually walk right into this Nico. We'll see.
And there's Monsu. He's caught immediately. The burst is down, and there goes the 80 carry from FlyQuest. Massive mistakes at a massive moment, and with 20 seconds on the clock for the Mountain Soul, Shopify have found their hope.
and they are going to be sprinting towards that Drake pit. In that initial fight, Zinni survives for so long when Griffin kind of makes the choice, okay, Quad, you're gonna die anyway, I'm going to jump onto the Rise. He survives just long enough for the rest of Shopify. Here's where they think they get the catch onto Quad.
I mean, I just think Quad was playing with fire here. Like, what was he doing? He saw them in his face, and he just kind of stayed around for so long, gives over that 1K, everyone gets pulled in. Griffin is an insanely powerful duelist at this point of the game, but only if you can hit. He's just getting chain CC'd as Fudge arrives, and then they just lost track of where Seos and B-Boy could be. They had no vision in the jungle, walk straight in. B-Boy and Seos delete Masu. That is their only carry. And this was all precipitated by this overextension from Quad. He's just way too far up. He's playing with fire, dies for free, and now Soul is on the other team, and you're in danger of potentially losing this game.
The Think Card head scratch is the most appropriate emote for that sequence, I feel like, for a lot of FlyQuest fans, because it does just seem like a silly blunder compared to the coordination they've had for the rest of the game. But now it does give Shopify a fighting chance here in game 2. They are still down 3,500 gold, but with the Mountain Soul in their possession, it pretty much makes up for that. So let's see who's going to have the better team fight here as FlyQuest again seek to control the topside river around the Baron pit.
Yeah, and that Drake, that contract secured earlier in the game, becoming absolutely crucial, allowing Shopify to catch, really make the most out of that mistake from Quad on the top side. Now they're right back into this.
Oh, Gakkos
we'll see what Fire doing.
Okay, there it is. Gakkos coming around from the side, wants to look at only a clone. Not really anything valuable there for FlyQuest to claim. They will at least secure the Scuttle Crab as their reward, but Shopify disengaged there very cleanly. Another clone going to be used for scouting purposes. Finds the control ward in the brush. Death sentence attempted there in case Shopify got a little bit too antsy with their vision clearing.
And now Zinni, since we last checked in, has a full Void Staff. So he is really going to be starting to hurt the front line. Has the Actualizer, obviously is on those 4 fully completed items. Masu's still a very big lead down on that bot side, though. Griffin as well. So they are still, I feel like, somewhat in the driver's seat, but Mountain Soul making this very close after it felt like it was going to be a Game 2 stomp.
And based on what you said earlier, when we saw the mistake play, the throw up in the top lane from FlyQuest, Azael, if Griffin is not chain CC'd, this volley bear is a nightmare to try to kill. Navori fully completed, the cooldowns are virtually non-existent, but if they can lock him up, he's not super durable, as now Shopify have begun the Baron. They've got it down to 1/3 HP. Are they going to try to burst this, or are they going to risk a flip? Seo's coming around for the flank, Contracts in the middle of everybody, but where's the follow-up pop loss? Shopify got to be careful now as FlyQuest continue to defend. B-Boy firing off some rockets. Quad goes over the wall. The Weaver's wall trying to create some chaos. Fudge is locked up. The Meganar transforms just in time, but he should still die here. Another rock is thrown, and Fudge is gone. A kill for Masu as Zinni drops, and Shopify Rebellion are now caught on the wrong side of the map. It's Contracts, Seos, and B-Boy in a 3v5. They're going to need some kind of miracle here as they
Masu's going mid
towards the enemy turret. Masu's going to go mid because these death timers will be delayed. The rest of FlyQuest is confident in their ability to 4v3. There's still 40 seconds on both dead players for the Rebellion, and now the remaining 3 will try to re-engage onto Griffin. Plenty of damage here as B-Boy's first to die. Resurrection comes through on Contracts, and Seos is going to drop next. Contracts can't get away, and Masu's position in the enemy base sets FlyQuest up for the win. Masu will do plenty of work. Gakkos is going to show up with the TP to help him. And FlyQuest, recognizing their chance, will stop any Shopify hope. And the new FlyQuest rebuild starts 2026 with a 2-0 win.
What are you talking about rebuild? They're already online. They're already here.
This team was so much fun to watch. So much aggression. Had some mistakes, but just kind of fought through it. They just kept going. So much aggression from these youngsters on FlyQuest. Really just made it a super exciting series.
And the most important thing isn't that you never make mistakes, right? Because you're always going to make mistakes in any game of League of Legends. But the most important part is just how this team bounced back after being set behind in game 1, after that kind of iffy Quad getting caught out on the top side in game 2. They still stuck together, were able to follow up. Congratulations, FlyQuest.
What a
Good
debut.
stuff, man. Good stuff from a new roster, the youngest roster like we already talked about. Clearly, the lights aren't too bright, the nerves aren't too intense. They're seeming to have a great time out here. And for Shopify, I think you can look at that first 15 minutes of game one and be happy with how it played out, even though you obviously need to be critical of the team fighting and the team decision-making later on in that one. Even in game number 2, when they were presented with the opportunities to get back into the game, when FlyQuest did give them the angle, they fought back, but obviously still plenty more practice, plenty more VOD review in the future here for Shopify.
Yeah, and I think Shopify's bot lane is not going to be happy with how the series went today. They got absolutely clapped. It felt like in both of the games, really got blown out. Here is that final fight. You know, Shopify decided they're going to try to look for a turn here. But to me, so much of this fight was about Masu and what he is able to get done. He is so strong at this point that he can kind of just go forward and look for a duel later on with Zinni. Griffin and Quad are able to section off Fudge. But at the top of the screen, Masu has so many Chakram stacks that he just kind of goes in, flashes on Zinni's face, knocks down the Rise. Everyone else is then isolated, and they recognize, all right, we don't have to kill them at this point. Masu just goes towards mid. The rest of you just need to make sure they can't base and the game is over.
Yeah, I feel like the play with Masu here was just perfect because all the time that Shopify is now wasting of FlyQuest, the shoe's on the other foot. It's Shopify's wasted time that they really wish they were home right now, but it didn't work out for them. FlyQuest took the win, and we're joining Jat at the fan zone for an interview.
Thanks, Flowers. I'm here with Crougen after that win here in the fan zone. Karma and Thresh, but more importantly, a 2-0. How are you feeling after the debut?
Honestly, it feels really good to come into my first match and kind of like, I mean, I think we kind of dominated them. I think we played really well. It really showed off how much we've been practicing in scrims, and I'm glad that we came out with it up today.
Watching it, it seemed like you guys were fearless and very aggressive. How have you adopted this mindset as such a young team to have so much confidence and just kind of, it seems like you're just full sending it at every moment?
I think a lot of the calls come from the confidence of Griffin. Griffin gives us a lot of like adrenaline when it comes to these fights. Sometimes we can hold back a bit, but usually with the fights we take, we make sure that we are playing accordingly and still playing to our plan and our team comp.
End of that last game got a little bit interesting. You guys gave away the soul. It looked a little rough, but then you were able to clutch it up at the end. How were the nerves late in that game too, as it seemed like the lead might have been going away?
I mean, I think we were still all really confident winning the game. Masu was really fed, and he was playing fearless, and he's like 6 items. So, although like we did kind of had a mess up at the red buff or wherever it was, I think we were still confident in winning the game.
Awesome, and I know a lot of expectations. People didn't know what to expect with this FlyQuest team because you guys are too young, but you behind the scenes playing scrims, being with this team, what are your expectations now for this year?
I think we're going to do great this year, like especially this first split. Everyone was kind of doubting us and having like lower expectations than obviously the old roster, which is pretty fair. But I think what people forget is that we're all still really talented and really young, and we're here to fight. So I'm really confident about this year.
Amazing. Welcome to the LCS. Great seeing you guys play that first game. We're going to head to break now. On the other side, we're going to have Lyon versus Dignitas making their debut.
Thank you. By the way, this game we hard outscale. No mercy. I agree. So if slow game, we're happy. No R. Nice. Try to flip. I'm rolling, guys.
It's just too deep, guys.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. It's okay, Scan. It's okay, Scan. Shut up. No, or not shut up. Sorry. Focus. I know Smite though is the problem. Wait, kill, sit out.
No flash,
fucking sit out. I'm good. Play for yourself.
Nice. Look here.
Thanks, bro. Okay, we play slow.
Just look for it.
Can we get the scope?
Porky
nice.
Okay, that was stressful. Okay, we got a troll time. Oh, shit. If you watch this game, get married for PM.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Still have to talk about that last game. I'm in front of the telestrator, blocking some crucial stats. Aphelios is fed, right? Big point of the game.
Yeah, like a max item Aphelios.
Yeah, most damage goes to Bolivar! 28.2k to the 25k of Aphelios. He was actually so strong, Griffin, this game. It was wild to see.
They did a little bit of a throw ski, but they were fine in the end. A 2-0. I think that's going to happen, right? I mean, it's the best situation to be in when you're a young team who makes the mistakes, but then doesn't get punished for it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Griffin flipped Crab in game 1, lost the flip, lost to a level 6 Malphite, died, came back, won this game. They give away Soul because of some bad decisions, win again. Player of the game for both games in that series was actually the young gun Griffin.
Go straight to him, yeah.
What a debut in the LCS for the entire FlyQuest team. I talked to Crougen afterwards. He's also super confident, but Griffin, I think, is the standout. Look at that. He had 800 DPM on the Wukong and 700 DPM on the Volibear, which is insane.
I do want to give Crougen a little shout out, though. That Aphelios Thresh lane was going so well for them, and his coordination with Masu looked really, really good.
That is the expectation changer immediately. The fact that what was, I felt like a strong last year from Seos and B-Boy.
Yeah.
They go into game 2, get completely stomped by the Aphelios and Thresh. Like, Cryogen, I think, came into this split looking amazing just right out the get-go alongside Masu. So any expectation of how this bot lane would go, I think immediately is kind of cast aside. But also, this team being as scrappy as they are, they have a crazy chance of being able to claw back into games. But
I'm feeling good about at least some of my predictions because I had Sentinels at the 4 in the power rankings. They lost to DSG, who I had 8. But I put FlyQuest 3rd. Because I'm like, people are sleeping on Masu and Quad. Those guys are actually still good.
Yeah.
We gave them first team and second team All-Pro all year for a reason. It wasn't just because they won games. It's because they were good, and the young guys seem good. But we should move on to our next game.
My fantasy's cooked.
Yeah, I was going to say, me and Raz not doing so well.
I triple dipped into Shopify.
Dignitas. Exy is back on Dignitas. Palafox as well is on Dignitas, but they are playing with Mobility and Breezy. That is not their intended starting roster. It was supposed to be FBI and Ignar. But here we have the player of the year on his new team, Inspired, entering with Dokla in the top lane. Also, former LCS MVP Berserker returning to this
game. He just got in.
So Lyon is throwing down. They completely shifted things. They only bring back one player from last year. They're going big this year, Raz.
They are. I mean, you are going for your big 3 in Berserker, Saint, and Inspired. Like, with how well Saint performed last year, the biggest question was going to be if they were going to basically pick up a championship team around him. And if Lyon could do that, they said, hell yes, we can do that, and then some. So I felt like this roster immediately created a lot of excitement, not even from the Latin American community, but from the community that's like, well, Lyon just came into the league and immediately is making that big play.
Yeah, and then obviously Dokla coming in for Zamudio. I was shocked when Dokla didn't find a team going into this split.
Yeah.
I thought not only was he such a huge difference maker for 100 Thieves domestically, but he performed really well at Worlds. So I'm super excited to see him on this Lyon lineup.
A couple of things that I need to see from this team as we pull up predictions. I'm going to be predicting Lyon, mainly because of the former MVPs on the roster and because Dignitas, not only do they not have their intended bot lane, they don't even have their coach here as well. Swiffer is dealing with visa issues as well. So we're 2-0s across the board. But the big thing that I'm going to be watching for Lyon in this game is who are they playing through?
Yeah.
Because the biggest change for Inspired is Bwipo was a massive amount of pressure. He created so much space in the top lane. And Dokla was amazing on 100 Thieves because of his ability to play weak side and absorb pressure rather than create pressure. So I want to see, is their bottom lane going to be able to get advantages? Is Saint going to be able to play very aggressive? And what is this new look going to be for Inspired with completely different laners? Because we know how smart he is about the game.
That's a great question, because for me, I think they should be playing through their bot lane. I think Berserker and Isles has a great mind for the game, and even though he was on like pretty rough teams in the past, I think this is a great opportunity to be with a former MVP in Berserker. Like, that's a crazy bot lane to be able to play through. That being said, Inspired in all points of his career has had like a mid laner that he's always played alongside. True. So it's tough to see.
Yeah, for me, I'm most curious about jungle mid, right? Because we already identified Saint as this really massive laner. He was such a high point of Lyon last year, his individual plays. And I am curious to see, again, these are two people who definitely want resources, whether they're able to coordinate. If they are, that's going to be really difficult for other LCS teams to deal with.
Yeah, I believe we have a little bit more time. I thought we were going to be heading straight to the game, but I think there's a slight delay. So Dignitas is a fascinating team for me because of Palafox.
Yeah.
Listen, like the Palafox story last year was so fascinating to me because this is a former LCS champion, but statistically last year, there were only 8.
Yeah.
Well, there's 9 because I think someone played as a sub. Somehow he's 9th in goal difference at 14. So he was just not doing well statistically, but he has confidence in himself. He believes he brings a lot of intangibles to the team. And at the same time, everyone was talking about this big upgrade that Shopify was going to make, getting rid of Palafox, bringing in Zinni. They just started 0-2.
True.
So the trajectory of the team he left versus the trajectory of the team he joined is going to be a hot topic of conversation because fans love to talk about Palafox when he does badly, but he has won a lot of games in the past. So he's just a fascinating character for me.
I feel like another hot topic of conversation is XU returning to Dignitas.
That's true.
Right? Because we all kind of heard him publicly slam Dig the org. I know things have changed kind of up around the management of the team. So XU kind of returning to that initial org. I'm also curious to see how he does with Palafox. I guess I'm always looking at jungle mid. Mid being just such an important part on the map.
But like, I think you're very valid to do so because like both these players have had moments, right? Like the Silas plays from XU and also like the LeBlanc into the Ziggs from APA. So like they have moments. If they can put it together, we got to see it. I want to see it. So we're going straight to the games.
Hello and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for our second matchup of the day, Lyon versus Dignitas. Let's go ahead and meet the teams, starting with the LATAM representatives, Lyon. In the top lane, Dokla. Jungle, Inspired. Mid lane, Saint. Bot, Berserker. And in support, Isles. And opposite them on the Rift today are Dignitas. In the top lane, Photon. Jungle, XU. Mid lane, Palafox. At bot, Mobility. And support, Breezy. Give it up one more time for Dignitas, taking on Lyon. And
and welcome to the Riot Games Arena. I'm Kangas, he's Kobe, and we got the last series of week 1 of the return of LCS.
We do, and Dignitas are trying to return as a very different looking team. You see, what do you like about the collars on the shirt? They changed the font to cursive to be more classy as well.
They got the collars.
Yeah,
it's all looking good.
This organization is, gets a lot of criticism, but they have basically tried to rebuild everything, and it feels like this year they're trying to change the whole story around Dignitas, where it has been very negative for a while. But bringing in Jonathan as a new GM, as well as trying to rebuild this roster with some former energy influences.
He might have brought a couple in. We do have 2 E-subs in the bot lane, but we are expecting FBI and Ignar later on. But I like to bring up, it's a rebuild from the top down, because I was looking back at the tapes. This is Dignitas' 6th major rebuild in 6 years. Since rejoining the franchise league, they have had 3 or more roster changes every offseason. Yet again now with only Photon technically returning, who was kind of a sub for them in the summer coming in late. But it's a top-down rebuild. Jonathan, new GM coming in, which is something to be excited about. But it's also a rebuild for the opposition in Lyon as well.
A rich rebuild, it feels like, for Lyon, because they came in and they just dropped cash. Big bags of cash. They're like, you know what? Inspired, he's the MVP of your whole league. We're going to buy Inspired. Oh, Berserker, he was an MVP of your league. We'll bring him back.
We'll get him back. He never missed out on LCS. We're talking about that. Technically, always been here.
They tried to get Zamudo in. Unfortunately, Zamudo with some more visa issues, and so they decided we're going to buy Dokla. Dokla is big in China, okay? He got a lot of views, big on social media.
Get those clicks.
So we get Big Dokes back here as well, and it just feels like, Lyon have come into this season and said, hey, this is our time. We are going to make a bid to win the LCS.
They've been very vocal about that.
Saint was an extremely good carry for this team, so they kept him in mid lane, and they want to build so much around it here, get some more threats on the team, and spending bid to buy Inspired. Let's see if it works out on the Rift, because a lot of people are a little bit worried if the personalities will mesh on this team, despite everyone recognizing that the skill level of individual players over there is very high.
If you just look at it on paper, it's a great roster. Even Isles, who we haven't mentioned yet, has played with Berserker way back on Cloud9 when he was switching time with Winsome. So reuniting in the bot lane, we've seen how good they've looked, but how good will the team mesh together? We're going to get our first glimpse of that now.
And I'm definitely looking at top lane. As you mentioned, Photon stays on the team. Rumble here. Rumble is a primary pick for top lane right now. It is worth investing in. They're going to go for the Orianna side of the Azir trade, because Azir is banned, and so then you're forced into something like, are we going to do a Ryze or Talia angle here for Lyon? Personally, I like when Saint is on some real hard carry champions with mobility as well. Saint loves to play high resources. He's like, give me the money. I'm also going to win you the game. I'm going to make some big plays, and so we'll see. So it ends up being that trade I was talking about. They do go for Dokla having the Rumble, and there's a lot of options you can go for with Rumble. You can build like a Yone for Saint and try and do one of these dive comps.
True.
That would definitely fit the bill of what I was talking about, where Saint, some of these big carries that have lots of mobility there as well. Classic combination though, the spicy hot pot with Jarvan Cataclysm.
We've seen this one before. It would not be surprised to see that locked in. And there we have it, top and jungle for Lyon, which means Dignitas, they already have that Orianna. They won't have the J4 combination with it, but whenever I see this mid laner, I always think, how can you pair with it? XU and Palafox, it's going to be a new look for the Knock Wave. Yeah, true. Maybe. We could bring that one back. Or the Woo Wave.
The Woo Wave.
The Woo Wave, yeah. That's a new one.
The Shock Kong.
The Shock Kong. Ooh, okay. These are all good options.
I kind of like Shock Kong.
I kind of like that too.
It sounds like a skin that they would make for Wukong.
Yeah.
Pass that Wukong the ball and get some big engages. Anyways, Photon goes for the Cassante matchup into the Rumble. Not one of the exciting ones, Kangas, but it does get the job done. Gives you that safe tank up there.
Interesting to know, because I was looking at Photon Shampoo last year. We only saw him for one summer. He only played a tank once out of all of his games. It's usually bruisers. He played even like Kled, things that were a little more unique. So I would say not the normal or average look from what we saw last year, Photon, but of course, different build of Dignitas, more practice with him.
This is right in line what we want from Saint. big damage carry with lots of mobility.
Yep.
He's got the playmaking, he has the mobility, and Akali has side lane supremacy over Orianna. Yes, like you can gank with Jarvan and you can try and get kill windows, blow Orianna flash early on for the Akali, and see if you can get a kill angle there. But especially later into the game, you can definitely have a lot of threat for side lanes, and it gets a little bit dangerous for the Orianna. So I like Lyon here with the attack focus. They've got lots of dive angles. Akali, Rumble, and Jarvan all very good at diving low mobility carries like the Orianna.
It is 2 AP solo laners, so that means easy itemization for Photon, but Palafox is going to be the one with the target on his head. And now Lyon going to ban away some of these more high mobility AD carries, because like you had mentioned, if you have low mobility as a team, this team from Lyon can get on top of you. Ezreal taken off the table already. Wouldn't be surprised if we see more in line with that.
Yeah, definitely agree there. Meanwhile, for the supports here, banning up the Lulu, so they're expecting some hyper carry on the side of Lyon. That is the style that everyone knows and loves from Berserker. It's how he earned his MVP over here. So, you know, Dignitas very wary of that, and they're not targeting Berserker's actual AD carries. It's the supports that are going to go along with that, and taking away that Lulu.
Okay, yeah, this is another kind of defensive tool, not necessarily in the AD carry's hands, but it can help protect an AD carry. Does mean some of the more defensive options are still available. If Breezy wanted to play something like Thresh, I do know him for that. But when I look at a player like Mobility, remember this is also the E-subs in the bot lane for Dignitas. I think it's important to mention that. Mobility's champ pool, he's definitely more on the facilitator side. Jhin is the big one that I think of when it comes to mobility. A collegiate bot laner coming in here. It's not that often that we see the kind of collegiate to pro pipeline, but Mobility is a Winthrop University alumni, so Throps out. Shout out to everybody
There's our hyper carry that we were looking for, though, for Berserker. Yunara, the hyper carry of the patch, my friend. The hyper carry of the patch also has her own. Man, it actually does suck that we have a player named Mobility now, because we do use that term.
We do use that term
fairly frequently.
Oh, and he did lock in a champion that has mobility in the kit as well. So
fair enough. They've got dive on both sides now. You get the Wukong Orianna Shockwave initiation and the Kaisa follow-up here. Think Alistar is a no-brainer here for Breezy.
Yeah, and I love the idea that we kept thinking, oh, high mobility, you can try and kite back, dodge away from the engage. No, just follow up on your own engage, because they have so many tools on Dignitas' side now that if they can find these picks themselves, suddenly the low mobility Rumble, the Yunara have the target on their back. But again, expectation definitely skewing more Lyon side just based on the names on screen, with Bard as the final pick here for Isles.
So many things that Lyon have where they can burn Orianna Flash. Bard ultimates and Jarvan ganks. Jarvan and Bard are so good at attacking Orianna. So I think Lyon here, they've got a very clear game plan. You know that Saint likes to win the game, for being very rich and being the focus of the team. And so they are going to put a lot of pressure on Palafox's, I would say F key, but maybe he put it on D.
Maybe he puts it on D, yeah,
maybe
you never know. I'm an F key gamer, personally, F for Flash. But I love that was first pick for Dignitas. For Palafox, the player that we just heard the lounge talking about, those were stats. He was 9th place in one of those stats, in a league with 8 teams, because of the multiple mid laners that we saw throughout the year. He did not have a great 2025. He's hoping to turn it around now, but some clear focus from Lyon to say, isolate the Orianna, lock him down. It's going to be a tough game for Palafox. Take it back to the stage here in 2026.
And people really anticipating that it might be a full tough series for Dignitas. But Jonathan here
Shout out Jonathan,
shades.
by the way. He has to be the coach on stage because they couldn't get their coach in either. He mentioned to me last week, he's like, I'm going to be doing my best with draft, but it'll be mostly the players. So I'm expecting a lot of comfort picks today.
Yeah, definitely accomplishing that. Also, Dignitas, again, with the new look. You know, they got the new jerseys. Jonathan wearing the shades on stage, trying to be intimidating.
Something like that. Something like that. Hey, at least they win with the jerseys, though. That is the biggest thing for Dignitas right now, is the drip on stage, and now a hope and a dream against a roster built to challenge for the championship.
Kangas.
Lyon versus Dignitas, game 1. They got the ward down, but it's an early game Alistair, and already Isles landing the stun. Mobility uses the barrier, so that summoner spell down to start off laning phase.
Why did they just back off? They put a ward in there, and it got swept.
Yeah.
you know you lose. You're a level 1 Alistar.
Hey, it's about sending a message, Kobe.
What was our message?
You're trying to
our message is
stand your ground.
We don't care about barrier. That's our message. We don't need some of
They
the
don't need it.
spells.
Ooh, Breezy also taking a rough trade there. And we're going to be watching some bot lane early on here. A reminder for everybody still that this is an emergency sub bot lane situation for Dignitas. I got to chat with Breezy ahead of the game. He did have a decent enough practice with them, but
it looks like an emergency to me, Kangas.
Yeah.
Emergency!
You're hitting the button already? Oh, boy.
He's using his potion. He has no barrier already. Holy moly. Okay, back to your story, though. I like a good story, Kangas.
So,
regale me with some info.
As we see Breezy trying his best to keep mobility safe down here. Welcome to LCS, Mobility and Breezy. Both their first time. Actually, it's Breezy's second time. He did play for CLG Academy back in the day and got 1 stage game in LCS. I like to call Breezy kind of the best support you've never heard of because he's played for so many years in Tier 2 at the Academy Challenger level and is now getting another shot here to show what he can do at the LCS stage. Well, hopefully the rest of laning phase goes better for them. Alistar early on, notoriously weak, and they're already down a lot.
Yeah, it's all good. All good. No heal, no barrier. But they got their flashes. No potions either for them. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, also good. Trading very heavily here. So let's see if, first angle for Jarvan is going to be towards mid. Oftentimes, when mid laners ward your Raptors like this, if you look at the mini-map and just dropping the ward inside Raptors, it still leaves a lot of angles, especially for champs like Jarvan.
Yeah.
In the early game here, there's going to be some decent options for Inspired. Of course, Inspired, as you know, always wants to keep up his farm and be very efficient. So you get a little bit of time after your full clear and your first crab. And we'll see at the moment, because bottom lane pushing up for Lyon. Plenty of defensive wards here for Dignitas through that side, but the wards are just going to give them info that, yes, Inspired is taking the bottom side crab, so XU can just trade on top side. Palafox, speaking of trading.
Is in some trouble right now, but has XU behind him. XU was already going up towards that top scuttle. His bot lane's already shoved in, so does not want to contest for that one. And Palafox very low.
I want to see some flash plays here in mid lane. Oh, I want to see some. You can tell he's eyeballing that kill angle. Okay, we'll go for the recall. Wave is pushing towards Saint, so he's feeling good on the Akali. Just recall back both of them. And both junglers here getting their respective crabs, so no extra damage done there.
Well, he didn't go for the flash play, but I'm hearing that we actually have a quote from Inspired ahead of the game, giving Saint a little pep talk. So let's listen in on that.
Vibe check. Good vibe.
Mic check.
Vibe check.
Beep check what?
Vibe. Yeah, are you nervous or not nervous?
Hey, you think I'm nervous?
I don't know, bro. I just ask. It's fine, bro. Just think about what do you wanna do. You like when wave come, just think, okay, should I push? Should I not push? Should I trade? And it will be easy.
Little vibe check from Inspired.
Saint's like, you think I'm nervous? You think I'm nervous? I'm where's my bait?
Oh, he's not playing nervous right now. He's going aggressive on Palafox.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to see Inspired in a new environment, because obviously we've seen him on 2 different teams now. It's saying, ooh, actually misses 2 of the minions right there. Palafox might have a little window, but playing into the wave, not going to commit to it. So Saint takes a rough trade, has to go for a back there. But I love that Inspired's already taken a very vocal personality role on the team. We saw him go from EG to FlyQuest, have great success in that transition. This is now another time that we get to see him move to a new org and see, can he maintain that kind of, argument for GOAT of the West? It's basically him and Caps right now in terms of current form of, like, who's the better player?
Yeah, because Inspired has such a strong personality and view of the game and is such a leader, that's one of the reasons why people were curious as to how this Lyon roster is going to play out internally. I do like the interaction where Sam was kind of looking at him and he's like, Inspired's telling me to think about what I'm doing? Yeah. Okay. I got you.
I wonder what's going on in scrims ahead of that.
Thinking about it.
But let's catch up on what's happened elsewhere on the map so far. Top lane is top lane. It's going to be an island for a while. Bot lane, no deaths have come through. It is a sizable lead for Berserker, but Mobility and Breezy have at least been able to survive the early laning phase. Now Inspired is down there, though, as we have a big 1v1 top lane. Dokla losing out so far on the trade. Photon, big damage, and Xyu's coming in. Level 5 on the Wukong. Dokla sidesteps the third, and Topo Strike flashes away. Xyu with the follow-up. Not enough damage. Dokla lives.
The critical sidestep here on the Topo Strike. Dokla with the micro jukes right there. He's able to live, flashes away, and he didn't even just flash away. He trade flashes away 2 for 1.
Yep.
So that is a scenario where you just got ganked. Not only did you live, but you went positive on summoner spells. If I am Inspired, I'm honoring Dokla. That is that is the thing I love to see the most as a jungler. Your top laner gets ganked, and he not only does he not die, but he goes up summoner spells. So Wukong, this champion that really relies on level 6 for kill angles, is not going to have flash for his ultimate use. This is, that's a big Dokes play right there, Kangas.
Yeah, won't have flash for the Grubs contest if they want to go for it. And it also just gives so much time for Inspired to get that dragon. So early objective lead now for Lyon, plus a small gold lead. Most of that just being in the bottom side here as Berserker and Isles yet again shove in another wave.
And Dokla is definitely a story that we should, take a while on, because I honestly thought that with how well he played at Worlds, I know people said, oh, he played for the team, and it was more about him like leading with objectives and stuff. Honestly, I thought he just actually played really good individually in some 1v1 scenarios as well, and thought it was crazy that he actually did not, at the beginning of this season, have a team. And so it is very unfortunate for Zamudo, by the way. Again, more visa issues. He is not going to be here indefinitely, basically. But the bright side of it is that at least Dokla does get in here to the LCS, does get to return, and already showing some fancy footwork on top side.
They weren't able to get one most valuable prospect from Tier 2 in, so they got a different most valuable prospect from Tier 2 in as Dokla. I mean, if you're going to have a substitute top laner, what a great one to pick up. I echo your sentiment of how good he looked at Worlds, and I think that he's the type of personality that can also work with a team like Lyon, where it's going to have a lot of hot personalities. When we hear players talk about Dokla, it's usually like he's a fun guy to have on your team. So cool to see him up there in the top lane. As Isles and Breezy are hovering mid lane right now. The Grubs are on the Rift, but neither jungler there right now. It looked like supports might be roaming up towards it, but they will head back to bot lane instead, as both junglers are now pathing up towards the top river.
Yeah, Inspired already got the objectives under control here. He's got topside Scuttle Crab as well as the Grubs. And his top laner, Rumble over here, has ultimate. Rumble can have a very big impact from very far away. Saint's got to get away from this damage.
Yeah, he has the perfect execution. Cyclone's available for Xyu, and Inspired's there in the back pocket. So Saint does not have to burn anything big. We'll just back away, but that doesn't mean Inspired will not get all 3 Grubs uncontested. He gets the first one. Now Xyu contesting for another. Smite's coming up soon, and now Inspired has it, but one taken away. Xyu picks that up. Engage comes in from Saint. Cyclone defensively. Xyu has to jump over the wall with the Warrior Trickster, and that means Lyon now can go for the other Grub.
Yep, there you go. Easy peasy for them. They also rotate over. Bard ultimate, use some extra flashes. No Orianna flash. Remember, Kangas, when we're drawing up these team comps, that was one of the points where it does seem like Lyon are well equipped to attack. So the Orianna now with no flash has to worry about Jarvan ganks as well as Bard roams constantly because Saint, next time that ultimate comes back up, Orianna's still not going to have flash, and you look for kill angles.
Bard ultimate's so easy to land on a low mobility mid laner like Orianna. She's got a little movement speed boost, but that's pretty much it. As another back for Saint now, using the home guards to great effect. The change to home guards means that you're less punished for backs as a mid laner. You get back to lane so much faster. But he actually does stick around here for one more. Actually get some damage on the Palafox as well. Palafox might be in range to find something here. Not going to commit. Didn't have the ultimate available, actually. So both mid laners will just back off.
Yep, Saint gets almost all the wave right there. and is going to get a better recall this time around. Going Gunblade Akali, getting Gunblade back in. It's basically like Kennen and Akali, the the hybrid ninjas.
Yep.
Really have enjoyed the the return of the Gunblade.
They are both ninjas. I never think of Kennen as a ninja, I guess.
Yeah.
Ninja
Shen
Yordles.
Zed, as well as those two. The Ninja Squad.
Think we're going to get another one soon? We gotta expand the ninja lore in League of Legends.
I'm for it.
Yeah, give me a support ninja.
Yeah,
we need one.
We need more ninjas. It's been a while, I feel like. Let's see about Inspired though, because all his camps have been cleared. That's when you know he's looking for some action.
Yep.
Jarvan here, get back out to it, and we do still have no flash on Palfox. He should stay fairly close to tower and be safe, but Inspired just kind of hovering because he has the extra time to look.
Yeah, Palafox, all in all, has actually played this lane pretty good. Even without the flash, he's positioning defensively. He's in an awkward spot if Inspired was looking for it, who's now spotted bot lane here. So there's more information for Palafox as Photon uses the all-out right there, and Dokla not really in danger.
Xyu's coming back, though, so the danger increases exponentially when the jungler gets here. The wave is already cleared, though.
Yeah, and he's got the equalizer for the next wave.
Very nice.
Yeah, Dokla's been the target twice now. Are they still going to commit to this? They don't have the wave. Flash from Xyu. Cyclone Photon's trying to tank up as long as he can. And that is first blood to Xyu, and he lives! Woo! The turret damage barely not enough, but perfect execution mid. Saint picks up a kill and trade.
Oh, man. If that had actually failed for Dignitas on top lane again, that would be a mental breaker. But thankfully for them, it actually succeeds this time. The only drawback, Kangas, is that they lost so much more on the other side of the map that's
and
not
mobility
worth it.
might just die here as well. The exhaust for the slow will light up the Cosmic Binding, and Isles with the kill credit. Gold on the Bard, another kill to Lyon.
So you got Dokla, but the cost was you're basically going to lose the game now.
But they got Dokla.
They did get big dokes. Okay, so I'm wondering so Dokla, if he walks away from the Wukong a little earlier, because Photon was tanking tower, maybe he avoids that last little bit of damage, but basically when Photon hits that last Intofo strike, that's the trigger here, and Xyu then flashes in.
Yeah.
So close to outplaying it. If you maybe if you've been able to flash that, but regardless,
it was still worth.
The plays on the other side of the map were so big for Lyon, with them getting that kill on the Orianna, who did not have flash, and then also getting so much on bottom side of the map.
And if you think about it, it's like gold on the Wukong. You're playing towards your Cassante top lane. Yeah, you're putting the Rumble a little behind, but now the 2 dragons stacked for Lyon, and they are getting gold elsewhere on the bottom half of the map, which has been winning out so far. No kill on Berserker yet, but he's still 2.3k ahead of mobility just based on laning.
Because towers also count as kills. They added the first blood and first tower bonuses back into the game.
Yep.
And I, for one, am a huge fan of that because it really feels meaningful once again, rather than those little quests.
And no plates taken from Dignitas' side. They have been shoved in the entire laning phase. So that's all the plates plus the first turret gold. Good catch. Berserker is a rich shady carry.
That is the emergency button that we were spamming early on. And now you're in that territory where everyone remembers Berserker as the MVP of the league. It was in positions like this. Yunara wasn't actually in the game yet, so it was more like Zeri or something like that. But positions similar to this.
Ooh, as he almost just solos mobility right there. Berserker having a fantastic start to his return to the LCS. You weren't keeping track of the Berserker journey last year. He was playing in the LCK, and now he's back with the solo kill.
Emergency!
Welcome, mobility.
Emergency!
Kobe's hitting it, Diggs hitting it, Berserker's laughing at it as he's going to get more plates in the mid lane.
We actually do need a giant red emergency button up here.
Just for instances like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Xyu went past a ward, so he was thinking, all right, Berserker's going to greed on this tower. Maybe I can, get in there with my ultimate, but definitely not going to be the case. So Lyon with the game well in hand, and Kangas, this Lyon super team.
And this was the expectation, I'll say, Kobe, because Dignitas have 2 subs. I power ranked them last even without the 2 subs. It was kind of like Disguise versus Dig. A lot of people arguing which one's which in 8th place. I still had them last, and I have Lyon in my 4th place spot. I think that they can challenge for a championship if everything clicks together. So, I mean, this is kind of what you want to see from a team that's going to contest for a championship versus a team with 2 E-subs that would be power ranked at the bottom.
100%. Let's see about this Herald fight.
All right, now Dignitas started up, but Lyon are approaching. The equalizer goes down onto so many members. Already chunks them out pretty heavily. Isles has the Tempered Fate. Bard ultimate. He just hits a Cosmic Binding instead. Tempered Fate follow-up. Photon will dodge that one as teleport will come in for Lyon. Breezy tries to buy space, and he will be sacrificed. Mobility in trouble. Has to flash away from the Cataclysm. XU dies. Photon flashes away. Lyon are slaughtering Dignitas in their own jungle.
Yeah, I think it feels a little mean now, especially when you're saying, "Oh, you had the power ranks at last even before the something." Like, whoa, that was unnecessary.
I just want to set expectations.
Yeah, and the expectations are being met on the Rift here. Lyon, they came into this season, they spent big, getting a lot of superstar power, and even if people think, "Oh, maybe the personalities won't work out later," game number 1. Not an issue.
Do you think Saint took Inspired's motivational speech?
The vibe check.
Are the vibes good?
Yeah, vibes are good. Vibes are looking good. Whenever you're winning like this, vibes are always really good. It's very easy. Meanwhile, Saint up there having some fun on a Kali always feels very, very fun to get a lot of extra kills, and your Gunblade is finished, so you have a lot of this extra, CC options here with the slow active from it. And plenty of damage.
Meanwhile, Palafox on the other side going for a very defensive build. He's got the Magic Resist boots. He's got Rod of Ages stacking up. He's just trying to survive right now. The start of laning phase, he was going pretty well for him. Again, to his credit, but the rest of this game falling slightly behind. But is up in CS, so Palafox actually being more solid for the side of Dignitas alongside Photon, who is the returning member and definitely impressed me last year. Happy to see Photon having a good start to the day.
Yeah. I mean, you can say what you want about the bottom lane, but it's emergency sub situation, So it's definitely, we knew it was going to be difficult.
I might have cast a curse him a little bit right there, as Saint will find his 3rd kill of the game. Now, he doesn't need CS. Palafox can get as much CS as he wants over Saint. Saint's going to pick up the kills instead.
Yeah. Anyways, do
you want more story time, Kobe? I have more stories about some of the players.
Let's go to some
if we want to talk about some of those. So remember
Are
Berserker.
they happy stories?
They're happy stories. Here's a fun one.
Nice.
So Berserker, if anybody was wondering what he was up to last year, because you remember from Cloud9, you've mentioned he was MVP before. Didn't have the best end to his last year in LCS, but still, we're happy to have him back. What he was doing last year, he was on a team called DN Freaks. Just gonna leave that one there. But didn't have the best showing on it. He's having a good showing now. Obviously popping off. But coming back to NA, the question was gonna be which form of Berserker were we gonna get? Is it the MVP version? Almost kind of like Impact. We talked about that with him yesterday. Which version do we get? The MVP version or the most recent form? But so far, so good. 3-0-2 plus a over 60 CS advantage.
Yeah, and, as we said, everyone kind of expects this type of, hyper carry style from Berserker. He also played stuff, like Ashe and was decent on some utility options as well. So we've got a 1v1 up here.
Saints losing it right now. Inspired's nearby.
Well, again, that's no fair.
Yeah, Palafox is pretty tanky with the Rod of Ages and the Magic Resist boots. Does have to flash away, and a follow-up from Inspired. We'll get the kill credit for that one.
And they're going to finish the assassination and then get back to their job as usual. Finish up with the rest of the towers on the map.
Isles is just 1v1ing. He ignited. That's just rude. He just ignited Breezy.
Yeah, spell book, baby. Got to get to the next spell in the rotation.
Somebody in the audience just shouted something. I have no idea what it was, but maybe they were cheering on Breezy.
They were going, great job, Kangas. You're doing great out there.
Thank you.
Woo.
Thank you, audience. Woo. Appreciate it. Yeah, there we go. As the turret also falls. That is all 3. I think I heard a boo afterwards, so we're getting conflicting responses.
I was just trying to protect your ego. I've got your best interest at heart. Don't listen to them.
Hey, no, I heard you during the analyst lounge earlier today. You called me out of the Shopify prediction, which, to be fair, they did lose to FlyQuest today.
Yeah, fair enough. Back to Berserker, though. The fiendish, what is it called? The Fiend Hunter bolts. That hyper carry item, which feels like it was made for him because he loves all of those champs, also got buffed on the patch. So
do we have it? I think we can actually pull it up here to take a look at it because there's a lot of new items. Let's show everybody in case they haven't been playing a lot or checking out any of the new item builds. Is it going to pop up?
Well,
is it going to work?
The button is clicked.
I saw it. I can't confirm Kobe clicked the button. That's okay. All right. All right, we have a bit of a scrap right now as XU finds it. Oh, there it is. Hey!
Looks good to me. Everything you want. More ultimate.
It's a belt. So I've never seen the picture blown up this much.
In the belt.
That's good. I like that. I
or
thought
do you
it was...
wear it across your chest like a what's it called?
Oh yeah, bandolier.
Bandolier.
I think that's what that's called.
Yeah. Could be that kind of action.
That would. How would you wear it, Kobe? Would you go belt or bandolier?
I think the bandolier is cooler.
Yeah. I think Berserker, however he's wearing it, it's working right now though. As again, mobility has to get pushed back. Lyon are 10,000 gold in the lead here at 21 minutes. An absolute shellacking so far. So I want to start to reframe things here, Kobe, because if Lyon are going to be a top contending team, this is their goal. They've said that. They spent a lot of money. You said that.
Yeah, I mean, they bought the literal MVP of the league.
Literal MVP of the Americas last year. He won all of the awards. So I think that there's a lot of expectations that come along with that. Let's start to rank them on how they've moved around the map, how they're looking so far. I know it's against a weakened Dignitas to start off the season, but we can still start to get first impressions from them.
Yeah, we can. I don't know if it's super fair. Because as we said, it's a sub-bottom lane that they're playing against. And Dignitas, as you had them dead last ranked as well. So, I mean, you can get your first impressions, Kangas, though. Go ahead.
My first impressions, they're the best team in the league right now, Kobe. Holy crap.
Okay.
This is crazy.
See if they keep up with that. You got some high expectations, buddy.
Shopify Rebellion out, Lyon in my power rankings based on what we've seen so far.
Kangas.
Yeah.
Quick swap.
I'm pulling a Jat. He did that with TL and C9. Although, admittedly, that was only one spot difference for him. Mine's going to be a bit bigger there. Herald will land, will not take the turret. We have 4 seconds for the next Dragon. This is already Dragon Soul and Dignitas. Really no shot of contesting it here. So Lyon will be able to pick this one up, and this is looking like one of those brutal games where you're just kind of waiting for Lyon to find the big avenue in and find the close to this game because there's so little avenues for Dignitas to find anything.
All right, I've got something for you then.
Okay, what you got?
Since you're trying to like set expectations and stuff for this team, and we can draw some parallels here. From Inspired on Lyon over to Inspired last year on FlyQuest.
Okay.
And as you know, FlyQuest had one of the most dominant splits as far as win rate is concerned. So, do you want to judge this Lyon team by that FlyQuest bar? This is the type of thing. You're talking about Jat stats. Jat does like these type of things. So if we're going to say, we'll go win rate because lock-in tournament is going to have different amount of games. But do you think that this Lyon team can beat the win rate of last year's FlyQuest team?
I think
that was insane.
They definitely want to. If you hear them talk about it, they have that expectation. I don't believe in it. I do think that Lyon is a top half team in the league right now. Not seeing that chance. But I think the better comparison is, can we pull up game 1 of 2025 inspired stats compared to game 1 of 2026 inspired stats? Because then that looks really good for Lyon right now. Although FlyQuest probably, did they win their first game? I'm trying to remember. Last year. Hard to remember a year ago, isn't it? LTA didn't happen.
Well, this game might as well have not happened for Dignitas. They're just going to delete it from their memory.
That's what you have to do. I mean, it's hard to say, but in a competitive environment, when this type of situation's happening, you kind of have to find a way to miracle reset mental going into another game because this one is so far gone. You've been a competitor yourself, Kobe. I know it was a long time ago, but do you ever remember?
Yeah, it was.
It was okay, you know, maybe this is a stretch. Do you ever remember having a game like this?
No, well, I don't. We actually never lost like this.
Oh, okay.
I've never.
Do you ever win like this?
I've never lost like this. We actually won a gold medal, so
You like to remind people of that.
You remember the stress though, you know, my like legs shaking under the desk. But yeah, this is looking like Lyon are taking their time. You know, they've got the luxury of the entire map being under their control. How Fox? I mean, we could cook up some, you know, Hail Mary stuff here, Kangas, but It's a 10,000 gold lead with Dragon Soul, and it's only 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is just a brutal showing right now. Honestly, for both teams, again, it was a rebuild of a year, but very different looks to the rebuilds. Because Lyon, the rebuild, they had a lot of excitement themselves around it. They've been talking a lot of hype, saying we can contest for a top spot. Dignitas' rebuild, it was around Jonathan, a GM, coming in here, notably from Golden Guardians, from NRG. If you remember the incredible rosters that they had, Golden Guardians made a really deep run with the Licorice roster. NRG also had a great run after they took over for CLG, which was Jonathan's initial roster. Dignitas are going for a little scrap right now, trying to defend their own jungle. Not going to have anything there. So I'm just going to continue the story then. Dignitas' rebuild was all about let's start all over, let's start fresh with a new environment. Jonathan's been very forward, the new GM, saying, hey, I want our players to be in all the content. I want people to ask us questions. I want people to learn about our team. And one of the things we have learned is that they're just trying their best to make sure that the environment is good for the team, as Baron has started up for Lyon.
Inspired goes over the wall.
Breezy in some trouble, has to flash and use ultimate. So he is out of there, and Lyon, their Baron was delayed, but not deterred. They will jump right back in.
Yeah, actually full leashed it, but Berserker does so much damage, they can just burn it down with 2 people again anyway. No blast cone now for Dignitas Dream. They're looking for this miracle here. Basically, XU wants to just full send, jump in the pit, see if he can steal Baron. Actually, they're going to go for a side play.
I mean, Saint's up here.
Did he get in
currently
there?
alone. The Tempered Fate lands on one. XU is into the Baron pit. Has a Cyclone, not a lot of damage on it. I got it! XU! With the Baron steal when the game was all but lost!
And they still lose!
I mean, they lose their jungler, but hey, what a play! Wow!
I love it. Wait, you got a full send. This is the only play available. You got full send. You got to get in there. You just got to flip it, baby. He's able to W the Bard ult and then flashes into the pit, goes after Inspire, knocks him up, burns the Baron down while knocking him up, and then it's a good old-fashioned flip here, baby. He even got exhausted. 99 HP. He even got exhausted, so you can't Q smite combo as well.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
They're laughing at me. Oh yeah, that's our win con. That's our win con. We just gotta steal a bunch of stuff.
I think they even said Elder win con, because that is up in a minute. They have Baron. Oh.
You just gotta keep stealing stuff, Kangas.
You just gotta do it again.
Steal. Then you can steal the game away.
If they're gonna win this game, XU is gonna be on a wanted list somewhere for how much theft he's gonna have to pull off right now. All right, well, hey, shout out to XU. Outsmiting Inspire does not happen often, but XU can now add his name to the list of junglers that have pulled that off.
Okay, well, that's fun. Baron makes it hard to push, too, because Baron's going to bump up your defensive minion waves here. So Dignitas, they got a little time to work with. Try and get some more money on their carries here, get a little more damage behind this Orianna Wukong combo we were trying to hype up.
Yeah.
If they get some more damage behind it, you know, they can actually make picks. You've got Wukong Alistar
they're looking
here.
for another one onto Dokla. He has Flash available and Equalizer. He has to flash away from Photon. Has movement speed to jump away. The Equalizer goes out, but in comes the mobility. Dokla's actually going to get picked. The Tempered Fate will delay it. Breezy taking a lot of damage himself, but he is trying to keep Dokla alive. He goes into his own stasis. Mobility's trying his best to get the damage down. They got him. TP in now from Saint, and he's immediately CC'd to death. Dignitas are winning a team fight. 10K goal behind.
It is happening. Elder win con Kangas. It is happening. All right, Inspired, it's your turn now. Can Inspired steal one back?
It's got to be a reverse steal. Lyon had control of the entire game, and in 2 minutes, Dignitas have ripped it away from them. Lyon, they got to get their jungler in there. Inspired has to find an angle right now. Photon taking a lot of damage. Inspired does go with the Cataclysm, trying to kill Balbot. They got the carry. Berserker unleashed. Berserker's unleashed. Double kill with the Baron secured. Lyon will win the team fight.
Just like that, the dream comes to an end, Kangas. We all wake up. It was fun while it lasted, though.
That was a really fun 2 minutes right there. Dignitas gave us a reason to believe Photon will fight for his life, but an ace for Lyon.
And they did get the Elder Dragon, but they all lost their lives.
Yeah, that is tough right there. Lyon win the team fight they needed to win with a 10K gold lead. 3v5 Berserker popping off. With the wave coming in, they can march this forward. 30 minutes to close it out. Not the cleanest with the Baron loss, but a win regardless, as Breezy will try and push them away. They still have one more turret left available. Mobility has respawned. He's getting roasted by Dokla. Breezy will fall. Lyon focused up on the turrets, but Dignitas are respawning. Couple members in. There's one last Miracle defense attempt. They could look for a third miracle of the game. Not looking likely as Mobility pushed back once again from Berserker. GG. Lyon will take game number 1.
A little fountain dive at the end for some extra fun as well. Oh, man.
That was a fun 2 minutes, Kobe.
Yeah, get your blood pumping at the end there. I like that. That was fun.
That's one of those moments. I mean, we can meme about it, but maybe concern for Lyon. But I can't wait to hear what the lounge has to say about that one.
Back to memeing about it. No, maybe it was, I was like, maybe it's Dig season. Maybe it's Elder.
As soon as he said maybe it's Dig season was when Berserker just started ripping through everyone.
They lost the 5v3.
Elder Drake.
I was believing, bro. I was on their side.
I mean, Lyon crushed them.
Yeah, it was gonna be.
I mean, I'm glad that XU got the moral victory of smiting the Baron and the Elder, and now it's gonna be like some trivia question of like, name the game when a team got Baron and Elder but was never ahead.
Hey, don't spoil your own stats. Don't spoil your own stats on week 3.
Yeah, wait, what? You should have saved that.
That's your own stats from week 3. I'll remember that one. I'll remember that one.
It started early.
Yeah.
I do want to call out already, we identified Dokla as someone who was super impressive.
Weak side.
Yeah, he was playing weak side top throughout this. The sidestep here, the turning around some attempted dives. This is what we saw him do for 100 Thieves when he came onto the team.
And specifically the second one is the one that I wanted to call out because this is actually the ideal way that Lyon plays. So Dokla absorbs 2 ganks here. Wukong is completely shown on the map that he's not going to be a factor. About 15 seconds later, Isles goes mid lane, generates the kill for Saint. While this is happening, because all the pressure was used top lane, Inspired's finishing Drake and immediately goes bot lane to get a kill. So Dokla absorbing those 2 ganks ended up giving them mid, Drake, and a bot lane kill.
Yeah, and that bot lane was also, we didn't show it because there weren't any like super early kills, but Berserker and Isles took control of that lane from the get-go. Obviously, Breezy and Mobility are substituting in, right? So it's a tough time for them. But that bot side pressure was another key factor in what Lyon were able to do in this early game.
And that was going to be something that we wanted to focus on for Lyon coming in, was basically what lane are you going to play through? And also with Berserker coming in so late, was that going to be a factor? Of course, this week he came in, and you can already see them discussing about next game.
Wow.
That is a ridiculous stat line that he was able to have right out the get-go.
Yeah, still managed almost 890 damage per minute. Let's look at the overall game as well here on the screen. So not a super high action game, but Berserker still managed to pump out a bunch of damage. You never see a difference in the role quests very much, but a 2-minute difference in him completing role quest versus the AD carry, which I've been tracking this a little bit all week. That's the biggest differential that we've seen.
For sure.
So it comes with a little bit of an asterisk because these are not just 1, but 2 last-minute substitutions from Dignitas because their intended bot lane is going to be FBI and Ignar. But the overall champ damage, as well as how quickly he acquired that role quest and how individually he was just extremely ahead in gold. I've messed this up, but just looking at the gold lead that he had just by himself, 4,500 gold over the other AD carry at 20 minutes into the game. The bot lane just completely dominated this game for Lyon.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to shout out for Berserker is that I know he was kind of on a bit of a downturn when we last saw him in LCS compared to the Berserker we knew. However, when he was in the LCK, his team was a little rough. But for a lot rough. Oh yeah, it's putting it lightly. But he was still an absolute standout. Like whenever I was watching their games, I'd be like, oh my gosh, Berserker is still doing really, really well, especially in the beginning of the season. It got a little bit dicey towards the end. But to come out and have this debut back in the LCS is a really great sign for Lyon.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what's hilarious? Both of these bot laners, specifically him and Isles, had that experience of being on team. Like just last year, being on a team was like, Oh, this is ass. This is really bad. Like, I don't have a chance of winning. Al's entire career in Tier 1 was like, I don't know. I'm not in an environment in which we are winning. This must be a completely different experience for him to be we're hard stomping bot lane, and this is a clear path to victory.
He spent 2 straight years on Dignitas. Yes. So he was Dig season, then all the famous players leave. He's there for an even worse Dig season.
Yes. He's going up against his former team, and it feels good.
XU leaves DSG, who has an amazing glow up in week 1.
True.
To then have the biggest visa issues of any team. It's only week 1. Like, I'm not expecting Dig to do much. They select second pick. Lion's going to select blue side for next game. They also don't even have their coach. Like, they have their GM on stage as the stand-in head coach.
Yeah.
But this is not Dignitas' final form.
It isn't.
No.
Definitely not.
The question is, like, especially has to feel bad for the players if you're in that mindset of, like, our coach is not here, our bot lane's not here.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, can I play seriously? Is it worth practicing? All these questions pile up, especially when there's not a clear pathway, and it's Swiss Stage. If you get knocked out 2 series in a row, it feels really doomed. So you just have to be in the right mental space. Hopefully it starts in game 2.
That's why I think it's interesting that they selected second pick, which tells me maybe they have some sort of pocket counter pick that they want to bring out. We will see if Lyon are able to close it out or if Dig are going to be able to punch back right after the break.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I will try to find Alistar. Wait.
He's down the bit.
Yeah, this is good.
Look good?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay.
Low.
Try to kill him.
I don't have smite. I don't have smite.
Okay.
We should kill him too now?
I have portal here in 2 seconds.
Come. He needs to ult over the wall, no?
I don't know if he has it, does he?
Yeah, he has.
Okay.
Combo in 4.
Maybe we can't end, I guess. We can try. I think we can try. Only Alistar.
GG! Lyon will take game number 1.
I mean, I think I'm not feeling as confident as people think. Like, we didn't have much practice as a team, so even playing against a team like Dignitas, I know that FBI and Ignar are strong players, and you can't really underestimate them. I think Palafox and XU are probably the weakest part. Like, they were not doing that well last year, and overall I would probably count them as like the worst mid jungle in the league, but still they know how to play the game. And I think Photon, all the changes benefited him a lot. He always been a player that plays for lane, and then it's just like a split pusher type of player. So all the changes are just perfect. So for sure we can't underestimate the team. I feel like even us, like we don't really know exactly what we should be doing. The game feels so much different than how it felt last year, at least to me. So I still need a bit of time to adjust to everything, see how other teams in the world are playing this patch, and see how our opponents in the league are also going to be playing. Because at this point I don't really know what's exact level of the skill of all the teams in the league. I need to play against them and get some information in order to build my confidence, because right now I'm kind of at like a question mark. I don't know how strong the teams are.
Working on confidence there for Inspired.
Also, the only, I guess he said two positive things about Dignitas. He said Photon, benefited from the changes, which is definitely true. And then he mentioned the bottom lane of FBI and Ignar, who are obviously the ones that are not here and had to get emergency subs for. So unfortunate there for Dignitas that, for their kind of one of their strong areas that Inspired was trying to recognize is actually not there. And it ended up being the biggest weak point on the entire map, because straight from level 1, Berserker and Isles had no problems. I mean, they just walked up, swept the ward, and then still were able to get the Bard stun on both of them as they're walking away and get this huge health trade, plus getting a free barrier out really early on, and they just kept the pressure up the entire time on bottom lane. They're able to play off it. They get the whole tower bottom lane, and before you know it, Berserker is rich out of his mind.
We see a rework Singe. Hey, we got a Breezy jersey. Let's go. Shout out from his time on 100 Thieves. He actually did Take Two Academy stage here. That's his first time playing, I believe, on stage here, was when he was on 100 Thieves Academy in the finals back in the day, 2019. Very historic player when it comes to Tier 2. He was never really able to make that push into Tier 1, but still stepping in as an emergency sub for Ignar. Not a bad one to pick up.
Goku's big in China.
Yeah.
He was getting millions of views.
It was crazy.
He was just pumping out content, video after video, millions and millions of views.
My feed, all worlds, was just him shirtless.
I like
shoulders up.
By the way, they have these. Lyon are handing out these crowns.
Yeah.
So
they made. I guess somebody made their own Dignitas one.
Well, he just flipped it around, Kangas.
Oh, that's what he did.
It's the other side. It's the blank side.
I like that. I like that.
So he's using Lion's own merch against them.
Is this the J4 crown? I'm trying to see on the Lion one. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Thematic. We do have a lot of love here for a lot of the younger players coming in. XU, some fans right there. I like that. Did XU hover Katarina?
That may or may not be his girlfriend.
I was going to say, did he hover? I didn't notice a Katarina hover, and usually that happens.
Uh-oh. We better see a Katarina hover up there real quick here.
Well, he's going to be up next here as it's Rise locked in first for Lyon. A lot of mid lane bans with the Azir and the Ziggs, and then Malphite taken off the table. Meanwhile, it's Varus, Nico, and Jace on Dignitas' side.
So we assume the usual answer is Taliyah for Taliyah Rise matchup here. And it looks like that's instantly going to be the direction that they go for. And then when you have Taliyah, you want to build with that some hard CC to set up Seismic Shove. So, Vi, Pantheon are two of the best junglers that pair with it.
There we go.
And there we go.
No Katarina hover.
It's almost like this formula has been very similar for a long time. Kangas.
All right, I'm going to call XU out for this later. But yes, the formula has been used time and time again. And pretty easy to see. Inspired, please save my What happened to your fantasy LCS points?
I mean, they did pretty well in the first game.
They did.
So
I'm just wondering, they must have had a lot of Sentinels and TL players.
Berserker Aphelios returns.
Yeah, we've seen this one before. Known for his Zeri, known for his Aphelios, known for his hyper team fight carries. Oh, we got the J4 guy with the J4 crown. That was awesome, actually. Just realized. Lulu to pair with.
They actually decided, they consulted him on what merch we should make for our first match.
True. It's a good one to go for. Oh, this curse thing again. Oh, I remember that from last year.
The dog.
The dog.
The hot dog. Yeah. We actually need to see some more Nefiri. Honestly, I feel like Nefiri is still good.
35% on car insurance.
Palafox working multiple jobs, Kangas, okay? Respect the hustle.
That was a busy offseason for him.
He's selling insurance.
He's consulting.
Playing mid lane.
Yeah. I just love also seeing the general manager for Dignitas up there happen to be coaches. They were also having these issues with the coaching staff coming in. But now, hey, Breezy on the Alistair earlier. It's a rough early laning phase support to play. Nautilus not going to have that same weakness necessarily.
Zed, a fan in the audience as well. Zed Jungle just got nerfed with the monster damage multiplier, which I'm happy about and was deserved, but very rarely do we see it in the actual LCS. Maybe got a little bit better chance at internationals.
I think Dig misses those also there.
I mean, I just miss Otacon in general. I thought.
Oh, you were a fan?
I was a fan. I like having a different sort of fight. You know. Different area. There's some mechanics that teams, took a little bit to get used to. Back to this game, though, because, yeah, Otacon is gone forever. This Gwen ban is respect to Photon. Remember, that was his favorite champion. He mentioned it himself, then he also spammed it every single game.
Support NACL. Sorry, I just had to shout that out. But yes, Photon loves Gwen.
From the heart, right there.
That's where I'm from, baby.
That's one of those memes. This is where I grew up memes. I grew up on these streets. That's what it is.
I grew up on the NACL streets. It was Academy. It was Challengers League. Before that, shout out, Compete League, Big League. It goes back. It goes way back. And I mean, players like Breezy, players like Dokla has played throughout a lot of those Tier 3, Tier 2 leagues as well. The Tier 2 ecosystem, very important for the health of the league. So thank you, fan, for that sign. I got bad news for this fan.
Oh, I mean, honestly, do you still believe in Santa Claus? Because they play tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Tune in tomorrow. We got that TSM 100 Thieves banger.
Meanwhile, in this game, we got the Jinx locked in here for mobility alongside the Nautilus. And then Pantheon hovered right now for Lyon. Interesting to see right there, as it is locked, so that's going to be the jungler now.
Personally, I think Jinx is actually busted right now. I think Jinx in solo queue definitely is having a lot of success. I think should be utilized more in pro play. I actually think she's really, really powerful at the moment if you can keep her safe. And they do have good pick with the rest of their team. Talia, Vi, and Nautilus is really offensive CC. So we'll see, can they create the space? If you can get the pick, then you get Jinx excited off the one kill. And that could be your recipe for team fights, Kangas.
You just need that one reset, that one kill. Burst somebody down with the Vi ult, the Nautilus ult, the flick back, and now maybe even more frontline here if they lock in a tank. Again, for Photon, he was mostly playing carries.
The ninjas we were talking about!
The ninjas! We saw this over in LEC Week 1, the counter pick into Renekton. Let's see if it's locked in here for Photon, and it is. So the ranged AP matchup to abuse the Renekton.
Also, look at that champ, and then how do you forget that's a ninja?
It's just a little guy. Look, he's
in a ninja costume.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyways, brings a big AOE threat for flanking. So I actually, I like this Dignitas, setup that they constructed for themselves. Aphelios, the thing that always kind of plagues Aphelios is if you have point and click CC and you've got flanks. So Kennen and Vi and Talia, there's a lot of threats for Berserker to deal with, and so Isles is going to have to do some work to keep him safe.
Lots of shields, the big ultimate wild growth, give him that extra health. But is it going to be enough with all this dive coming in? And you can even pivot to help, wild growth, the jungler, the mid laner, whoever's getting targeted down, because again, everyone's going to be focused on that one kill for the Jinx reset. Lulu's really good at keeping one person alive, especially with the polymorph on something like the Vi going in. So coach is giving a fist bump on stage. Everybody at the Riot Games Arena, make some noise again for Lyon versus Dignitas. Game number 2, and shout out the crowd, by the way. They have been incredible so far. So many signs. They've brought incredible energy to opening weekend of LCS, so shout out to you guys. You're the rock stars.
Shout out to the guy that booed Kangas. That was funny. You made me laugh.
Shout out you. Shout out you as well. There we go. I'll give him some credit also. But here we go, round 2. Let's see if Lyon can make quick work of Dig. They did have a longer than expected game, Kobe. Game number 1 with the 10K gold lead. It went to 30 minutes.
Who believes in Dignitas after that last Baron and Elder? Oh, yeah, okay.
That's a lot of noise.
Look at this. Look on your screen right now.
Already level 1. That's a better start to lane phase for mobility and Breezy. Isles getting chunked out.
Berserker, though, gets 3 more autos with his ghost popped here, chasing them back down.
But it is a summoner spell trade advantage now for Dignitas. Last time around, they used barrier. This time it's a trade of heals and ghost from Berserker.
Let's see. can we keep it spicy? Looks like we can. Both wards here in the side brush are going to have some vision. Meanwhile, the ward, speaking of wards, by Raptor Pit did see Inspired steal the Raptors. So yes, it is a split map, but you're splitting it and your bottom lane, there's a Nautilus there. So they actually could go for some like cheesy ganks on bottom lane. You definitely at least want to get level 3 for junglers at the moment. But wait, Inspire's going to cross back, and they see him crossing back. XU, he's only 1 camp. He's still level 2. He's trying to get the Krugs in time to get his level 3.
And Inspired with the red buff, XU only having the blue, so we'll have to keep our eyes there. And bot lane actually not going bad for Dignitas here, so
it's only going to...
XU on the Krugs right now. Inspired can try... Oh, he Qs to take away some, but the bot lane's not roaming for Lyon, so they're not going to actually pinch us immediately.
Yeah, you can jump over the wall. Yeah, and it was only going to be a 2nd camp, so it wouldn't even be level 3. It was only, he's always going to stay here. Regardless, though, Inspired crosses back, so Inspired going to have some extra timing.
Nice.
And as you say, and you point out, with that Q over the wall, I mean, just passes by Krugs, and it just happens to be perfect, perfect there from Inspired. Grabs that one, is able to clear out the rest of his regular quadrants now. So he can just clear straight, full clear up to the top side and try and put some more pressure back on the Kennen. One of the reasons Kennen has come back into the meta is because of these top lane changes that really value laning prowess, you know, with top lane quests, isolating them a little bit more up there, and the Phaelites as well. Kennen, who can bully a lot of matchups with range advantage, has become popular once again.
And we've seen him do just that. So yes, the jungle is a rough start for Dignitas. XU going to be very behind Inspired, but top side, Photon gets a big shove. That's TP out of Dokla, and Photon is about a wave up in CS overall.
After the crab,
Surely we're not going to go for this.
Yeah,
Isles will start tanking turret first, and first blood to Berserker is answered, but it's a double for Dignitas. The botched 2v2 dive from Lyon.
Those Dignitas believers, stock is going up here. Because
make some noise, the Dig faithful.
They get a couple kills back there, Kangas, and Berserker flashed at the end. So, and still died. So, okay, they go for mobility. They get him with the polymorph, but mobility has cleanse, so he gets back up and he shoots the Lulu down to get credit for that one. Then Berserker also wastes his flash at the end. That tower is already heated up. He didn't think that tower was going to do enough damage with that last shot, but fully heated up. It has enough damage to finish him, even with the flash over, and so Nautilus gets a kill for himself as well.
As, you know, it's going to be a good start for the bot lane. They're still behind in CS, but answering the kill and then also a kill onto Breezy means that he's going to be a little tankier. So, Dignitas not too shabby.
And I have to say, Berserker with no flash, like Aphelios with no flash should be a Vi target here. You've got Nautilus with flash. You have Jinx who can also follow up with flash. You know, has plenty of CC herself, so I would say put some more pressure down there. If you are Dignitas, just isolate the top side, let Kennen be 1v1 with the Renekton up there, and focus as much pressure as you can. Talia roams, Vi ganks towards this bottom side. Get Jinx really fed and hope you can win team fights that way.
Well, I gotta say, Inspired might have the same read as you because he's hovering on the bottom half right now. Went for the Krugs. His Raptors are now spawning, so he'll go back up towards those as XU is in the neighborhood. Inspired's going to be ahead in the clear based on how that level 1 went. The invade getting basically 2.5 camp advantage over XU. So maybe XU can instead put some time towards bot side, but maybe he just plays for himself instead.
Yeah, Inspired is in a very good spot here. This is looking quite juicy. He's going to get to a very early level 6 on the Pantheon, so then you can answer any sort of offensive play.
Breezy goes for a hook right there. They have a big wave. And they had XU nearby, so I guess the call was go for the engage, but that was very early from Breezy, so they have to back off instead.
Yeah, and then the confidence here from Berserker and Isles, they've got the wards here through the Phaelites.
Oh, I like the attempt from Breezy. Isles walked up to body block the Jinx W from the cannon. That's the turret play now picked up. Breezy's not able to punish Isles for that attempt, as now an invade again from Lyon here. They have Saint and Inspired hanging around on the top side near those Raptors.
Okay, Lyon with the constant pressure here, still squeezing out a little bit more. Berserker with the gold lead again, got the turret plate, and guess what? He's going to get another one here. The first two are so easy to take. Just unrelenting pressure. With Aphelios Lulu, you could put down so much harassment as well as getting the constant shove. So rewarded again. There's turret plate number 2 for the bottom.
Ooh, Inspired goes for another invade right now. Has level advantage over XU, and in comes Saint as well. XU will just fall break away. Flash follow from Saint to lock him down. Inspired with the second kill of the game, rather, for Lyon.
This mid-jungle synergy where people were worried that these are going to be the 2 players. Wait, bottom.
Oh, Mobility. Unfortunately, all alone in the bottom lane. His support's roaming, and he gets picked up. And the number 1 Dig fan in the audience is okay. They can come back.
Why'd they choose the now to show it?
Yeah, that was
messed up.
That was a wild timing for production.
That was messed up. They're like picture-in-picture while Mobility's dying. Number 1 Dig fan. Uh-oh.
As Weaver's Wall comes in right now, could be a big play for Dignitas. Dokla
Bring that fan back up.
1v2. Bring the fan back on screen.
Where's that Dig fan?
Dignitas just found the big play.
Get that Dig fan back up on the screen.
Yeah!
There you go. Yeah! Second time's the charm.
There we go. We saved it. You saved it. Good job, Kobe. Dokla gets picked off right there. Photon gets a bigger lead now, about 2 waves advantage for the Kennen counter pick, who took the Ignite, and this early laning phase has gone great for him. So this Kennen, I love this counter pick into things like the Renekton. Again, we saw it in even week 1 of LEC. That's where I first got my look at it. Mobility takes a half his health bar chunk right there.
Ouch.
But it can win lane and can have huge impact in later team fights. Speaking of, we can still get later team fights. There's been no dragon taken already at close to 8 minutes in the game, so it's going to be a relatively slower paced dragon stacking game. As Inspired is instead invading on the blue buff, has Isles in his back pocket, Berserker's walking up. XU's thinking about it, is not able to smite it away. Inspired picks that one up, so Inspired just... He's got no chill right now, Kobe. He's just constantly invading.
And when you've got all these winning lanes, I think you should have no chill.
Yeah.
People say you have no chill like it's a bad thing, but...
This is a good no chill.
Sometimes it's a good thing.
Yeah. He is not giving any breathing room for XU, but actually decides to back off the Dragon for right now. There was a small window there where Breezy and Mobility were faster on the roam. So, again, a slow Dragon stacking game.
Yeah, honestly, though, I think we're going to be in luck, and there will be a lot of kills. So...
Some tells me, as again, Mobility might just be too far forward, has to flash over the wall. And that's not an ideal position for the Jinx to be in as they're looking towards the Dragon. Saint, though, with some trouble. Flash from Breezy to CC Chain. XU goes down. His in comes Inspired. Has Isles behind him to keep him alive. They're just trying to buy space for Berserker to walk up. Polymorph views. Breezy in trouble. Support goes down for mid laner. 1-for-1 trade.
Okay, now it's going to be bottom crab. And I guess they're getting mid lane push here. Can Talia also get a turret plate? Palfox, there's crystals on that thing. Easy, easy. Only a couple autos there with the crystal build up for the first turret plate, and you can just trade these grubs.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, grubs suck. I'm a massive...
You're a hater?
I hate grubs so much.
It's not good when the jungle main on the broadcast says that they hate grubs.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say not a bad window here for Dignitas. Yes, they're behind in gold across the map, but rather than other than topside. And let's get another look at this, though.
Yeah, I mean, a good shove. Seismic shove from Palfox into the Q here from XU, and so they get the kill. But Pantheon Ultimate inspired here with the lead with his extra level on Pantheon, and his bottom lane has, I'd say, for 100% of both games, had bot lane push.
Yep.
This bottom lane has just been like across the halfway line the entirety of the entire series. And so Berserker and Isles always the first to move, and they're able to get a counter kill into Dragon.
Still no turret plates picked up by Dig's bot lane. And again, I just want to give another shout out. E-subs coming in. Immobility and Breezy were not the intended starters. Mobility was a great collegiate player. He played for Winthrop University, got 2 times a top 3 finish in the CLO championships for Winthrop. Joining them after they had a championship run earlier in 2021, but he was never really able to like make a huge standout at the tier 2 level, was always just kind of the top at the collegiate level. So props to them for subbing in here in a rough spot for Dignitas overall, but they are laning against Berserker, who was MVP at one point in the league and has already experience with Isles too.
Yeah, and Isles was on Dignitas as well, so he knows the other side of this, and he is very happy to be on Lyon now. constantly pushing. It does look very fun to play with Berserker, even when they're tower diving and they're just dying.
Yeah.
Still look fun.
They still walked out ahead in gold overall in this laning phase, though, despite that happening. Just shows the power of a player like Berserker. I knew him always for the team fights. That's where, like, I always saw, oh, Berserker's one of the best team fighters in the league, but now also being able to kind of do this in laning phase, yeah, the team fight's going to look even better.
You know what I know him for most?
What do you know him for?
My favorite piece of Berserker content, as we get possible action here. My favorite piece of content was, I believe he did this interview with Travis Gafford, and they did the game where it was like, oh, I can give you like $2.
Oh, yep.
As we had a gank.
Yeah, Breezy's getting caught out right here. Actually, he's able to take the blast cone to safety. Now dredge line to the wall. Berserker does not have the gravitum yet. Saint, though, trying to get in there. Photon in a 1v1 versus Dokla. Dokla has the ultimate, but not enough range. Can't close the gap. Photon with the solo kill.
Yeah, basically what it was is, you know, you do the, oh, do you want $5 or I can pass it on to the next person and I'll double it for them as mobility's dead again.
Yeah, he said I like money, right? Just like Isles probably did right there.
Well, you jumped the gun a little bit there on the delivery, but all good. That's basically what he said.
I wanted the credit of the punchline right there.
There's a little bit more to the story in the lead up before the punchline. But here's the punchline for Dokla is I wish you could see the cooldowns because he just used Q there. I think his Q is really close to coming up. And so he would have empowered Q there to try and get the heal, and then it would be closer.
Good job, top. Nice. Okay, just... Then we're just...
Yeah, good job, top. I like that.
I mean, to their credit, I know we're still being a little loose with this game 2 cast, but this is a much closer game than game 1. By this point in game 1, there was already like a 5K gold lead for Lyon. This time around, I mean, we're still hearing in that voice comms that Dignitas, they're communicating, they're trying their best to keep in this game. Photon has a massive lead in the top lane now with 1.5K advantage individually. That's still just offset by how bot lane is going here with Berserker kind of sharing that, even double that lead himself.
So you would say they're currently doing their new personal best against Lyon.
New PR.
Yeah, new
best
PR
is the best right there. As Breezy has to dredge line to the wall again and might not even make it out there. Berserker almost finds it. Flash from Dokla, though. This is a story of 2 lanes. Bot lane constantly shoved in for Dig, but their top lane is winning this matchup. And now we got a TP from said top lane. That's a Kennen flank looking straight at Berserker. He has the Ghost plus the Lulu speed up, and the teleport is a little slow. Palafox, meanwhile, caught out here in the mid lane. Oh, I like the attempt from Dignitas. Not going to find it, though.
Yeah, they are not liking anything about this aftermath because they teleported away from top lane, so Dokla gets back into the game.
Yeah.
Kennen gets literal 0 down on bottom side because Lulu heal and speed up and Shirelia's. It's like speed is so underrated, but I love Shirelia's rush because just like that, you don't even have to take the damage. The speed just allows you to avoid the entire play, and then Dokla even benefits. Look at that. Crocodile very happy on the top side. Berserker happy on the bottom side still. And, you know, one of the only weaknesses of Aphelios is being low mobility, not having movement speed, so...
Oh, but we're just going to force a play mid lane. No flash on Saint, remember. XU there for the follow-up. And that is kill credit to mobility. The Jinx Rocket snipes it.
There you go. Using their combo effectively. Dignitas with the assassination play, which will result in presumably an objective for them as well.
That is 3 ultimates used, however. No Vi ult, no Kennen ultimate.
Worf.
How confident is Inspired here? He's thinking about it, but he just steals the dragon! Now stunning up XQ's got Isles behind him, but Isles is the focus. Can they kill the Lulu? They can't! Flash away, Inspired alive with the wild growth. Berserker hit with the Nautilus ultimate. Where's the damage follow-up? Flash support, flash response as the Pantheon ult's behind everybody. Shut down to Photon. Dignitas, they did find a couple of kills, but Inspired steals the dragon.
That's some payback for Baron, buddy.
Yeah.
Give me that
he
dragon.
kept the receipt.
All right, so that's going to be 2-4 Lyon. They retain the gold lead as well, but, I mean, the fights are getting crazy, really spread out here. I like, actually, that there is less coordination in this game than you're normally used to.
Scrappy.
And here we go, right over the top. Pantheon Smite and Q is a really, really, really effective combo for sealing objectives.
Hey, there was somebody on their phone. They were like, what's happening?
You can tell there, you know, holding the Palafox sign, which team she was rooting for with the result of that play. And it is going to be another objective for Lyon.
Whew, all right, well, they're showing that they are willing to scrap, and again, a closer game too. To their credit, it's only 1,500 gold lead for Lyon right now, plus those 2 dragons. But later dragons, as we're now on the Herald. Inspired starting it up, again has Isles in his back pocket, but Alfox has Breezy. No jungle smite steal from XU that time around. It is Inspired that secures the objective.
All right, they've got Vi ult backup now. Kennen ult is available, so try and go for another assassination play. Dignitas, they've got Vi ult, they've got, I mean, Taliyah doesn't need ult, you just need seismic shove, so ready to go for a combo here. Still no flash for the Rise, although that timer is coming back up very quickly. Berserker might be your target then, because he's got no summoner spells for the time being as well. I mean, there's a lot of options here, and you've got to make use of these kill buttons on the side of Dignitas if you want to claw your way back into this game. Full send, and then try and get the ideal scenario like you did last time, where mobility is the one to get the final hit with like Jinx Rocket or something, so you can try and get some money under this Jinx that had such a terrible lane phase, is really behind the power curve here versus Berserker. So, you know, full send on some of these abilities, get that gold into Jinx, and pray as well. That never hurts.
That's usually my solo queue strategy as well. Is
smart.
Get my 80 carry gold and then pray. Because you know I'm not carrying those games. Mobility is able to catch a couple of safer waves here, though, as the game has slowed down slightly. He's been the focus of so much action, whether the jungle's nearby or it's just the 2v2. So nice that he's able to get some breathing room as Saint gets a push again topside. That's a lot of plates picked up.
I want to track Photon, too, because top lane Quest is no joke here. You know, he's got 1 level lead over Dokla at the moment, and he's looking to make a flank play. Kennen, well, he's looking to make a crab play.
Ah, yes, he wants that one. I was also just noting that because he brought up the quests, Saint just finished his, so was a little behind on that one. It was roaming around the map a lot, so I can put him behind as Breezy now in the Lion Brush. Lion pouncing on top of him. The polymorph is used, and now Berserker might be in some trouble. Palafox gets the flick onto him, but he's still got the team behind him. Berserker, wild growth and shields will keep him alive as now Mobility's trying to unleash with Photon going in there for the engage. They got Berserker! 80 carry down! Dignitas stock high! They win a team fight with a double kill to Palafox.
They're making use of those kill buttons. The ultimates come through for Dignitas, and by the time Kennen gets here, then they can actually win. So the initiation onto Berserker, first it's able to get out the Lulu Wild Growth, they use up the polymorph as well, and then when Kennen arrives, that's where the real damage is. So here's the initiation. They're going to go for Berserker. Isles does a good job of keeping Berserker up here, and if it was a 3-on-3, they would have been fine. But Palafox joins with the ultimate on Taliyah. They get the seismic shove, and then Kennen comes through as well, and they're able to close the rest of the distance. Inspired on the front line, gets melted. XU goes back in onto Berserker. They flash forward. They get the kill onto Berserker. XU never even ends up dropping there, and it's nicely played from Dignitas on the other side.
And I gotta say, props to XU.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Really well played and great target selection from him, committing to the engage onto Berserker, then finding that Vault Breaker onto him afterwards. Saint was trying to kind of buffer it, it looked like, or get in the way, but XU found the angle and was able to shut down Berserker, the big 80 carry with a lot of that gold. So more gold in Dignitas' pockets, and they actually have a lead now, Kobe. 1.1k advantage to Dig.
The Believers are eating good right now. Protected Jinx comp, Flash and Cleanse are both available for said Jinx. See if they can actually set up this dragon, though. Looking down the line, Berserker, Flash has a couple more seconds, Kangas.
Everyone from Lion are approaching from the same angle. We have the Pantheon ult coming in. Is he going straight to the dragon? It is secured by Dignitas. Now everybody onto Inspired. Wild Growth is used on the Pantheon. Breezy first to fall, as Berserker just can't get into the fight because of the Weaver's wall. Red and white, but not ready to fight, as Inspired has to flash away from the seismic shove. Dignitas get the dragon, trade their support, and they get out.
Interesting. I mean, dragon number 3 for 1 kill onto the support. I like it for Dig, honestly. We'll see if there's more damages done.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, with the Herald too, actually, it might be your whole tower. All right, well, now you're definitely going to be losing out overall on the play. A lot of extra gold picked up. They finished the tower. with a couple extra turret plates left on it there. Gives some more room for this Pantheon Rise to be able to play the map. And this Lyon team has very good possibilities of picking people off in side lane plays when you have Realm Warp and you have Pantheon Ultimate. So Lyon have to be very careful and try and, again, use the synergy of their team comp, group up, and focus down that kill to get mobility excited so they can run through the team fight. As long as they are kind of moving cautiously, then they can try and work around these semi-globals that Lyon have.
And we're talking about mobility on the Jinx because that's what the comp needs. But what's actually happening is, actually a Dredge line onto Isles right now. Breezy going very deep. The team's not quite ready to follow up. Xu says, I guess I'll go in, as Saint has a flank. Inspired to hit it with the Wild Growth, trying to get in onto the backline. Saint's in some trouble right now as Xu's locking him down with Photon. Mobility on a killing spree now. 4-3-3 on the Jinx. That's one reset. If they can find more plays like that, Dignitas can keep themselves in the game, because as I was going to say, the gold advantages are on the solo laners with Photon and Palafox, and now Mobility is getting even more gold into his pocket. Dignitas are clawing their way back into the series.
Yeah, and okay, so I'm conflicted on this because
I can tell.
It was a bad look because Breezy just went in and he was going to get bursted and die anyway. But then, because he did that and died, Saint Realm Warped into the whole Dig team, and then he died. So it ended up actually being good, and it's props to Breezy mind control, I think.
He got in Saint's head.
It was actually a 5-head play, because he trades his support level 9 life for a level 14 Rise.
Yep.
And that's trading up.
The vibes were too good.
That's pretty good for them.
Yeah. So if Dignitas can find more ways to mind control Saint into Realm Warping into the entire team, they're going to feel very good about their prospects here. Meanwhile, again, it is about the bot lane differential for Lyon. Berserker does have gold in his pocket, and we've seen in the past what Berserker is able to do on hyper late game carries with a gold lead. But Kobe, we'd have to ask the question a lot in the first game because there wasn't as much happening of like, how do we rate Lyon's performance against a team like Dignitas, given the sub situation, given the power rankings? Well, now it's looking a little less kind on them because Dignitas have gotten themselves back into this game.
Yeah, your rank 1 prediction is starting to feel a little wobbly there, buddy.
I never locked it in, so maybe we still have time to
That's fair.
reverse the call.
I will say that I think we'll really tell once the Jinx gets Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge is very close, and when you get IE on Jinx, then we're going to have the real moment of truth of this game.
That means your crits will do so much more damage. You don't even need to get the Lure Domza early because no one's really building armor on the other team. No tank items
mostly
inside.
health stacker or frontline.
But I do like Isles' build since we're kind of covering some of the builds. The Mikhail's is huge for Berserker. This is basically Isles saying, it is my job to make sure my AD carry does not die. And if Isles is able to do that, then Berserker can unleash, even picking up the shield bow 3rd item. It feels like Lyon understand there's a target on Berserker's back right now.
Yes, there is. All right, can their split push actually work here, though? Renekton bot side, Rise was up on top. Rise without flash, though, after the last play, too, very detrimental. It's a long cooldown there, so not only did Saint die, but also having no flash for side lane plays means, look at the map. I mean, they don't even really have any sort of side lanes pushing early, and so it allows Dignitas to easily group up and play as 5 like they want. As soon as they get Kennen here, Dignitas are going to feel very, very good. They've got multiple avenues for engage. Photon has flash on the Kennen, level 16 with arm guard, with the gunblade as well. So keep track of that little rat.
5 stacks on Dark Seal. Watch for the little ninja guy. Photon would be spotted if he looked for the full flank around the edge, but he has the blast cone as well on top of all the other mobility. Dokla will go to check, see a control ward there, and Photon's actually left the area. Ooh, thank you, Observers! Photon on a big flank as Xu actually goes in onto Inspired, and now Berserker could be in some trouble. Flashes away, Wild Growth already, but it's Isles that's down! And Photon on a rampage! He finds the long flank, and Dignitas get a pick before the dragon.
Yo, can we get a standing ovation for the Observers there? That game of hide and seek
That was incredible.
That was incredible. Playing with us with the cannon, we said keep our eyes on the cannon, and then they turned off the lights so we could do it. And they increased.
But they knew.
The anticipation, and that was just beautiful because that was a story of 2 blast cones. Dokla used the one to go over and clear the tri-brush control ward, but sneaky Photon goes all the way around the back, and he found the deep super blast cone to not only burn Berserker's flash, force the Aphelios out of the fight, but then he also flash follows and gets the other kill. It was just really expert cannon play there, hide and seek from Photon and the observers.
Deathless on the flanking cannon. 405. Photon is the one returning member from Dignitas from last year. He's the one that impressed me the most from last year's Dignitas roster, coming in a rough position. And I was excited that we actually were able to keep him in the region. You know, he had played in the TCL, he had played a little bit in EU, and now we have Photon here in the LCS. As Breezy walks up into a brush, trying to get some vision down. Dredge line to try and get to safety, and will do so. Would have been a bad spot to get picked right there, but yeah, overall, I mean, even in the first game, that was a rough loss, but Photon on the Cassante was buying a lot of space for the team. I'm very impressed with how this top laner is performing.
Yeah, let's see if Dignitas can actually keep it together here, because they've got their marginal gold lead and the 2 dragons to their name. But the real thing is they have such a good team fight here if they can set it up naturally and get all 5 together. And seems like they currently have not had a problem with any side lane minion waves, so it allows them to move in, get the early vision here, and get the setup they want.
And I don't know if it's exactly just the crowd being clearly behind Dignitas right now, but this is not looking like a Lyon championship contending start to the year. They are struggling here in game number 2 and not living up to what they were able to do in game 1.
I think,
Oh, Zerker's taking a huge chunk of damage. He's trying to outplay, but Breezy is there to punish. Mobility gets the kill.
Pure, unadulterated ego right there. That's AD carry ego at its finest, baby. I hear some Dignitas
We got Chance in the crowd right now. They are behind this team who find a pick on the AD carry. They get the Baron uncontested. Dignitas are here in the LCS. Dignitas are making Lions sweat.
I also think, Genghis, there's a lot of people that just enjoy underdog stories. And Dignitas clearly, you know, one of the underdogs of the league, and are the ones that do need to win if you want 3 games. So Dignitas now with Baron trying to push out through bottom side because there's so much gold here. All towers still remain on bottom. As evidence of the way that lane phase has gone in both games, where Lion's duo lane had been constantly pushing, but now with Baron, Dignitas get to go collect all this standing turret plate money that is on the map for them. Currently, finally now, the Rise is getting some split push done for Lion, though.
Okay, they're clearing out these blast cones. Dokla is there to watch X2 walk into the brush, and that is a
that's all.
slicing maelstrom from Photon. Swing and a miss right there. Dokla's able to get out. They get the turret bot side, but look at top. Saint is pushing another one himself, but racing Baron usually not going to be a winning battle. Instead, they're just going for the top camps plus the turret, and it will be traded overall.
Yep, keep splitting, open up the map, and they're going to trade just fine. I mean, take away jungle, take away, even though it takes longer to take the turret, they still do get it.
You don't need to win the race. You just need to equalize the gold trade right there. And you know what this game reminds me of, Kobe? This is the type of game that you clip it and you send it to that 180 carry friend that you have that always wants to FF at 10 minutes if they're behind in gold over their lane opponent. You're like, no, it's okay. We can come back.
Look at Mobility's mental here.
Yeah.
Strong.
Be like Mobility.
Strong mental.
You'll get fed later. You have a role to play still. 14 to 10 kills, 2 to 2 dragons, 45 seconds till the next one as Dignitas starts setting up the vision control around the area. And, I mean, they've won the last couple of fights, so at this point, pressure's on Lyon to find a creative way to get into this Dragon Pit.
And honestly, I do think Lyon are living up to what people thought. People thought they were going to be this really individually talented ego team.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing some ego plays.
Yeah, I mean, what Berserker just tried to do in the mid lane was an ego play right there. Stepping up to Mobility, who had the flash available. So
Guardian Angel picked up for Berserker now.
Oh.
So he can full send for, again.
Yeah, I mean, that's Shield Bow plus GA, and he has the flash back from the earlier play where Photon tried to get on top of him. So important to track that.
Enough, he'll probably use forward.
Knowing Berserker, yes. He's like, hey, get ready to wild growth me. I'm going to go in there and engage for us. But the team is not ready to contest the dragon. That is a third dragon in a row picked up by Dignitas. 3 Chemtech dragons buffing their tenacity, heal, and shield power. And if they get that soul, that's going to make their non-true front line a little tankier. But speaking of front line, they walk straight into a brush blind. Photon chunked down, shut down to Inspired. He's got the wild growth from the Lulu behind him, and XU's got no assistance. Are we diving under the turret?
Hell yeah!
We got the Rise hold in, we got the Pantheon over top, but we got mobility! Damage onto Saint. Lyon bit off more than they could chew, as mobility's now looking at Inspired. The tier 2 turret was still standing. Inspired's under turret, uses the GA cooldown. Weaver's wall to block him off. He can't get out of there.
Minions, though, they're fine.
Oh, the minions are in range. Inspired is fine. Lyon find a 2-for-1.
Woo! Going super aggro here. I like it. And it's straight from the brush on the side. They get an early lead in this fight and try and push it so hard. They know there's no big objectives, so we're just going to full send on the actual fight, pick up another kill, grab the tower afterwards. And then you can see at the end, Inspired was just trying to zone off mobility. Because mobility, the Jinx had gotten excited, you use the threat of your stun on Pantheon, and he's playing the distance game, and he's just trying to push him off to make sure the Jinx doesn't come through with the extra damage. But this is the advantage of Vision. Kangas right out of the brush, they get the early jump onto the Kennen. Kennen has no Zhonya's or Flash now. That is so huge for Lyon. They get their kills, and then they want to go for more. Inspired's got GA, Berserker has GA, so they've got extra lives to spend. On the top side, on the bottom side, they do kill off Saint. That was good from Palafox and mobility.
If anyone gets picked, it's okay to just let them die.
Don't make the play worse.
How close are you to GA?
Yeah.
I like that,
Sunk cost fallacy is one of the... Wait a second.
Saint could be in some trouble. Photon, can he burst down the Rise? Oh! It's a setup for mobility with a super mega death rocket from downtown.
That was beautiful. All right. They get a ultimate all the way from mid lane here, and Photon this time around does get the full stun, gets the full combo, and this pick, of course, Baron's a full minute away, so we are going to get Saint reviving in time, but it does put Lyon behind as far as the Vision game. And you can see Baron Vision is going to be really easy now for Dig to set up and gain control.
And Kobe, I want to point something out for the first time now. The gold has gone in favor of mobility. He came back, baby, 7-3-4
Can you Vision? And maybe
on the Jinx.
What about this?
He has no flash. He has no flash. I'm watching you.
It's just solo. Jinx rocket?
Beautiful.
Bang, on the set, bro. 1 minute 20 on that.
I'm looking at you.
Love that from mobility. The crowd
I'm watching you.
Yeah. I mean, he's communicating. The team is still involved in this game. They did not mental boom after game 1, which can be the concern when you have that big of a shellacking, but definitely bouncing back here, and now they have firm control around the Baron pit.
Yeah, who's got the brush now?
Yeah.
Well, it's Dignitas.
It is, yes, we can see that. Lyon can't see that, as now they watch multiple members of Dig walk out to hit this wave. They'll catch their own.
They also have the Guardian Angel now. So XU has his Guardian Angel. Inspired's is on timer.
Oh, watch for Photon. He's looking for another flank. This time he would be spotted if he commits to it. Inspired sweeping him out, and we'll see the Kennen. Now the Kennen is all alone. Inspired jumps onto him. He did not realize the situation he was in. Photon picked off right at the Baron.
So good.
Oh, they're going for more. Yeah, it's Dokla trying to block him off, and it's the Pantheon ultimate over top. Grand Starfall plus mobility now taking chunk damage from the Aphelios. Dignitas do get out of there, but Lyon will secure a firm position at the Baron.
So now is also really hard because you don't actually want to go send for a Smite Steal because you have Guardian Angel on XU.
Yeah.
So if you're like, oh, let's just risk it again and I'll go for a Baron Steal, it's too costly because you lose your Guardian Angel and you're going to lose your life. It's totally not worth it. So don't even try and go for the Miracle Steal this time around. That is just a very good play by Inspired here for Lyon. Notice that when he caught the Kennen, he also stood on top of the center of the Blast Cone. So Kennen could not use the blast cone. He was trying to like, oh, I'm kind of safe because I have like a super blast cone here. If someone pops out, then I can, you know, pop it and get away. But he couldn't click it because Inspired was dead center on that thing. And so, again, Kennen got jumped on, no Zonias. And that has been the recipe for Lyon victories here. It's Inspired, seeking out, finding the Kennen, getting the initiation onto the Kennen, stun him early, blow the Zonias early. Here we go, though, round 4.
It is another Dragon. This time it's Dragon Soul Point for Dignitas. It's about to spawn. No Zonias on Photon, but he has the flash available. It's going to be tough for Lyon to try and get in here. Inspired will take the blast cone into the pit. Has the Guardian Angel available, even if he gets bursted down. Dokla wants the Dominus early. Now it's all Inspired in a 1v2. The team's not quite behind him. He gets pulled back in by Breezy. Smite goes through. It's Dragon Steel from Inspired. Now Lyon can look for the rest of the fight. Photon goes over the Slice of Maelstrom, not finding anything for it. And Lyon, for the first time in a while, will win a Dragon team fight, plus the steal on the objective. Breezy's going to be desynced with the rest of the team. So will Mobility as the crowd goes silent. They were cheering for Dig, but this time around it's Lyon getting the team fight.
Inspired, I gotta say, you know, everyone's like, oh my.
Oh, okay, is Breezy gonna get out of this? Let's go! Yeah! The other blast code. Saint's got to keep chasing him down to stop the back from coming off here. Long cooldowns on the death timers mean that this is probably the end of the game. Yeah, he's going to go for the back, but Lyon have the cannon minion. They push in on the Nexus. They push in on Dignitas. Lyon will win the series 2-0.
Lyon paid handsomely to get Inspired on their team, and it was well worth it.
Yep.
This game, you were talking about, oh, are they living up to expectations? Are you getting what you expected from them? That is some MVP stuff there. He finds Kennen over and over in multiple team fights. He's able to steal away objectives.
Yep.
I feel like that was some real MVP stuff showing up on stage there.
Great from Inspired. You know, Photon was able to find the really long Kennen flank earlier in the game, but this time Inspired said, no, we need to track the Kennen. Fool me once, shame on me, won't get fooled again. He catches him that time. Pivotal moment to get to the Baron. GG 2-0 for Lyon.
That was a fun one, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas, they worked hard for it. I will say, they gave us 2 minutes of fun in game number 1, and then that game number 2 was pretty close.
Yeah, it definitely was. In the end, though, Lyon with the 2-0. They were making some ego plays, having some fun, testing some limits out there, and they get the job done as well. Yeah, again, I think some really big plays back to back from Inspired, making some picks, and we're gonna have a fun lock-in tournament because this is just the opening weekend, Kangas.
Weekend number 1. We got winners, we got losers, we got Raz on stage for an interview.
Yes, sir, and we have Berserker back in North America. A present from the Lyon fans and from Lyon. Welcome back to the King. We got your Jarvan crown ready for you. I got a quick question right from the get-go. How does it feel to come back? It was kind of haphazard, very quick. You came in this week, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good to see you guys again in LCS. And yeah, I mean, last year was kind of tough, but I mean, I'm trying to forget to like last year happened, so, you know, I mean, I'm fine. So I'm trying to my best this year and like trying to perform best, yeah.
You talk to me a little bit about that, because when you were in North America, won an MVP, people remember the iconic image of you running around with the trophy when you were with C9, and you wanted to be able to get that back to that level. What's something that you want to be able to prove to yourself and to the fans out there?
I mean, you mean the reason I going to the LCK, like, or
no? Like coming back to North America, what's like a goal that you have for yourself?
Oh, I mean, I just want to perform at the like international league. Yeah, that's what I mean, that's not all that why reason to I came LCS. I mean, Casper keep asking me like, you want to just play with me? So, I mean, he's best jungle in the LCS, so why not, you know? So I just like play with him now.
And tell me about kind of like the practice and just working with this team, because the roster looks incredible. Like being able to work with Saint and Inspired, as you mentioned, wasn't maybe the plan to come in with Dokla, but he's somebody that came in off of World's performance. Talk to me about the team and some of the performance, like the practices that you've had with them.
I mean, to be honest, I just came to NA like 3 days ago, so I didn't practice really well. But I mean, we need like fix a bit about like fighting. I think. I mean, it's like kind of so many random core when I feeling. So I mean, if we fix it and then something about macro, and then if we know the like what should like we do like ourselves, then it should be better. But we should, yeah, keep getting better.
A message for the fans out here that have been sticking around the entire day just for you guys?
I mean, I already said it, but good to see you again, guys. And then, I mean, always thank you, guys.
And it seems like you have a present, a gift for a lucky fan out there. It seems like it's a Lyon shirt. Just chuck that right out there just for a lucky fan. We got a lucky brother out there with a Lyon shirt. Thank you, Lyon. Appreciate you. Welcome back again. And I'm going to send this one straight back to the lounge.
Thank you, Raz and Berserker. We got a little bit of time as they set up the draw show because we're going to be drawing the matchups for next week. But we wanted to talk about the game that we just saw. It really was, for a lot of it, a battle between a Fed 80 carry and a Fed top laner. So we're going to go back and forth on exactly how that played out, starting with Emily.
Yeah, so we're going to go through some bot lane plays. Just pay attention to the gold difference down here, right? There's a reason why I have that selected, just to show how far ahead Berserker will be able to get through some of these plays. This is the first one. It was a very ambitious, let's just say, dive where he's definitely feeling himself, does get the kill onto mobility. It actually ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of Dig. However, again, he is slowly accruing a gold lead as we go to 6:06 once again. They're going to shove this wave in, get the plate off, and then, oh, they're backing? No, wait. Mobility is going to be coming back to lane as a bunch of stuff happens on the top side as well, but he is immediately dead. Now we see that gold lead ballooning a bit, and I'm going to throw it over to Jat to see what's going on with Photon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're thinking it might be another stomp. So I got to credit Dignitas for finding a way back into this game. And if bot lane's a disaster, what do? You go top lane. So that's what Photon and Dokla had set up here. They send the farm at him with Palafox and Nautilus, get the kill on to Dokla. And I would say as well, he then pays it forward. I think Dokla gets over-aggressive onto the Ignite Kennen later, which would be, I imagine, a mistake in review for them because he didn't have to make this play. But Photon still gets the outplay, just ults, ignites, spaces well with autos, gets the kill. Now a 2-level advantage and a 1,400 gold lead from the top side, but Berserker wasn't quite done.
Yeah, so this is a setup for a play where Dig actually get onto Saint, but then Inspired flies in and immediately Breezy is dead. That is another kill to Berserker. Again, we see that gold lead ever increasing, and then the final play that I'm going to pull from this side is down here. Just poor mobility. He's just not having a great time, right? This happens around the time that we see that solo kill up. He is dead. Look at this gold lead already. Again, it's just getting worse. It is not fun.
But the game did start turning around essentially when Dignitas was successfully able to target the really fed Berserker in these fights. We're going to touch on that Smite Steal later because that was the first one by Inspired. But you can see they pretty much just Nautilus alt Berserker. Everyone flies on top of him. Photon ends up getting the shutdown. And then at this point, you can see Photon 6,100 gold to 4,500 gold, which is still not the same as the advantage that Berserker has, but in future fights, they do a very good job of just shutting down Berserker. So 18 minutes in, this is where you can see the focus is really strong, and probably what Berserker was talking about in those interviews, where the fights just seemed random, because they're not really in position for this fight. They don't have enough peel for him. They're able to just kill him once again, and that's where they really start snowballing the game. And I'm actually kind of glad we have time in this segment while they're setting up the draw show to go over this, because one of the coolest flanks happened here at 25 minutes when Photon waited in Fog of War, dodged Dokla in the first place, gets around another ward, and then jumps in behind to burn everything on Berserker, take him out of the fight, kill Isles, and really give Dignitas a chance to win this game. And I believe we have comms for this play, which we're going to toss to now if they're still ready.
Okay, just please listen to me. I'm pinging where Kennen is.
Okay.
Okay.
He still has TP. He's gonna walk bot here.
I think Kennen is flanking. I want to look for Kennen. Cannon might be here or here. Okay, Cannon is there. I'm walking there and I wanna fight Cannon when he goes back bot. Renekton, you can maybe go aggressive way.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We're hitting Dragon guys. We're hitting Dragon.
Okay, watch Cannon, watch Cannon. Just watch Cannon. I think we should start.
This is not our line.
Look, this is good.
No Pantani, no Pantani.
Sure. Keep dragging them in. Drag them in.
We missed. We got one.
Okay.
I'm in the pit. They will go on me maybe soon.
Okay.
Yep.
Vi just queued in.
I'm marking Cannon.
Cannon's in the tri-bush.
Look.
Okay. Look. Talia. Cannon.
Talia after.
Jinx has no flash.
We win.
I'm just too good at the game.
That was a lot. That was close. It shouldn't have been. I love the segment that you guys highlighted, especially from the Photon's perspective, because in between games, we got to hear from Inspired and the respect that he gave to Photon.
Yeah.
Talking about how the meta having elongated laning phase really helps him because he likes to be able to play laning phase specific champions. Kennen is that champion. And he had such a great game here.
When we talked about, okay, what is the value of going second pick, right? They must have something that they really want to pull out. It ends up being this top lane Kennen.
Yeah.
And it almost turned the entire game in their favor.
Yeah, but we were reminded by the end of that, the player of the year last year was Inspired. Steals the early Drake, catches Kennen on the flank around Baron, steals the Chemtech Drake at the end as well.
True, and to be player of the year, you must start in the first step, which is player of the game. So
you gotta get a couple at least.
Yeah, you have to get a few. So the fact that he's able to get this one, much deserved. The consistency, I think, was key because Berserker, of course, and Isles were able to get the laning lead bot lane, but then it got into such a big disarray, and they were getting picked off.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, someone need to be able to carry it, and even hearing from the comms, trying to find and isolate Kennen was so important for them to claw back this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you heard them. Every single player was prioritizing it, Inspired bringing them together. I also loved hearing from, I always love hearing from Berserker, but hearing from him being like, we need to work on macro plays.
Yeah.
But again, when we talked about this roster, it's like, okay, we know the names on this team are very, very talented. It's just going to be whether they can coordinate together. So hopefully with another week of scrims, as a team, they'll come out next week and look a lot more in sync with each other.
Yeah, as Berserker mentioned, he's been here 3 days.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So none of these teams are going to be in their final form as of yet. We're still going to see, hopefully next week, Dignitas' full roster. We don't know, though. It might be Mobility, Breezy, and GM Jonathan is their coach once again.
True.
But we'll see. We know who today's player of the games were. New thing we're doing here during LCS Lock-In is rather than waiting until the end of the series, we're giving player of the game in every individual game that we see. We had a couple of 2-0s, so 2 FlyQuest players that are the same guy. Griffin, amazing debut here for him.
That was such a fun game, a series rather, to cast. Seeing Griffin he kind of is a microcosm for what this team is, right? Where they believe in their hands, they go in. If they make a mistake, they seem to be really good at settling themselves, just going for the next play. Based on this series, they're going to be such a fun team to watch, and Griffin is going to be such a fun player to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, we have player of the games. Obviously, Griffin would have been player of the series, but we'll also have player of the week, which they're tabulating the votes for as we speak. I know personally, I voted for Griffin, but I know APA won.
Boom!
Raz, you voted for APA.
I voted for APA. I must, because the quality of the opponent was much tougher. The question for me, at least, was how he was going to perform versus Quid in particular.
Yeah,
performed incredibly well. Even solo killed him, especially on the Azir, which was a big question mark in terms of the consistency that he has. So the question mark was whether he's not going to how he was going to do on the team. He was incredible. Beast in lane, beast in team fights. The 2-0 over Team Liquid was not expected. So, I mean, I had it as a 2-1 for C9, but they made it cleaner than it should have. So I think it was a tough one between him and Griffin, but it was much deserved.
I didn't realize how much he was involved in everything that C9 was doing. He had almost 91% kill participation. That's super, super impressive. And like you mentioned, his Azir, specifically those few shuffles in the mid to late game fights, really turned things around for C9 in that game 1, which I thought Team Liquid was just going to take pretty easily.
Yeah, they're just finishing up preparation for the draw show. So just a quick reminder to people how this is going to work. The teams that won will draw against the other teams that won. And the teams that lost will draw against the other teams that lost.
Any more notes?
So the notes are the teams that won, which are C9, FlyQuest, Lyon, and DSG. One of these teams is not like the other. So I do think people are going to want to draw against DSG in the next round. But you never know. They did surprise in the first week. And then the 4 losing teams are Raz.
Well, what are you asking me?
Oh,
I got to ask Kangas. Answer that, Kangas.
Russia.
Well, thankfully, I don't have to answer it either because the balls will answer it for me. XU and Inspired are on stage with me right now to represent each group. We have the 0-1s and the 1-0s, so thank you both for being on stage today. Let's see what teams are competing against each other for next week in the Swiss stage. Up first, though, I do want to ask, since I have a chance, XU, you just got to play against Inspired, and you Smite stole a Baron, and you got an Elder Dragon from him. How do you feel about that?
I mean, those games were a bit unplayable, but it was fun to steal it, so I guess it was nice, yeah.
Any defense for yourself, Inspired?
Unlucky.
Unlucky. All right. Well, there we got to hear from them. XU, I'm going to have you pull the first matchup for the 0-1 teams for week 2 of the LCS Lock-In Swiss stage. Oh, it's okay. You saved it. Up first, Shopify Rebellion. And their opponent for week 2 of the Swiss stage, Team Liquid. Ooh.
This is incredible, honestly. That means we got Sentinels. So.
Well, spoilers. Let's draw the next 2 as well. And then we'll get your thoughts on it as well. Shout out to the crowd again. They were cheering Dignitas on. We have Sentinels versus Dignitas for the next opponents. Now, actually, you were excited about that. Tell me why you would rather play against Sentinels than the other 2.
Well, I think TL being in the lower bracket is pretty scary, so no one wants to see them. And I think Sen has like a lot of my former teammates who I want to beat, so yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, cool. Well, there we have it, the 0-1 draw for week 2. Inspired, you're going to be up next, but before that, I want to ask, as you did just win and you're on a new organization, who are you hoping to draw? Who are you hoping to avoid?
I don't know. It would be fun to play against FlyQuest, I guess. Yeah, maybe we get FlyQuest.
A little rematch with the old org. Let's see if you can do it. If you wouldn't mind drawing the first matchup for the 1-0 teams of LCS Lock-In Swiss Stage Week 2. And it is going to be Cloud9 as the first team drawn, with their opponent, Lyon. All right, before we draw the next one, how do you feel about it?
Pretty good. Probably the best team that we could face. So we'll see how it goes at the beginning of the season. I think they played a lot together already, and we played like maybe 3 days of scrim so far. So it's gonna be interesting.
All right, it's going to be a tough matchup. Let's see what the next matchup is from the 1-0 teams to round out the rest of the Week 2 bracket. FlyQuest will be taking on the last remaining 1-0 team, which is Disguised. A lot of young players on that one. So FlyQuest versus Disguised, what do you think?
No problem, FlyQuest.
No problem, FlyQuest. What do you think, XU? No problem, FlyQuest?
No, I got to root for DSG, you know? Hopefully they'll win.
No problem for the draw. No problem. I don't know about the game. No problem for the draw.
No problem for the draw. All right, that's it. We got our matchups for next weekend. Thank you again, XU and Inspired. I believe we're throwing it back over to the lounge to close out the day.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah,
I believe you're correct.
I have a tweak for Mark Zimmerman.
Yeah, do
I
it.
think he should have executive power to set matchups.
Ooh, I like that.
If he decides to. So when Inspired says, you know, it would be cool to play FlyQuest, Mark's like, done.
Boom.
We're not doing that.
Yeah.
He comes on, he grabs the balls, he runs away, and we just, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, DSG would play C9, because that would have been, that's the draw that I wanted.
That's the only thing I want,
That is
honestly,
the
at that
narrative,
point.
like, grudge
Yeah,
match.
that would have been
absolutely.
sick. Yeah. The same way that Azale somehow rigged C9 TL week 1, we should have just rigged Shopify.
Literally rigged. We should have literally rigged.
Inspired can't rig it as good as Zale, apparently.
Because, you know, it's like triple the limb. It's Swiss anyway. Like, come on.
Yeah.
But overall,
Oh my God, FlyQuest versus DSG is the craziest thing.
Yeah, they're making the bracket right now. We're gonna have the exact schedule fairly soon. They need to set the days.
Yes.
So stick around for that if you want to know right away, so you can set your calendars for what's happening. But we know the matchup, so
Yes.
we know. I'm putting FlyQuest over DSG.
Same.
Currently. Okay.
That's a good
C9 line,
point.
that's the other winning matchup. That's
Yeah.
going to be a really interesting game to Berserker's point, because C9 does still seem like the best team in the league.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I am going C9. I am really curious to see, again, since they didn't have much time to practice together, where C9 has had probably the most time in addition to TL to practice together. a different, more well-coordinated Lyon next week. We've seen what a week of scrims can do, right? But I'm still favoring C9 in that matchup.
And I am on the Team Liquid Alienware watch. I need to see what they're doing down in the lower bracket. And in the lower side of things, they're going up against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
That one is a good matchup. Like, here's the problem with Shopify. They can never shake off the allegations of losing to the worst teams and beating the better teams.
It's true.
Oh, interesting. So you're considering Team Liquid a better team, so you're actually saying that they're going to do well.
It's Shopify favored.
Because to me, the allegations for Shopify is that they can't win more than half of their games. And that's been true.
Yeah, and the half of the games they win are against better opponents.
Huh. I mean, it's interesting because people keep putting
There's a lot of allegations.
But my allegation is that they just lose them. The majority of their games, actually, which is just fascinating that it keeps happening.
Or they're spotlight merchants. They do well when the spotlight's there.
Which we'll have. I mean, Team Liquid will have Morgan then for more than a week.
Yeah.
Right? Shopify will have Zinni for more than a week. Both of those teams did come in with very limited practice. So I think it should be a slightly more realistic representation of their strength when they play next week.
I also think there's more pressure on TL. Like, for what little pressure there is here, I do think there's more pressure on TL because they would be favored.
Yeah.
And then the last one, Dignitas versus Sentinels. I'd say way more pressure on Sentinels.
There's a lot of pressure
already
on
lost to
Sentinels.
PSG.
Yes.
They're then playing Dignitas, who might still have subs.
Yes.
If they started the season losing to the two teams that didn't have full rosters.
That is insane.
As a full roster.
I don't even want to hear it.
The pressure is crazy for them. And the upside is like not even there.
Yeah.
Because they did what they were supposed to. So it's a tricky little...
It's crazy, especially with like the concept of bringing in the 3 better players from DSG. Impact, who will always have a lot of expectations throughout his career of himself, and Hambak, who is like, hey man, you're first time traveling abroad for a team, and you immediately fall to these expectations. So I need to see them do well, of course. But then I look at DSG. Not bad.
Yeah.
And especially, look, I just want to, now I'm on Cryo Watch. I'm on watch for a lot of things. but especially if they continue to work with Kizno. Kizno scaled so well throughout that series.
Yeah.
So I'm open with it.
Well, and Sajjad even called it out where they'd played together for a while, right, previously?
Yeah.
And so the, kind of improvement over the course of the series where I thought Kizno had a really, really rough first game and then kind of steadily got more well coordinated with the team as that series went on. I thought it was pretty impressive.
Kanks and I are on the same page. I saw him.
Yeah.
I need to grill him about Shopify. He's getting a microphone.
He's getting a microphone?
So you're coming here right now.
Yeah, we're doing this now. Get on this chair.
I don't want to
get over here.
I don't know what you had planned.
I was only setting this up so I could come in last second and tell Raz he's got to go to the gym with me afterwards. Because he said yesterday he would do it. Are we still doing it?
I can't do it.
What?
I got to do pros. I got business.
Yeah.
I got business things.
Sir.
Yes.
You put Shopify #1 in your
Number
power
1.
rankings.
You seem proud of that.
Okay. Let's talk about it. 41% win rate, is that what they were? Because you like to talk about your Jat stats. You like to bring up the numbers.
It was definitely below 50.
You're a numbers guy. I'm a vibes guy, okay? 41%
How are the
win
vibes
rate.
today?
They still got top 3 in the region. I still think they had the best individual upgrade of the offseason with Zinni coming in. He didn't look stellar today, though. I was expecting much more from Zinni from the get-go, but they could scale. I can't wait. They're still going to watch this. This is the new prediction. 45% win rate. They'll still win. They'll end number 1.
Wow.
What?
Hold on.
What?
I needed to ask you this.
No.
We also need the schedule. But
okay, yeah.
I didn't peg you as a guy who watches a lot of LCKCL.
So I watched.
Since you're putting a lot of stock in Zinni.
That is true.
I watched
your main argument.
some of my own tape, but most of my argument and most of my vibes and my confidence are coming from people I know that watch LCK Challenger. So if I'm wrong, I can grill them for it.
Oh, so it's all on them.
Shout out Badger on the league rundown. Get a lot of insight from him as well as Bickle. And then also some of the LPL guys I know that cover LPL Unofficial. Shout out, follow them if you haven't already. LPL Unofficial.
So it's Badger's fault and the Big Bickle Pickle.
Yes.
It's both of you guys' faults for his take.
The Big Bickle Pickle. Yep, Raz knows them well.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So
because
if you're
after
right
that,
as well, it's also not your prediction. So here it is. We did it.
we got it.
Is this what we were stalling for? Perfect.
Yes. C9 line up first. That's awesome. Sentinels Dig, FlyQuest DSG is, I can't wait to watch Griffin again. And Shopify TL is going to close out the week on Sunday.
Yeah, Shopify versus the Law. And I cannot wait.
I was like, have we talked about that yet?
Alienware.
So I'm used to Team Liquid Academy, so this is always getting in my head here.
Team Liquid Academy winner.
T-Law.
I like T-Law more. T-Law's way better.
That's also factual. Yeah, what's your favorite matchup looking at this?
Okay, I'll tell you instead the one that I was really hoping for. I was hoping Shopify Rebellion would dodge Team Liquid because this is going to be bad for my kind of power rankings.
I think your Shopify Rebels are in a little bit of a pickle.
I think so, but I'm going to hold on the prediction. I was joking about it with Kobe that now Lyon was #1 after game 1 versus Dignitas. But I still think Shopify absolutely can't do it. But it's going to be a tough path to get there.
Kangas.
Yeah.
The best team in the league does not complain about hard draws.
True.
So this proves that you don't think they're the best. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific for C9 versus Lyon. We'll see you there.
Not going to the gym today.
Push-ups. Welcome back to the opening weekend of LCS 2026, presented by MasterCard. Today, we see our remaining 4 teams take to the stage for the first time in the new season.
No W40. We can go in now. Just you walk on by. Compound 5. You walk. Look cookie. Nico Nar. I'm on Zizao. Zizao no flash. I can kill Zin. Play with each other.
Nice.
I'm on Zin is that.
Good job.
Alright. End the game. Get me out. Give me the
And FlyQuest, recognizing their chance, will stop any Shopify hope. And the new FlyQuest rebuild starts 2026 with a 2-0 win.
Okay, we got a chill top. Oh, Shiva. If you watch this game, boom, I'm done.
I'm in the pit, they will go on me maybe, so.
Okay. Yep.
Vai, just QD.
I'm marking Cannon.
Cannon's in the tripod.
Look.
Okay. Look. Talia. Cannon.
Talia after.
Jinx has no flash.
We win.
I'm chasing Jinx bot.
They push in on the Nexus. They push in on Dignitas. Lyon will win the series 2-0.
Lyon paid handsomely to get inspired on their team, and it was well worth it.